Chapter 51-35. Why is this happening? Why did you suddenly attack me? Wu Yuan looked at the female ghost immortal in disbelief. The female ghost immortal's sudden attack caught him off guard. Because I didn't believe anything you said. I acted as if I had forgiven you on purpose. You invited me to help you kill Mr. Lin, but I didn't agree. I told you that I wouldn't help either side because I wanted to lower your vigilance. If I had agreed to help you kill Mr. Lin, you would have been suspicious. I needed to wait for a good opportunity to attack. Now, you're in a deadlock and you want me to attack again. This is the best opportunity I've been waiting for. The female ghost immortal said proudly. You actually treat me like this. I'm completely infatuated with you. Wu Yuan said with difficulty. The female ghost immortal sneered and said, even now, you're still lying to me. I know, you must be worried that I'll destroy your heart, so you said such a lie. Do you know? I clearly felt that when you said those words, your heart beat a lot faster. So, I won't be fooled by you again. Go to hell. At this moment, Wu Yuan raised his right hand and sent a palm strike toward the female ghost immortal. That palm. It was condensed when Wu Yuan and the female ghost immortal were talking. This guy and the female ghost immortal's conversation was just to distract the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal sneered and directly dug out Wu Yuan's heart. Bang! In the next moment, Wu Yuan's tyrannical palm strike landed on the female ghost immortal's shoulder. The female ghost immortal was sent flying, and her face became paler and paler. Fortunately, when he attacked, Wu Yuan's battle power had already dropped tremendously. So, although the female ghost immortal had taken Wu Yuan's palm strike. That palm strike. For the female ghost immortal, it wasn't fatal. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. My heart, give it back to me. Wu Yuan pounced toward the female ghost immortal. You want the heart? In your next life. The female ghost immortal sneered, and a powerful ghost fire appeared in her palm. The ghost fire burned fiercely. Wu Yuan's heart was instantly burned to ashes. Wu Yuan, who had lost his heart, began to tremble violently. He fell straight down from the sky. Then, his body began to age rapidly. Master, save me, Wu Yuan begged loudly. Trash. At this moment, a cold voice came from Wu Yuan's body. When the voice came out, Wu Yuan's body quickly burned to ashes. Then, a black cauldron appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. That cauldron. It exuded an extremely terrifying fluctuation. The Nine Heavens Cauldron. When Lin Feng and the others saw the black cauldron, they couldn't help but be astonished. This was the Nine Heavens God Cauldron they had been searching for. The Nine Heavens Cauldron. It was unexpected that it was hidden in Wu Yuan's body. Lin Feng was very puzzled. Why was the Nine Heavens God Cauldron hidden in Wu Yuan's body? There must be a reason. Let's call a truce. Our goal is the Nine Heavens Cauldron. Grandma Wu Zhu said. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, although he really wanted to kill Grandma Wu Zhu and the others. But now, it was indeed not good to continue fighting. Continuing to fight with Grandma Wu Zhu and the others would only continue to weaken his and Wn Lingua's strength. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Okay, let's call a truce for now. Lin Feng said. He made it very clear that they were calling a truce for now. After the matter here was settled, they would still be enemies. Is he really under your control? The female ghost immortal looked at the Nine Heavens God Cauldron and asked. Back then, he knew about the Jotian Cauldron a long time ago, so he slowly approached you and tricked you into coming to the undying world. Then, he found a way to communicate with me. In order to become stronger, he sold his soul to me, said Lin Feng. The god of the Nine Heavens God Cauldron? Said. The female ghost immortal had already expected all of this. The question just now was actually to preserve the last trace of a beautiful illusion. But this beautiful illusion was destroyed by the god of the Nine Heavens God Cauldron. It was completely destroyed. The female ghost immortal found that she was no longer sad. This surprised the female ghost immortal. It seemed she had really walked out of the past. What have you been planning all these years? Asked the female ghost immortal. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? I've been planning to completely open the seal. The female ghost immortal frowned and asked, back then, you sacrificed me. Could it be that you still couldn't open the seal? Maybe it's because your cultivation wasn't strong enough back then, so even after sacrificing you, you still couldn't completely open the seal. You should be very curious as to why your clan's bloodline could open my seal. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? Asked the female ghost immortal. It's because my bloodline is a little special. Said the female ghost immortal. No, no, no. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? The real reason is because the person who sealed me back then was your clan's ancestor, the seventh celestial master, Guang Tai Zong. It was that old fart who sealed me. So, to open the seal, I need your clan's blood. The god of the nine heavens, God Cauldron? Said the female ghost immortal. After hearing the nine heavens God Cauldron's words, Grandma Wu Zhu and the others came back to their senses. Wu Yuan had said that he could use Lin Feng and Wn Lingyue's blood to destroy the nine heavens God Cauldron. It was a bunch of nonsense. He probably wanted them to kill each other. In the end, he would capture all of them in one fell swoop. Grandma Wu Zhu and the others couldn't help but curse Wu Yuan in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Feng was a little shocked. The seventh celestial master was actually the female ghost immortal's ancestor. This was really shocking. All these years, have you been waiting for me to condense a body of flesh and blood? Asked the female ghost immortal. The nine heavens God Cauldron said, yes, I've been waiting for you to condense a body of flesh and blood. Then, I'll sacrifice you a second time. That way, I should be able to completely open my seal. Because your soul isn't perfect yet, I wanted to wait for a while. But now, it seems that I can't wait any longer. So, you can die now. As soon as it finished speaking, the nine heavens God Cauldron flew towards the female ghost immortal. A powerful devouring power surged out of the cauldron. The nine heavens God Cauldron wanted to devour the female ghost immortal. Ninth update, I haven't recovered from my cold, so I'm going to sleep. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, genuine subscription. Chapter 5136. The female ghost immortal turned around and fled toward Lin Feng, trying to avoid being devoured by the nine heavens God Cauldron. However, this was obviously not an easy task because the nine heavens God Cauldron had completely locked onto the female ghost immortal. When the female ghost immortal rushed toward Lin Feng, the nine heavens God Cauldron released a powerful devouring force that enveloped the female ghost immortal. The female ghost immortal tried to struggle but was unable to break free. Her body quickly flew toward the nine heavens God Cauldron. Just as she was about to be devoured by the cauldron, Lin Feng appeared beside the cauldron. He held the battle spear in his hand and directly whipped it toward the cauldron. Although the nine heavens God Cauldron was a powerful treasure, Lin Feng's epochal battle spear was equally terrifying. Therefore, when Lin Feng's epochal battle spear struck the nine heavens God Cauldron, there was a sonorous sound of collision. The nine heavens God Cauldron was immediately sent flying by Lin Feng, and the female ghost immortal managed to escape from being devoured by the nine heavens God Cauldron. Boy, how dare you ruin my plans? The god of the nine heavens God Cauldron? It could not help but roar furiously, its voice filled with murderous intent. It originally wanted to devour the female ghost immortal and then break the seal, but it could not do so because it was sent flying by Lin Feng at the most critical moment. It was really mad. Lin Feng did not care about the nine heavens God Cauldron at all. Instead, he looked at the female ghost immortal and said, "Stay away. Don't let this guy get close to you." The female ghost immortal quickly nodded and flew into the distance. At this moment, the nine heavens God Cauldron pounced toward Lin Feng. After being ruined by Lin Feng, the god of the nine heavens God Cauldron, he hated Lin Feng to the core. He wanted to crush Lin Feng's bones and scatter his ashes. It also knew that if it did not get rid of Lin Feng, it could forget about devouring the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng would definitely stop it. Seeing the nine heavens God Cauldron coming quickly, Lin Feng immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking the nine heavens God Cauldron?" Do you want to miss out on this opportunity? Hearing this, the others nodded one after another. Grandma Witch, Elder, Ghost Mountain Child, and Su Wanqing rushed toward the Heaven's God Cauldron. Lin and Wan Ling Yu were to kill the God Cauldron. The five began to the cauldron. To fight, to engaged, to fight, to kill. Lin Feng tried to suppress the 9 heavens and earth cauldron, but he failed. Suppressing the 9 heavens God Cauldron was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for the cauldron to defeat Lin Feng and the other 4 cultivators. Demon Lord, do you have a way to deal with the God of the Heavens God Cauldron? Right now, the 5 of us are only able to fight to a draw with this guy. As we consume more and more of our energy, we'll be in trouble. Lin Feng transmitted to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, the God of the Heavens God Cauldron? Although it's weakened, that's only relative to its peak. The God of the Heavens God Cauldron is still very powerful. Is that why you want to kill the God of the Heavens God Cauldron? It's simply impossible. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Are you saying that we should leave now? The Demon Lord said, no. Although we can't kill the God of the Heavens God Cauldron, we can use other methods to deal with it. However, we can choose other ways to deal with him. Don't you want to devour the special energy stored in the 9 heavens state cauldron to raise your cultivation? You only need to make the God of the Heavens God Cauldron unable to control it. It's fine if you can't control the cauldron. You can devour the energy inside the cauldron. That way, your cultivation will increase greatly. How can we prevent it from controlling the cauldron? Lin Feng asked. Well, I haven't thought of that yet. The Demon Lord replied. Lin Feng rolled his eyes when he heard the Demon Lord's words. If that was the case, didn't that mean there was no hope at all? Go ask Wan Ling Yu. Her master should be a Daoist cultivator. She might have a way. The Demon Lord transmitted. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to Wan Ling Yu, asking her if she had a way to deal with the God of the Heavens God Cauldron. She had a way. I have a treasure called the soul-repelling bell. It's very special because it's used to deal with the god of some treasures. Can this treasure cause the god of those treasures to fall asleep? In the end, he had no choice but to hibernate. However, when this treasure is activated, it doesn't succeed every time. Especially during a great battle, when one's mind is more focused, it's very difficult to use the soul-expelling bell to achieve good results. And once the soul-expelling bell fails, it'll be even more difficult to use it to attack the opponent. Because the enemy will definitely be more vigilant. Wan Ling Yu said. Said Lin Feng. I also have a treasure. It's a soul attack treasure. I'm sure it's a godly treasure, right? It should be able to cause a great impact. I'll use that treasure to deal with the God of the Heavens God Cauldron. If it's the God of the Heavens God Cauldron, when it's affected, you should be able to deal with the God of the Heavens God Cauldron. It'll cause great damage. Wan Ling Yu said, alright, let's do that. At this moment, Lin Feng, Wan Ling Yu, Grandma Witch Ancestor, Witch Mountain Child, and Su Wanqing were at a disadvantage in the battle against the Heavens God Cauldron. After a long time, the Heavens God Cauldron had accumulated a great amount of energy. Therefore, it wasn't afraid of consumption at all. However, Lin Feng and the others couldn't. In a great battle, the consumption of magic power was extremely serious. Grandma Witch Ancestor and Witch Mountain Child cursed angrily, because they felt that those opportunities were getting further and further away from them. Naturally, they were very depressed. Although Su Wanqing didn't curse, her expression didn't look good either. You'll all die later. The God of the Heavens God Cauldron? He said sinisterly. This guy thought that he had everything under control. Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He took out his skeleton bracelet. The skull bracelet suddenly grew rapidly, and the 18 skulls all let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. Those cries had a great impact on the soul. Ah! The God of the Heavens God Cauldron? It immediately let out a painful cry. At this moment, Wan Ling Yu also took out her soul-repelling bell. Ding ding dang dang. The soul-repelling bell shook, and a strange collision sound was heard. The screaming God of the Heavens God Cauldron? It became quiet. Soon, Lin Feng and the others couldn't sense the god of the heavens god cauldron. Its aura was gone. Chapter 51:37. The reason why he could not sense the nine heavens god cauldron? The aura was not because of the nine heavens god cauldron. It had been killed. Was it because of the nine heavens god cauldron? It fell into a deep slumber. Devour. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a powerful devouring power enveloped the nine heavens god cauldron. Next, long rivers of energy were sucked out of the nine heavens god cauldron by Lin Feng. Then, the long rivers of energy were absorbed into Lin Feng's time and space. The long rivers of energy were very special. They were not pure energy, but they were integrated with a very special power. Therefore, it could allow a cultivator to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. After Lin Feng made his move, the others followed suit. They also tried to obtain the special energy from the nine heavens god cauldron. Even the female ghost immortal rushed over quickly to devour the energy. Lin Feng woke up Bibi, Blackie, Emperor Archaic, Demon King Bug, and the others to devour the energy. At this moment, it was a race against time. It was time to frantically plunder. Who would get the most? Based on their own abilities. Seeing Lin Feng summon so many creatures to devour the energy, Grandmother Witch Ancestor, Child Ghost Mountain, and Su Wanqing's faces turned green. Their speed of devouring the energy was far slower than Lin Feng's. Now that Lin Feng had summoned so many strange creatures to devour the energy, the amount of energy they could obtain was even less. However, Grandmother Witch Ancestor and the others did not dare to provoke Lin Feng. Rumble. 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 At this moment, a loud noise shook the sky. In the void, an incomparably huge vortex appeared. The aura of the nine heavens god cauldron. A cry of surprise came from the vortex. Then, a terrifying aura that made the gods tremble surged out of the vortex. After feeling the aura, everyone's face changed slightly. Go, go, go. The people of that world have sensed the aura of the nine heavens god cauldron. The demon lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly sent Bibi and the others into the time-space. Following this, Lin Feng looked at the female ghost Celestial and Wn Ling Yu and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave, we can't stay here for long." The female ghost, Immortal Wn Ling Yu, nodded. Lin Feng teleported to the top of the altar and took down the skeleton of the female ghost Immortal. Then, he quickly left with the female ghost Immortal and Wn Ling Yu. Grandma Wu and the others didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out of the twisting vortex and wrapped around the nine heavens god cauldron. Then, Jiutian Sheji disappeared without a trace, and the huge energy whirlpool also disappeared. After Lin Feng and the other two arrived outside, they heaved a sigh of relief. After they came out, Grandma Wu, Elder Gui Shan, and Su Wanqing rushed out as well. The three of them didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. By the time Lin Feng came back to his senses, the three of them were already very far away. It wouldn't be easy to catch up to them, so Lin Feng didn't chase after them. The nine heavens god cauldron should have been taken, the demon lord said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Following this, Lin Feng became happy. He had gained a lot this time because he had devoured a lot of energy rivers. He would refine them later and see if they could increase his cultivation. Lin Feng looked at Wn Ling Yu and asked, "What do you plan to do next, fairy?" Wn Ling Yu said, "I still have some things to take care of, so I won't stay here any longer." Lin Feng said, "All right, then we'll part ways here. Be careful when you're alone." "All right, you too, young master," Wn Ling Yu said. Then, Wn Ling Yu left. The female ghost Immortal followed Lin Feng to Lin Feng's residence and went into seclusion to cultivate. After arriving at Lin Feng's residence, the female ghost Immortal felt very emotional. The female ghost Immortal wanted to devour Lin Feng's primordial yang energy. Now that she was here, she had regained her freedom and seemed to have become friends with Lin Feng. Life. Sometimes, it was really strange. Lin Feng returned to his room and went into seclusion. The female ghost Immortal could go into seclusion anywhere she wanted. After all, there were so many rooms. Lin Feng began to refine and absorb the special energy. Lin Feng's cultivation had stopped at the 6th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage for some time now. He didn't know what level his cultivation would stop at after refining the special energy. In fact, Lin Feng knew that it would be difficult for him to make breakthroughs. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to think about breaking through many levels at once. If he could break through 1 or 2 levels, Lin Feng would be satisfied. However, whether he could break through 1 or 2 levels was hard to say. Lin Feng would have to wait until he finished refining all the energy. As the special energy was refined by Lin Feng could clearly feel that his level was constantly improving. This made Lin Feng very happy. After about 3 days, Lin Feng finally broke through from the 6th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage to the 7th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage. However, this was just the beginning because Lin Feng still had a lot of powerful energy in his body. Time continued to pass. Lin Feng continued to refine the special energy. In the next month, Lin Feng's cultivation had been steadily improving. He broke through from the 7th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage to the 8th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage. Then, he broke through from the 8th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage to the 9th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage. Then, he broke through from the 9th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage to the 10th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage. It wasn't until he broke through to the 10th heavenly layer of the human immortal stage that the special energy in Lin Feng's body completely dispersed. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Originally, Lin Feng would be extremely satisfied if he could break through 1 or 2 levels. However, this breakthrough, it brought him a lot of surprises. He actually broke through 4 levels at once. This was really something to be surprised about. The next step was to try to break through to the Earth Immortal stage. However, it was more difficult to break through to the Earth Immortal stage. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. For Lin Feng, breaking through to the Earth Immortal stage often required the help of some heavenly treasures or some great opportunities. Of course, now that he had just broken through 4 levels, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to break through to the Earth Immortal stage. He needed to consolidate his cultivation during this period of time. Chapter 5138. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the female ghost immortal had also come out. As for Bibi and the others, they were still in seclusion. He hoped that they could also use the special energy from the 9 heavens and earth cauldron to make a breakthrough. Where do you want to bury the bones of your previous life? Lin Feng looked at the female ghost immortal and said, "Let's bury it in the wilderness outside." The female ghost immortal said. Lin Feng nodded and left with the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng found a place with good feng shui for the female ghost immortal. Then, he buried the bones of her previous life. Lin Feng followed the female ghost immortal's request and set up a stone tablet for her previous life's bones. However, he only set up a simple stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there was nothing written. This was also the request of the female ghost immortal. Lin Feng walked into the distance. The female ghost immortal sat in front of the grave and started crying. Perhaps, she was crying for the fate of her previous life. After the female ghost immortal finished crying, she came to Lin Feng's side. Then, he said, "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" "Heaven realm or the underworld?" Lin Feng asked. "To the heaven realm, but now that the world has changed, the passageway that connected to the heaven realm has disappeared. I don't know how to go to the heaven realm now, so I plan to go to the underworld first, and then find the passageway to the heaven realm in the underworld." The female ghost immortal said. Lin Feng said, "This is indeed a good method, but before you go to the heaven realm, you have to be fully prepared. As the supreme world, the heaven realm is the best place to restrain the creatures of the underworld. That place is very harmful to your body, so even if you go there, you can't stay in the heaven realm for too long." "I know, thank you for your reminder. I will not forget your great kindness," the female ghost immortal said. Then, she left. Lin Feng stood alone in the forest. Go back and see if Pei Yingjuan's 9 heaven thunder source pearl has been researched. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't stay any longer and quickly flew towards the ancient city. Lin Feng came back and saw Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan didn't know what happened before. He was puzzled as to why Lara Wu Tu and the others suddenly disappeared. Now that he saw Lin Feng, Wu Kuan was very happy. He ran to Lin Feng and asked him. Lin Feng told him that he didn't know either. Wu Kuan nodded and left. Perhaps the best choice was not to let him know some things. Wu Kuan was just a very ordinary person. In that case, let him continue to live an ordinary life. Lin Feng still didn't know who the fifth person was. He didn't see that person from the beginning to the end. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care who that person was. Lin Feng came to Pei Yingjuan's place. He admired Pei Yingjun. With Pei Yingjuan's strength, he should have sensed what happened in the underground world. However, Pei Yingjun didn't check it out because he put all his energy into researching the 9-heaven thunder source pearl. He was obsessed with it to the point of madness. Want to succeed? Go crazy first. That was Pei Yingjuan's life motto. When Lin Feng came to Pei Yingjuan's place, Pei Yingjuan's cheers came from the room. I did it, ha 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 ha, I finally researched it. Pei Yingjun couldn't help but laugh. He was so excited that he went crazy. Pei Yingjun sensed Lin Feng outside. He opened the door and rushed out. He grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder and shouted excitedly, "Brother, I did it, did you know? I finally did it, the 9-heaven thunder source pearl was successfully researched. Your 200 million immortal stones weren't spent in vain." Lin Feng was naturally very happy. The 9-heaven thunder source pearl was very powerful. If they could mass produce it, it would be very important for Lin Feng. Congratulations, you are destined to leave your mark in the history of alchemy, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course, who am I? A handsome and confident man destined to leave a mark in history. Pei Yingjun said proudly. This guy's skin was really thick. Lin Feng had to concede defeat. Lin Feng asked, "How did you make such a breakthrough?" Pei Yingjun laughed and said, "After I had the money, I changed a few materials and succeeded." Lin Feng said, "So, if you want to succeed, you need to use some good materials." Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Pei Yingjun said, "Expensive materials have their benefits. I'm going to collect thunder source pearls now. Are you interested in coming with me?" Lin Feng happened to have nothing to do. Following Pei Yingjun to collect thunder source pearls was quite a good thing. Moreover, with one more person, they would be able to collect more thunder source pearls and refine more 9-heaven thunder source pearls. Lin Feng said, "Of course, I'm interested. Let's go now." Pei Yingjun nodded and set off with Lin Feng to collect thunder source pearls. Thunder source pearls were usually things that appeared in lightning seas. However, the power of the thunder source pearls that appeared in different lightning seas were different. The stronger the thunder source pearls were, the more powerful the 9-heaven thunder source pearls would be. Generally speaking, the thunder source pearls in the lightning seas formed by rain were the weakest. The stronger thunder source pearls were the thunder source pearls that appeared in the lightning tribulations of some fierce beasts. Above that was the thunder source pearls that appeared in the lightning seas when cultivators were undergoing their tribulations. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the lightning tribulations. Then, the stronger the thunder source pearls in the lightning seas would be. Therefore, the thunder source Lin Feng was looking for was the thunder source pearls that appeared when cultivators were undergoing their tribulations. He and Pei Yingjun flew quickly in the air. It was not rare for cultivators to undergo their tribulations, and it was common to see cultivators undergoing their tribulations in the mountains. However, it was rare to see a tribulation that could satisfy them. This required them to be patient and search for it. And after finding that kind of tribulation, they also needed to be careful, because once they entered someone else's lightning tribulation, they would very likely be attacked by someone else's lightning tribulation. If he was attacked by someone else's thunder tribulation, there was a certain probability that his own thunder tribulation would also be attracted. If the thunder tribulation was attracted before it was time to cross the tribulation, this was an extremely terrifying and terrible thing. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic end. After flying for 10 days in the forest, Lin Feng finally saw an incomparably huge sea of lightning in the distance. Within the sea of lightning, thunder dragons and lightning snakes swam in the air. There were top experts undergoing their tribulations. Chapter 51:39. There were many cultivators at the edge of the tribulation. These cultivators were just there to watch the show, but Lin Feng noticed that they were all from the same faction. Perhaps they were from the same faction as the cultivator undergoing the tribulation and had followed him to undergo the tribulation. That way, they would be able to immediately know if the cultivator from their faction had succeeded. Be careful, the tribulation is very dangerous. You must suppress your cultivation with all your might and don't let the tribulation attract your own tribulation, Pei Yingjun reminded him. It was rare for him to be so serious. Lin Feng nodded and said, "You be careful too." Pei Yingjun said, "Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." When they flew closer, they saw a middle-aged cultivator undergoing the tribulation. The cultivator was very powerful, and he was probably breaking through from the virtual immortal realm to the Tao immortal realm. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun's arrival attracted a lot of attention. When they saw Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun flying towards the lightning ocean, they couldn't help but point at them. In their opinion, they were simply courting death. Even the cultivator undergoing the tribulation couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun, not knowing what the two were up to. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun entered the lightning ocean. Endless lightning surged within the ocean, emitting a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. Facing the surging lightning, anyone would feel their heart palpitate. When Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun arrived, a large amount of lightning energy rushed towards them. They had to dodge the lightning energy in a wretched manner. Because there was too much lightning energy, it was unrealistic to completely dodge it. When the lightning energy struck his body, Lin Feng noticed that the tribulation light between his eyebrows was constantly growing stronger. When the tribulation light accumulated to a certain degree. When that time came, the tribulation would completely erupt. "I can't let the lightning strike me," Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He released his domineering magnetic field. 4 domineering magnetic fields overlapped, enveloping Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun. When the lightning struck, it was blocked by Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field. "Damn, what kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful?" Pei Yingjun immediately exclaimed. Lin Feng said, "A magnetic field formed by the condensed domineering force." Pei Yingjun said in shock, "You're still the best. Not even 1 in a billion people can condense a domineering force, but you condensed a domineering magnetic field. This technique is really terrifying. It's just luck." Lin Feng smiled. Then, he and Pei Yingjun continued forward. They rushed towards the center of the Sea of Lightning. When they reached the periphery of the center, Lin Feng noticed that the lightning in the center had passed through Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field and was rushing towards him and Pei Yingjun. The lightning in the center had become even more powerful. For domineering magnetic fields couldn't withstand it. Lin Feng didn't use 12 domineering magnetic fields because it required the pure ones transforming into 3 pure ones. The duration of the pure ones transforming into 3 pure ones wasn't very long. If he used it, he could use it during the crucial moment of collecting the lightning essence. However, 4 domineering magnetic fields wasn't the limit of Lin Feng's domineering force. The limit was 5 domineering magnetic fields. Lin Feng cultivated 5 domineering forces: Sovereign Domineering Force, White Tiger Domineering Force, Azure Dragon Domineering Force, Epoch Domineering Force, and Highest World Destroying Domineering Force. Lin Feng had used 5 domineering magnetic fields in a battle before, but Lin Feng discovered that he couldn't control them perfectly. This was mainly because his cultivation wasn't high enough. Controlling 5 domineering magnetic fields by himself was difficult, so Lin Feng used 4 domineering magnetic fields. But now, Lin Feng's cultivation was much higher than before. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that he should be able to control 5 domineering magnetic fields now. So, Lin Feng began to operate the 5 domineering magnetic fields. Sure enough, as Lin Feng imagined, when Lin Feng operated the 5 domineering magnetic fields, the strenuous feeling disappeared. However, Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the 5 domineering magnetic fields. So, when Lin Feng operated the 5 domineering magnetic fields, he still felt unfamiliar. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. As time passed, and as the number of times he used it increased, it would be easier for him to operate the 5 domineering magnetic fields. After completely mastering the 5 domineering magnetic fields, Lin Feng could operate the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. At most, he could display 15 domineering magnetic fields. However, Lin Feng knew that such a method required time to complete the transformation. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. Damn it, how many domineering magnetic fields have you cultivated? Pei Yingjun looked at Lin Feng enviously. With his cultivation, he could naturally sense Lin Feng's situation. Lin Feng stacked a new domineering magnetic field. This shocked Pei Yingjun. Lin Feng seemed to have cultivated too many domineering magnetic fields. Other people who cultivated even one domineering magnetic field were blessed by their ancestors. Lin Feng actually cultivated so many domineering magnetic fields. What a waste of money. Comparisons were odious. Lin Feng said, not many, just 5. Hearing Lin Feng's humble words, Pei Yingjun felt his teeth ache. He had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. Under the protection of the 5 domineering magnetic fields, Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun quickly rushed towards the Thunder Mother. Do you see that? That's the Thunder Mother. Pei Yingjun only thought of the core area, where there was a distorted purple ball of lightning. That twisted purple lightning ball should be the Lightning Mother. Lin Feng said, the Thunder Mother's aura seems to be very violent. How can we take it away? Pei Yingjun said, you'll need a special treasure to take it away. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yingjun took out something that looked like a chamber pot. Isn't that a chamber pot? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Pei Yingjun said, this is the thunder extraction pot that I refined. Lin Feng was speechless. Pei Yingjun really had a wicked sense of humor. Because this guy actually forged such an extraordinary treasure into the shape of a chamber pot. Those who didn't know would definitely think that it was a chamber pot. Lin Feng held the thunder extraction pot in his hand and asked, how do I use this? Pei Yingjun said, once activated, it can automatically absorb the Thunder Mother. Chapter 5140. Of course, he couldn't absorb the Thunder Mother yet because he was still quite a distance away from the location of the Thunder Mother. They had to reach the edge of the Lightning Mother before they could try to absorb it. But it wasn't easy. The lightning in the last part of the journey was even more violent. Lin Feng's 5-layered magnetic field couldn't withstand it any longer. But Lin Feng still had 12 layers of domineering magnetic fields. Lin Feng used his 1 qi into 3 pure ones and the 2 clones went back into his body. But that didn't stop Lin Feng from using his 12-fold domineering magnetic field. After Lin Feng used the 12-fold domineering magnetic field, it enveloped him and Pei Yingjun. Pei Yingjun was completely numb after feeling the power of the 12-fold domineering magnetic field. Now, no matter what Lin Feng did, he wouldn't be shocked anymore. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun arrived at the edge of the Lightning Mother under the protection of the 12-fold domineering magnetic field. Pei Yingjun took out a lightning extraction pot and activated it to absorb the Lightning Mother. Lin Feng activated the lightning extraction pot in his hand. When Lin Feng's spiritual energy entered the lightning extraction pot, the lightning extraction pot released a powerful devouring force. An endless stream of Lightning Mother was quickly absorbed by the lightning extraction pot. Lin Feng smiled. These Lightning Mothers were 9 heavenly lightning pearls. Lin Feng had the impression that he could take out hundreds of thunder pearls at the same time. At that time, he would kill gods and Buddhas. That's how willful we are. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun used the lightning extraction pot to absorb all the Lightning Mother. The 2 of them quickly left. Damn, look. Those 2 guys are coming out. Someone pointed at Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun. Many people initially thought that Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun were going to die in the ocean of thunder, but Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun were completely fine. They were astonished. Who the hell are those 2 guys? What are they doing in the lightning ocean? Some people couldn't help but mutter. They were very confused about why Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun went into the lightning ocean. No matter what their goal is, Their cultivation must be terrifying. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to come out alive. Another cultivator said. The others nodded. He also agreed with this point of view. After Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun left, they continued searching for Lightning Mother. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun, they went to many places. After searching for enough Thunder Mothers, Yi Zichen decided to leave. Lin Feng and Pei Yingjun went back to the ancient city. Pei Yingjun didn't stop there, he immediately went to make the 9 Thunder Source Pearl. Lin Feng. Half a month later, Bae Yingjun came out. How many pearls did you make? Asked Lin Feng to Pei Yingjun. That's great. Lin Feng clenched his fists. 1,209 Heaven Thunder Source Pearls. With so many 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearls being used together, just how terrifying would their power be? Even with Lin Feng's experience, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Pei Yingjun gave Lin Feng 1,200 Thunder Pearls and said, "These 9 Thunder Pearls are very similar to talismans. Now, you can use these 9 Thunder Pearls to refine them. If you want to use the 9 Heavenly Lightning Source Pearls against your enemies, you just have to pour your Fa Li into the pearls and release them." Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He put the pearls away and said, "I'll buy them for 1 million each. 1,200 of them will be 1.2 billion immortal stones." Lin Feng waved his hand. 12 rivers of immortal stones flew out and Lin Feng sealed them in an energy ball. Pei Yingjun rubbed his hands and said, "Then I'll accept them." Of course. Lin Feng nodded. Pei Yingjun was very happy and excited after accepting the 1.2 billion immortal stones. His hard work all these years hadn't been in vain. Lin Feng said, "Why don't you follow me from now on?" "Follow you?" Pei Yingjun looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "I can give you all kinds of resources and celestial stones. You can study all kinds of things. When you're done, I'll buy them from you at a high price," said Lin Feng, nodding. "I'm used to being free," Pei Yingjun said. Said Lin Feng. "I won't restrict your freedom. On the contrary, I'll protect you. You created the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl, and even though only the 2 of us know about it, there are many strange people in the world. They might be able to calculate it. When the time comes, many influential groups will try to steal it from you. It'll be a disaster for you, but if you work for me, you'll be safe." "Hey, now that you mention it, I think so too." "All right, I'll agree." Pei Yingjun grinned. Lin Feng smiled after hearing Pei Yingjun's answer. Pei Yingjun was a genius. In this society, people like him were hard to come by. A top alchemist was extremely important to a great power. For example, Pei Yingjun could create something as terrifying as the 9 Heavenly Thunder Source Pearl. He could also create other terrifying things, which could transform a great power. Therefore, to be able to recruit Pei Yingjun was a great thing for Lin Feng. Lin Feng told Pei Yingjun his identity. Pei Yingjun was startled and said, "I've guessed your true identity before. I also guessed that you were that person from the Sin realm. But I wasn't sure. Now I've finally confirmed that you're that person. No wonder you have so many terrifying methods." Lin Feng smiled and said, "There are too few top experts in the younger generation. If there were more, it wouldn't be easy to guess my identity." Pei Yingjun said, "There will be more." Lin Feng nodded and wrote a letter of recommendation for Pei Yingjun. Lin Feng told Pei Yingjun to give it to his ancestor, Wang Mingchuan. If Wang Mingchuan saw this letter, he would make arrangements for Pei Yingjun. Chapter 51-41. Bae Yingjun went to the Sin realm while Lin Feng went to Skywater City. Skywater City was one of the 10 ancient cities in the Skywater realm. It had a long history and was controlled by the Tian clan a long time ago. The Tian clan was quite mysterious. No one knew where their ancestral ground was. The only way to contact the Tian clan was through the Tian clan in the Skywater realm. Rumor had it that the Tian clan in Skywater City was an outer circle of the Tian clan. However, Lin Feng didn't know if this was true or not. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the head of the 3-headed viper and closed his eyes to rest. The 3-headed viper flapped its wings and flew towards Skywater City. Half a month later, Lin Feng saw Skywater City lying on the horizon. It was huge, like a primordial beast resting on the ground. It exuded an oppressive aura as heavy as a mountain. Cultivators from all directions were heading towards the city. Some flew by themselves while others rode mounts like Lin Feng. Others took flying ships. These cultivators stopped outside Tianshui City. When they arrived at Tianshui City, they could only choose to walk. They could no longer take airships or mounts. Of course, rules were dead, while people were alive. The rules of Tianshui City were only for ordinary cultivators. For those powerful cultivators or the children of aristocratic families, these rules were like empty words. They could not restrain those people at all. However, if ordinary cultivators dared to violate these rules at will, naturally, they would not have a good ending. There was already a long queue outside the city. Entering the city required an entrance fee of 10 pieces. Countless cultivators entered the city every day, so the entrance fee collected by the city was extremely shocking. After entering the city, Lin Feng saw a cultivator in front of him. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Qin Mubai. It turned out to be this person. Lin Feng had met Qin Mubai a few times in the past. This was an old friend of the Sky Martial continent. Lin Feng still remembered the time when they went to the Eternal Demon Mountain and encountered the blood moon rising in the sky. Their group was drawn into the land of death. At that time, Lin Feng met up with Zi Xiao and the others. It was Zi Xiao who saved Lin Feng. Lin Feng would never forget this kindness. Zi Xiao had a treasure. It was a golden Buddha that could scare away some of the dangers in the land of death. However, not long after Zi Xiao took out the golden Buddha, Zi Xiao was killed and his golden Buddha was taken away. Before Zi Xiao died, he asked Lin Feng to promise to take care of his sister, Zi Ling Er. Naturally, Lin Feng wouldn't refuse Zi Xiao's last request. Later, Lin Feng found Zi Ling Er. However, after Zi Ling Er awakened the mysterious Yin Witch bloodline, she was taken away by the Geomaster faction. Later, Lin Feng chased her all the way to the 9 continents. He even found the backer of the Geomaster faction, the Huangdao clan. It was all to find Zi Ling Er. However, Zi Ling Er was taken away by 2 mysterious men wearing bamboo hats. Since then, Lin Feng had completely lost track of Zi Ling Er. Lin Feng had always felt guilty about this matter. He hoped to find Zi Ling Er. However, after so many years, there were no clues about Zi Ling Er. In addition, Lin Feng also wanted to find Zi Xiao's murderer. At that time, there were many cultivators involved in the land of death. However, there were not many people who could kill Zi Xiao silently. In the beginning, Lin Feng had suspected Saber Lord. However, it was later proven that it wasn't Saber Lord. Therefore, there were only a few people left that Lin Feng suspected. One was Qin Mubai, one was Jinichen, and the other was Ji Mingtian. Fairy Mengxian also seemed to be a suspect. However, she was the least suspicious. This was because Fairy Mengxian had an unconcealable fragrance on her body. It could be smelled from far away. However, when Zi Xiao was in trouble, Lin Feng didn't smell Fairy Mengxian's fragrance. As a result, the 3 people most likely to kill Zi Xiao and steal his treasure were Qin Mubai, Jinichen, and Ji Mingtian. Ji Mingtian was Ji Yuhan's brother. Lin Feng knew a little about Ji Mingtian's character from Ji Yuhan. For example, when he was 16 years old, Ji Mingtian went out to train. He once found a corpse in a nameless cave. After discovering the identity of the corpse, Ji Mingtian took the corpse's storage ring and then crossed several regions to return the storage ring to the deceased's family. It could be seen that Ji Mingtian's character was extremely good. As for Ji Mingtian, he was a prince of the Great Zhou Empire. What kind of treasure did he not have? Therefore, the possibility of Ji Mingtian killing Zi Xiao and stealing his treasure was relatively small. Then only Jinichen and Qin Mubai were left. Later, due to the upheaval in the Tianwu continent, Qin Mubai and Jinichen also disappeared without a trace. Therefore, Lin Feng's investigation was stopped. Until now, Lin Feng hadn't found Zi Xiao's murderer. But now, Lin Feng saw Qin Mubai. This made Lin Feng very surprised and also made Lin Feng very happy. Perhaps he could find out some things from Qin Mubai. If the murderer wasn't Qin Mubai, then it was very likely to be Jin Chen. Lin Feng quickly walked over. He caught up with Qin Mubai and then shouted, "Brother Qin." Qin Mubai heard someone calling him and stopped. He turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Immediately, he revealed a puzzled expression. When Lin Feng and Qin Mubai met that year, he was only 16 or 17 years old. His appearance had changed quite a bit compared to now. Furthermore, the two of them hadn't seen each other for over 100 years. When Qin Mubai saw Lin Feng again, he indeed didn't recognize who Lin Feng was. "You are." Qin Mubai looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. "It seems that Brother Qin has forgotten about me. I am Lin Feng of the Tianwu continent." Lin Feng said. "It's actually you." Qin Mubai was extremely shocked. The Tianwu continent belonged to the 9 continents Great World. Now, everyone knew that the master of Xin domain was Lin Feng, who had ascended from the 9 continents Great World. Furthermore, this Lin Feng was the son of Lin Beitian. It was just that Qin Mubai didn't know if this Lin Feng in front of him was the Lin Feng of Xin domain. The reason why he couldn't be sure was because there were many people called Lin Feng. Especially after the rise of the Sinner's Blood Emperor, many people even changed their names to Lin Feng. And that Lin Feng of the Tianwu continent was indeed a genius. However, Qin Mubai remembered that the Lin Feng of the Tianwu continent came from a small family. Could such a small family have produced a peerless expert like Lin Beitian? Qin Mubai didn't think that such a small clan could have such a strong cultivator like Lin Beitian. If such a strong cultivator had appeared in such a small clan, how could Lin Feng's clan be so weak? Chapter 5142. Qin Mubai's lack of understanding of Lin Feng was understandable. After all, Qin Mubai had left as soon as the martial heaven continent fell into chaos. There were many things about Lin Feng that he didn't know, and he didn't know much about Lin Feng either. As for Lin Feng's family, he knew even less. After all, Qin Mubai had come from a major power, so he naturally didn't know much about Lin Feng's family. Lin Feng's father had left the martial heaven continent to train in his teens. Lin Feng's father's reputation was mainly in the undying world, not the martial heaven continent. In the undying world, everyone knew who Lin Beitian was, but in the martial heaven continent, everyone was confused. Who was this Lin Beitian? Qin Mubai didn't think that this Lin Feng was the Sinner Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. However, Qin Mubai still wanted to ask. He wanted to confirm it. "Brother Lin, are you the Sinner Blood Emperor in the Sin realm?" asked Qin Mubai. Lin Feng also realized that Qin Mubai didn't know his true identity. In that case, there was no need for him to confess everything to Qin Mubai. However, Lin Feng didn't directly deny it. Sometimes, doing so would have the opposite effect. Lin Feng said, "Yes, I'm the Sinner Blood Emperor, Lin Feng." "What? You're the Sinner Blood Emperor, Lin Feng?" Before Qin Mubai could say anything, the cultivators passing by couldn't help exclaiming. "Fuck, would the Sinner Blood Emperor tell others on the street that he's the Sinner Blood Emperor?" Another cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Someone else said, "If you want to brag, why would the Sinner Blood Emperor come to the Skywater realm when the Sinner Blood Emperor is so far away? Even if the Sinner's Blood Emperor came to the Tianshui region, a major figure like him would definitely have many experts following him. Where are your experts?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "It's none of your business. If there's nothing else, go away. You must be furious after being exposed, right? I've seen plenty of people like you. Brother, let me tell you, don't be tricked by this guy. There are a lot of swindlers these days. I met a swindler a while ago, and that swindler told me that he was the nephew of the Heavenly Emperor. His storage ring was stolen by someone, and he didn't have the money to take the cross-domain space-time passage to the Heavenly Court. Thus, he lent me 1,000 immortal stones and thanked me heavily when I returned. I didn't fall for that guy's trick. In my opinion, this guy is the same as the person I met before." Cough, cough. "I was just joking. Is there a need to be so serious?" Lin Feng said. "Everyone, let's disperse. We've known each other for many years. That was just a joke." Qin Mubai said. "F***ck, what a waste of our time." The group of people couldn't help but be speechless. Then, they quickly dispersed. Qin Mubai looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Lin, when did you come to the undying world?" Lin Feng said, "It's been a few years." "How about you, Brother Qin? When did you come to the undying world?" Qin Mubai said, "I've been here for more than 130 years." "Brother Qin, where are you working now?" Lin Feng asked. Qin Mubai smiled bitterly. "Not really, but there are some things that aren't convenient to talk about here. How about we find a quiet place to talk?" "All right, it's my treat," Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai said, "This is my territory. There's no need for Brother Lin to treat me. I'll be the host today." Qin Mubai brought Lin Feng to a restaurant called Idle Gathering House. The owner of Idle Gathering House was a young woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her looks were ordinary, but her figure was not bad. She personally brought Qin Mubai and Lin Feng to a private room. Lin Feng entered the room first and found a place to sit. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, because he sensed that Qin Mubai and the young woman were getting intimate outside. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. Qin Mubai was handsome and talented. He could have any woman he wanted. Surprisingly, he was with that young woman. That young woman was too mediocre and mediocre. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. They only had a simple moment of intimacy before the young woman left. Qin Mubai entered the private room, and before long, someone brought food and wine. Lin Feng and Qin Mubai drank one cup after another. As they chatted, Lin Feng learned that after Qin Mubai and his family left the Qianwu continent, they had experienced countless dangers on their way to the undying world. After arriving at the undying world, most of the family members had died. After arriving at the undying world, they were unlucky and encountered a great battle between experts. They were affected, and the last few dozen of their family members died miserably. Only Qin Mubai was lucky enough to survive. Later on, Qin Mubai managed to pass the recruitment test of the Shui clan of the Qianshui region by chance and became an ordinary guard of the Shui clan of the Qianshui region. When Qin Mubai was in the Qianwu continent, he was a peerless genius on par with the little Peng King. Thus, his talent was very powerful. Thus, after his life settled down and he was able to obtain a certain amount of cultivation resources every month, Qin Mubai's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Thus, Qin Mubai quickly stood out. The Shui family felt that Qin Mubai was a talent, so they decided to properly nurture him. After all, Qin Mubai and the Shui family did not have any relationship. The Shui family was worried that Qin Mubai would grow up and leave the Shui family. Thus, they decided to recruit Qin Mubai as their son-in-law. However, many young ladies of the Shui family looked down on Qin Mubai, who was born as a rogue cultivator. Even if Qin Mubai's talent was not bad, those young ladies of the big families still looked down on Qin Mubai. However, at this time, a young lady of the Shui family actually gave birth to a child before marriage. This young lady's reputation was not very good. It was said that she had an affair with many men, and it was unknown who she was pregnant with. This kind of thing was too shameful. The Shui family wanted to find someone to win over this young lady, and then tell the world that this man was actually in love with the young lady of the Shui family. Furthermore, they were already engaged. Now, they were going to get married. This way, they could still save some face. Coincidentally, the Shui family wanted to recruit Qin Mubai as their son-in-law. Thus, they wanted to marry this young lady to Qin Mubai. No matter how down and out Qin Mubai was, he was still a talented and handsome young man. How could he not agree to this kind of marriage? Qin Mubai wanted to reject, but the moment he revealed his intentions, he could feel the killing intent from the Shui clan members. Qin Mubai knew that if he dared to refuse, the Shui family would definitely kill him. Qin Mubai did not want to die, so Qin Mubai swallowed his anger and agreed to this matter. This matter was not a secret in Skywater City, so Qin Mubai told Lin Feng about it. He had already become the laughingstock of countless people in Skywater City. After Lin Feng heard about Qin Mubai's experience, he couldn't help but sigh. Qin Mubai's life was also very sad. He was not even married, but he was already a father. If this kind of thing happened to anyone, they would not be able to endure it. However, Qin Mubai endured it. It was clear that Qin Mubai was not a simple person. Chapter 51-43. After knowing what had happened to Qin Mubai, Lin Feng could roughly guess what Qin Mubai's life would be like in the future. Qin Mubai, who had become a father, would naturally not feel happy about this matter. In addition, his nominal wife was a fickle woman. So, Qin Mubai had been very happy all these years. Moreover, he was a son-in-law who married into a family. In the world of cultivators, the status of a son-in-law who married into a family was not particularly high. In fact, it was not just the world of cultivators. Even in the secular world, or in any other world, the status of a son-in-law who married into a family was not particularly high. If there was a way, who would choose to marry into a family? So, Qin Mubai had also suffered a lot in the Shui family these past few years. Qin Mubai naturally needed to find a safe harbor. In this kind of harbor, Qin Mubai could feel the warmth that he had not felt for a long time. Thus, the appearance of this woman in Jushen restaurant gave Qin Mubai a bit of comfort. From this woman, Qin Mubai felt the dignity of a man. Although this woman was not beautiful, Qin Mubai did not care about that. Thus, Qin Mubai and this woman definitely had true love. Brother, let me tell you, no matter how bad your life is in the future, don't be like me and marry into someone else's family. It's really not a life for humans to live, to be looked down upon, to be ridiculed, to have no dignity, to live like a dog, but what can I do? I can't resist, because if I resist, I will die. I still miss the time when I was in the Sky Martial continent. At that time, I had a beautiful face and a happy life. Qin Mubai was already drunk. He was reminiscing about the past. Back then, Qin Mubai was the top genius of the Sky Martial continent. What a carefree life that was. But that was already a thing of the past. There was no way to go back. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Life was really a bitch. It actually tortured the proud son of heaven to such a state. But perhaps this was life. Everyone's life trajectory was different. Everything will be fine, Lin Feng said. Yes, everything will be fine. I hope so, Qin Mubai said. He picked up his wine cup and continued to drink. Qin Mubai was very drunk. Lin Feng felt that now was the best time to ask Qin Mubai about what happened back then. Lin Feng asked, Brother Qin, do you still remember what happened in the Primordial Demon Mountains? Of course I remember. The blood moon rose into the sky and everyone was sucked into the land of death. Qin Mubai said drunkenly, it was really dangerous back then. Luckily, I managed to escape. But now that I think about it, it would have been better if I had died in there. At least I would have died with dignity, unlike now, where I'm living like a coward. Do you still remember Zi Xiao? Lin Feng asked. Zi Xiao? Who was he? I can't remember. Qin Mubai shook his head. He used to have a golden Buddha. Lin Feng continued. Qin Mubai said, I really don't remember who this Zi Xiao is. If you're talking about the golden Buddha, I do remember seeing a golden Buddha at Jinichen's place. Speaking of which, Qin Mubai lay on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Jinichen, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He finally knew who had caused Zi Xiao's death. It was actually Jinichen. But where was Jinichen now? 2 hours later, Qin Mubai sobered up a little. Sorry, I drank too much. Qin Mubai smiled bitterly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, who hasn't drunk too much at one time? So, there's no need to feel sorry for this. Right, I still remember many old friends from the Martial Heaven continent. One of them was called Jinichen. Do you remember him? Of course. Qin Mubai nodded and asked curiously, Brother Lin, why did you mention him? Nothing. I just suddenly remembered some things and people from the Martial Heaven continent, so I was just asking. Do you know where Jinichen is? Asked Lin Feng. Qin Mubai shook his head. Back then, when the Martial Heaven continent fell into chaos, many people fled, but I don't know where they fled to. The world is huge, especially the starry sky world. It's boundless. There are many places one can go. Yes, there are many places one can go. But perhaps in the end, everyone will gather in the undying world. After all, The undying world is a cultivation holy land that countless people dream of, said Lin Feng. Qin Mubai nodded. That's right. By the time the two of them left Idol Restaurant, it was already late at night. However, it was still quite lively outside. An ancient city like Tianshui City was originally a city that never slept. Qin Mubai said, "It's getting late. I'll take you to find an inn to stay in." "There's no need for that. I'll find an inn to stay in. You drank quite a bit as well, so you should go home and rest," said Lin Feng. Qin Mubai said, "There's no rush. I'll help you find an inn first before I go back." Seeing Qin Mubai's insistence, Lin Feng nodded. Then, he walked forward with Qin Mubai. Before long, they saw a group of men and women walking out of a restaurant in front of them. There were about 20 of them. When Qin Mubai saw that group of people, his eyes immediately turned red. Lin Feng noticed that Qin Mubai was staring at a man and a woman. The man was wearing a golden robe and looked to be in high spirits. It was obvious that he was an extraordinary cultivator. The two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other. There was no consideration at all. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Could that person be Qin Mubai's wife? Otherwise, why would Qin Mubai's eyes turn red? It was fine if Qin Mubai couldn't see this kind of thing, but now that Qin Mubai had seen it, Qin Mubai naturally couldn't accept it. Qin Mubai was currently suppressing a ball of fire in his heart. The group of people also seemed to have noticed Qin Mubai and Lin Feng. A group of people walked over. "Haha, isn't this the son-in-law of the Shui clan?" Someone said with a smile. "It's really him. He reeks of alcohol. Did you go drinking with girls?" Someone else said, looking at Qin Mubai with disdain. These people were most likely disciples of the major powers of Tianshui City. The woman in the golden-clothed man's embrace looked at Qin Mubai with disgust and said, "It's the middle of the night, yet you're still wandering around outside. You're making our Shui family lose face. Hurry up and go back." Chapter 51-44. The corner of Qin Mubai's mouth twitched violently. He wanted to refute a few words. But the cruel reality. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were all swallowed back into his stomach. How could he refute? After retorting, he would only suffer an even greater humiliation. Lin Feng decided to help Qin Mubai. Because, now, Lin Feng was sure that Qin Mubai was not Xixiao's murderer. And Qin Mubai. He was one of his old friends in the Sky Martial continent. Now, how many of Lin Feng's old friends were there in the Sky Martial continent? There really weren't many left. If he could lend a helping hand, Lin Feng naturally had to help Qin Mubai. Helping Qin Mubai would offend the Shui family of the Sky Water City. Lin Feng believed that if the Shui family of the Sky Water City knew what was good for them, they would not fall out with him because of a woman who had lost face for their family. If the Shui family of the Sky Water City did not know what was good for them, Lin Feng did not mind causing a ruckus. So what if it was the Shui family of the Sky Water City? The current Lin Feng. His cultivation was powerful. Furthermore, he had 1,209 Heaven Thunder Source Pearl in his possession. Whoever came to destroy him, Lin Feng was that confident. "Brother, let's go." Qin Mubai pulled on Lin Feng's clothes, wanting to leave with Lin Feng quickly. He was worried that these people would vent their anger on Lin Feng, and at that time, even Lin Feng would be implicated. In the past, Qin Mubai and Lin Feng didn't know each other very well, but now that they had met in the undying world, they were like old friends. Tears welled up in their eyes. Suddenly, they had become good friends. Qin Mubai naturally did not wish for anything to happen to Lin Feng. However, Qin Mubai was unable to pull Lin Feng away. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said with a smile, "As a fickle woman who doesn't even know whose child she is pregnant with, you actually have the nerve to say that others have lost face for your family. How thick is your skin to be able to say such words?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Mubai's face changed. It was over. These were the only words that appeared in Qin Mubai's mind. Then, he was completely stunned on the spot. Lin Feng's words. It was indeed too explosive. Although it sounded very cool and satisfying, it had caused a huge disaster. Therefore, Qin Mubai had no idea what to do next. When the group of people heard Lin Feng's words, they were stunned for a moment before coming back to their senses. Many people were waiting for a good show. The woman who was ridiculed by Lin Feng was so angry that her whole body trembled. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of resentment. The golden-robed man's face turned ugly. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the golden-robed man and said, "Brother, I think your family background should be quite good. You can be considered a talent. What kind of woman don't you have? Why did you have to hook up with a broken shoe?" To be honest, those female cultivators who fell into prostitution were forced to do so, so they came out to take on business. However, the woman beside you took the initiative to seduce others. Her body and soul are not as good as those female cultivators who fell into prostitution. Of course, if you like this kind of thing, then it's a different story. Some people will always be cuckolded. It's understandable. I heard that cuckolding is a genetic mental illness. You'd better go home and do a blood test or something to see if your background is wrong. Brother, I didn't mean to humiliate you by saying this. I'm just concerned about you. I'm worried that you'll recognize a thief as your father. But, after hearing Lin Feng's words, some of the cultivators who were watching the show immediately burst into laughter. Lin Feng's words were too vicious. Anyone who heard Lin Feng's words would probably have the urge to kill someone. Kid, who the F***ck are you? Why are you looking for a sense of existence here? Do you have a death wish? The golden-robed man glared fiercely at Lin Feng. His gaze was as if he wanted to eat someone. Lin Feng said, "Don't be so agitated." "Why are you so agitated?" "I don't have any ill intentions." Many people felt that Lin Feng was really shameless. What he said just now didn't have any ill intentions. It was really overflowing with malice. Although Qin Mubai felt very good when he heard Lin Feng scold the couple, he knew that he had really caused a lot of trouble today. He planned to apologize to Lin Feng and hope that he could forgive him. No matter how high the price was, he would try his best to protect Lin Feng's life. Qin Mubai wanted to speak, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng, "I know what you want to say, Brother Qin. Trust me, I can make you live like a real man. You can live with dignity." Live with dignity? Is that possible? Qin Mubai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He also wanted to live with dignity. But all of this, it seemed to be something that was impossible to accomplish. Qin Mubai had resisted before, but he had given up in the end. Now, when he saw Lin Feng's encouraging gaze, Qin Mubai's heart once again surged with a rebellious feeling. Live with dignity. He had to live with dignity. He couldn't do it in front of his brothers. He had lost face. Sometimes, life was more precious than dignity. But sometimes, dignity was more precious than life. Shui Yunshin, remember your status. You're already someone's wife, yet you're still fooling around outside. Do you see those people watching the show? They'll only laugh at you for being a promiscuous woman. They'll only laugh at the Shui clan for having such an embarrassing thing. And Sun Yunqiang, no matter what, you're still a young master of a large clan. You're actually fooling around with such a woman. You've really embarrassed the Sun clan. Today, in front of everyone, I, Qin Mubai, want to announce that I'm divorcing my wife. A slut like her is even worse than a prostitute. How can she be qualified to be my wife? Qin Mubai had completely exploded. The sullenness, suppression, and anger that had accumulated in his heart all these years were all vented at this moment. Qin Mubai no longer had any scruples. In front of Lin Feng, he had chosen dignity. Perhaps, everything that had happened now would set the stage for his death. But, Qin Mubai no longer cared about these things. He wanted to die before he died. He wanted to live with dignity for once. But unfortunately, this time, it seemed that he had implicated Lin Feng. Brother. In my next life, I'll do anything to repay you. Rip. A sound was heard. Qin Mubai tore off a large piece of his sleeve. Then, he threw it to Shui Yunshin. He said coldly, "A slut like you doesn't have the right to make me write a letter of divorce. Today, cutting off my robe is like divorcing my wife. You've officially been divorced by me. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other, and I have nothing to do with your Shui clan. Chapter 51-45. I've heard of this Qin Mubai. He's a complete tragedy in the past. Although he's the son-in-law of the Shui clan, everyone knows what kind of woman Shui Yunshin is. Qin Mubai is practically a cuckold. Now, he actually dares to divorce his wife. This is truly inconceivable. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Divorcing his wife is equivalent to slapping the Shui clan's face. When the time comes, the Shui clan will definitely not let him off. Immediately, a cultivator cried out in shock. When he heard that Qin Mubai had divorced his wife, he still felt a sense of disbelief. Seeing his wife flirt with another man on the street and being humiliated by his wife in front of his friends, no man would be able to take it. After all, Qin Mubai also wants to save face. In the past, he might not have dared to resist because of some misgivings. But now, he no longer has any misgivings. Naturally, he won't be afraid of the other party. Next, a cultivator said. Once news of Qin Mubai divorcing his wife spreads, it will definitely cause an uproar. When the time comes, the Shui clan won't be the only one to lose face. The Sun clan will also become the focus of public opinion. Who asked Sun Yunqiang to flirt with Shui Yunshin? This guy is really despicable. What kind of woman does he find? Why must he get together with this famous social butterfly? Now, the Sun clan's reputation will probably be ruined. When the time comes, this Sun Yunqiang will definitely be heavily punished. Another cultivator said. The surrounding cultivators were all whispering to each other about this matter. At this moment, Shui Yunshin had already gone mad with anger. Sun Yunqiang's eyes also flashed with dense killing intent. Shui Yunshin pointed at Qin Mubai's nose and cursed, "Qin Mubai, you trash. Do you know what you're doing? Who do you think you are? You dare to insult me? Do you believe that I won't let you die without a burial ground?" The moment Shui Yunshin finished speaking, Qin Mubai kicked her in the stomach, sending this fickle bitch flying more than 10 meters away. Shui Yunshin fell to the ground and hugged her stomach as she wailed in pain. B*TCH, I don't usually hit women, but a B*TCH like you can't even be considered a woman. I've already F*King divorced you. You can't ride on my head anymore, so you better be polite in front of me, Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai loudly cursed. Fuck, Qin Mubai is a real man. Many cultivators who were watching the show gave Qin Mubai a thumbs up. How could a man let a bitch like Shui Yunshin ride on his head? Qin Mubai's actions really won the hearts of the people. Kill them, said Sun Yunqiang's voice. The Sun clan was a big clan in Tianshui City. They were extremely strong. Therefore, when they heard Sun Yunqiang's order, they all rushed towards Lin Feng and Qin Mubai like wolves and tigers. Qin Mubai shouted, "Brother Lin, I'll stop these people. Hurry up and run. If you manage to escape, burn some incense for me and tell me what happened. If you don't manage to escape, I'll be your slave in my next life to repay you," said Lin Feng. Why would I need to escape? They're just a bunch of trash. Many people were dumbstruck when they heard Lin Feng. Lin Feng had called the young geniuses of Celestial Water City a bunch of small fish. Wasn't that too arrogant? The sky prides of Tianshui City were quite powerful. Brat, you're courting death. Brat, we're going to cut you into 1,000 pieces, the geniuses of Tianshui City all said coldly. Lin Feng had really infuriated them. Let them, they hated Lin Feng to the core. They just wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. That brat is going to die a horrible death, said one of the cultivators who were watching the show. That was what many people thought. How dare he humiliate the geniuses of Tianshui City? Those geniuses. They wouldn't let it go. Kneel. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Instantly, the geniuses of Tianshui City who were charging towards Lin Feng and Qin Mubai all knelt on the ground. After seeing this scene, everyone showed an extremely shocked expression. No one dared to believe that this was real, but it was all real. Lin Feng had only said the 2 words, kneel, and a large group of geniuses had actually knelt on the ground. It was unbelievable. They didn't even know what was going on. It's pressure. When he said the word kneel, An invisible pressure was released. They couldn't withstand that invisible pressure, so they all knelt on the ground, said Lin Feng. An old man said with a serious expression. Invisible pressure? No way. Why didn't I feel any pressure? Logically speaking, if he released his pressure, even if it wasn't directed at us, we should still be able to feel it. Could it be that I'm the only one who didn't feel it? Can you all sense this pressure? Immediately, a cultivator asked doubtfully. I didn't feel it either. I didn't feel it either. I didn't feel it either. One by one, the cultivators who were watching the show said. None of them felt this invisible pressure. The old man said, it's precisely because we didn't feel it that this person is terrifying. This means that this person has perfect control over his pressure. His pressure is only targeted at the geniuses. Others won't be able to feel it. After hearing the old man's words, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this too awesome? How terrifying was his control to be able to control his pressure so perfectly? It was simply unimaginable. It was simply shocking. The group of geniuses who were kneeling on the ground also came back to their senses. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. It was a great humiliation to kneel on the ground in front of so many people. These geniuses were existences who could do whatever they wanted in Tianshui City. When had they ever been humiliated like this? However, when they thought about how terrifying Lin Feng was, they didn't dare to say a word. Lin Feng was really too powerful. He was so powerful that it made their hearts tremble. They really couldn't understand how a lowly son-in-law like Qin Mubai could be so powerful. How did he get to know such an awesome person like Lin Feng? If they had known that Lin Feng was so terrifying, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have participated in this matter. It's your turn. Are you going to kneel on your own, or do you want me to make you kneel? Lin Feng said to Sun Yunqiang. Chapter 5146. Sun Yunqiang's expression became unsettled. His identity was different from those ordinary geniuses. He was a direct descendant of the Sun family. The Sun family was one of the top families in the Tianshui city. Even the Shui family did not dare to underestimate the Sun family's strength. If a top young master like him were to kneel on the ground, then he would really be finished. The family would definitely give up on him. I am from the Sun family, Sun Yunqiang said in a deep voice. He brought out the Sun family. He wanted to use the Sun family's reputation to intimidate Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was really not familiar with the Sun family. Lin Feng's enemy was the Celestial Emperor, the Crown Prince, Di Wudao, and the Heavenly Court. What was the Sun family? Not to mention the Sun family. Even the powerful and unfathomable Shui family was nothing in Lin Feng's eyes. Is the Sun family very powerful? Lin Feng asked. The corner of Sun Yunqiang's mouth twitched violently. He used the Sun family to intimidate Lin Feng, but Lin Feng did not know if the Sun family was powerful or not. It was as if he had punched cotton. The Sun family has a golden immortal level expert. A cultivator who was watching the show reminded him. Oh. Lin Feng nodded. Then he continued, hurry up and kneel down, my patience is limited. Seeing that Lin Feng was still so domineering, many people felt that their heads couldn't turn. Didn't that cultivator just remind this guy that the Sun family had a golden immortal level expert? Why did this guy? It was as if he didn't hear it. Could it be? Did this guy really not put the Sun family's experts in his eyes? That was a golden immortal. Brat, don't think that you can be impudent here just because you have some ability. Tianshui City is not a place for you to be impudent. Sun Yunqiang said coldly. You talk too much. Lin Feng couldn't help but say speechlessly. Kneel down. His voice suddenly turned cold. When Lin Feng's voice fell, Lin Feng's body suddenly emitted a terrifying pressure. That terrifying pressure directly enveloped Sun Yunqiang. Sun Yunqiang is at the heavenly immortal stage. Additionally, he possesses great talent and is capable of challenging cultivators at a higher level. It is said that he is capable of fighting against cultivators at the starry immortal stage for tens of rounds without losing. That young master wants to use his aura to suppress Sun Yunqiang? A cultivator said. That's right. I've underestimated Sun Yunqiang. I'm afraid that he'll only embarrass himself later. Another cultivator said. Brat, you think too highly of yourself. I was just about to see what you're capable of. Sun Yunqiang looked coldly at Lin Feng. He was about to rush towards Lin Feng. Then, he fought Lin Feng. But at this time, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying pressure that suppressed Sun Yunqiang. Sun Yunqiang was unable to resist. There was a thump. He immediately knelt on the ground. This is impossible. Sun Yunqiang was unable to accept this and shouted in disbelief. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all extremely shocked. An expert like Sun Yunqiang, surprisingly, he couldn't resist Lin Feng's oppressive strength. Everyone's hearts seemed to be in a state of shock. You, who are you? Shui Yunxin looked at Lin Feng in horror. Lin Feng was simply too powerful. She was scared out of her wits. Beside her, Qin Mubai also had an expression of disbelief. Wasn't Lin Feng too strong? Back then, when he was in the Sky Martial continent, he was a top genius while Lin Feng was just a cultivator who had just revealed his talent. He was not even qualified. Now, how many years had it been? He was just a small character that he had left far behind in the past. He actually needed to look up to him now. Qin Mubai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know what Lin Feng had experienced all these years to become so powerful. Lin Feng didn't care about Shui Yunxin at all. A slut. Was she qualified to talk to him? Lin Feng looked at Sun Yunqiang and the others who were kneeling on the ground, and said, "Aren't you guys very awesome? Do you think that with some strength and the support of some mediocre forces, you can do whatever you want? Isn't reality a slap to your face?" Hearing Lin Feng's address of the forces behind Sun Yunqiang and the others, many people couldn't help but smile bitterly. Those forces were not weak. To think that they were a mediocre force in Lin Feng's eyes. Perhaps, that young master really had the qualifications to say that. "We were wrong, let us go." Some heaven's prides began to beg for mercy. But there were also some who remained silent with gloomy faces. "Call Qin Mubai your ancestor and I'll let you go," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Damn, he's really a devil." Many people couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng's methods were simply too despicable. If they shouted like that, how would they be able to live in the future? Back to the clan. They would probably be severely punished by the clan. Qin Mubai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really admired Lin Feng's methods of dealing with people. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to think of such a despicable move. This little brother actually didn't hesitate to offend so many people from great powers for his friends. He's really too handsome. I really want to get to know this little brother. Yeah, this little brother is really too domineering. He's too manly. I really want to give birth to his children. Some young female cultivators muttered softly, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. Some beautiful women looked at Lin Feng with even bolder and fiery gazes. Lin Feng. Young, handsome, powerful, domineering. He was really a woman's dream. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? You're not willing to call me that? Since that's the case, I'll cripple your limbs first." Hearing that Lin Feng was going to cripple their limbs, many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They believed Lin Feng's words. After all, Lin Feng was really too powerful. These powerful cultivators naturally didn't care too much when they did things. Often, they were existences who kept their word. If their limbs were crippled, they would be crippled. In the world of cultivators where strength was respected, once a person became a cripple, they would live a life worse than death. "Don't cripple us, we'll shout, we'll shout." Some geniuses couldn't hold it in anymore and hurriedly shouted. "Qin Mubai is our ancestor. Qin Mubai is our ancestor. Qin Mubai is our ancestor." The geniuses began to shout loudly. Some cultivators who heard that there was a commotion here came over and saw a group of geniuses kneeling on the ground and shouting that Qin Mubai was their ancestor. Those cultivators were dumbfounded. Wasn't Qin Mubai a son-in-law who had been cuckolded for many years and was bullied by everyone? In front of these geniuses, Qin Mubai's status was even lower than that of a servant. Now, this group of geniuses, why were they all calling Qin Mubai their ancestor? This caused everyone to be extremely astonished. Many people were even more puzzled. They didn't know why those cultivators were kneeling on the ground and calling Qin Mubai their ancestor. Chapter 51-47. What happened? Some of the cultivators asked aloud. They had just arrived. They didn't know much about what had happened here. When the cultivators heard what had happened, they were immediately shocked. Many of them looked at Lin Feng, trying to guess who Lin Feng was. Daring to humiliate the cultivators of the Shui clan, Sun clan, and other forces in Tianshui City, could no longer be described as audacious. Therefore, many people were curious about Lin Feng. Only a ferocious dragon could cross a river. Lin Feng was definitely a terrifying cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so audacious. Besides, Lin Feng had only shown a small part of his strength. He hadn't shown his real strength yet. Regarding this point, everyone firmly believed without a doubt. Young man, do you know what you are doing by humiliating them like this? You should leave a way out for others, otherwise, you will bring trouble upon yourself. At this time, a voice suddenly came out of thin air. Clearly, there was an expert secretly threatening Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, I think these clans should be thanking me. After all, I am teaching these guys how to behave. In this world, there is always someone better than you, so it's better not to be so arrogant. It's fine if you meet me, because I don't like to kill people. If you provoke other experts, these people might have already been beheaded, and in the end, they might even implicate the clans behind them. The voice sounded again, you said they were arrogant, but aren't you arrogant? You are all just the pot calling the kettle black. Lin Feng said, I'm happy to be arrogant. If you have the ability, come out and hit me. After hearing Lin Feng's answer, many people couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng was really a shameless guy. However, if they thought about it carefully, Lin Feng's arrogance was completely different from Sun Yunqiang's arrogance. First of all, Sun Yunqiang and the others took the initiative to bully and humiliate others, but these guys were not strong enough and were instead trampled under others' feet. Secondly, Lin Feng's arrogance was because he wanted to help his friend, so he launched a counterattack. Lin Feng was the kind of person who didn't take the initiative to provoke others, but he would absolutely not swallow the insult when he was bullied. Not only would he not swallow this insult, he might even return it to the other party tenfold. Besides, furthermore, Lin Feng possessed an unfathomable cultivation base. It was not something that Sun Yunqiang could compare to. Sun Yunqiang and the others were indeed powerful. But in front of Lin Feng, they were no different from ants. In this world. After all, this was a world where the strong ruled. If one wasn't strong enough, one should keep a low profile. Don't act tough all the time, and don't think too highly of yourself. As for those experts who acted pretentious and arrogant, because he had the ability to do so. Not convinced? Sure. You can go up and trample them under your feet, or you can act cool. If he didn't have the ability, he could only hold it in. Lin Feng was currently in the situation of I'm arrogant, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. You have to hold it in even if you're not convinced. The expert hidden in the dark said coldly, Junior, I originally didn't want to make a move on you because of my status, but if you're stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Feng said, don't hold it in. If you want to make a move, then hurry up and do it. My time is limited, I don't have that much time to waste here with you. Lin Feng's attitude was still as arrogant as before. He didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. Many people guessed that the expert hidden in the dark should be a true immortal realm expert. How terrifying was such an expert? How high was his status? Naturally, it wouldn't be easy for him to make a move. Everyone felt that Lin Feng should be able to guess the other party's identity, but Lin Feng still looked down on the other party. This was what made everyone feel the most inconceivable. Of course, Lin Feng had indeed displayed extraordinary strength before, and many people felt that Lin Feng was very likely to have the strength to compete with a true immortal. However, having the strength to compete with a true immortal and not putting a true immortal realm expert in his eyes were two different concepts. Junior, today, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your elders. I won't kill you, but I will cripple one of your arms to teach you a lesson, the expert hidden in the dark said coldly. After he finished speaking, the void trembled slightly, and a cultivator walked out of the void. This cultivator was a skinny old man with a gloomy and terrifying gaze. After seeing this person, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Tianyu, it's actually him. This person is the hidden expert of the Sun family. A cultivator said. So his son Tianyu. He's an incomparably terrifying existence. It's said that he already has 1 foot in the Tao immortal realm. If he takes action, how can that young master fight against him? They're probably not on the same level at all. Then, another cultivator said. With Sun Tianyu's reputation, everyone naturally thought highly of him. In addition to this reason, there was another reason. The main reason was that Lin Feng was simply too young. At such a young age, even though he was the son of the sage emperor, it was already very heaven-defying for him to have the strength of a virtual immortal. Sun Tianyu had 1 foot in the Tao immortal realm. In addition, he was an expert with a strong foundation and had been in the Tao immortal realm for countless years. Although he had not stepped into the Tao immortal realm, he already had the strength to fight against some Tao immortal realm cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng was naturally nothing in front of Sun Tianyu. After seeing Sun Tianyu, Sun Yunqiang immediately shouted, "Ancestor, save me." At this moment, Sun Yunqiang's eyes were blood red. He had suffered such a great humiliation today. It made Sun Yunqiang go crazy with hatred. Now, finally, there was hope for revenge. He didn't believe that Lin Feng had the strength to deal with Sun Tianyu. In fact, it wasn't just Sun Yunqiang who didn't believe that Lin Feng had the strength to deal with Sun Tianyu. Basically, no one thought so. Even Qin Mubai. He was also worried for Lin Feng. Wait a moment. After I deal with this brat, I will naturally return your freedom. Sun Tianyu said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice fell. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Sun Tianyu's body emitted an extremely powerful pressure. That pressure. It was suffocating. Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't withstand that terrifying pressure and had no choice but to quickly retreat. The pressure emitted from Sun Tianyu's body directly suppressed Lin Feng. Chapter 51-48. Sun Tianyu's strength is too strong. Even the pressure emanating from his body is so terrifying. That kid won't be defeated by Sun Tianyu's pressure, right? Some cultivators cried out in alarm. That's really possible. Many cultivators chimed in. I don't think so. Although Sun Tianyu is strong now, he hasn't broken through to the Tao immortal realm. That young master of the human race has the strength of a virtual immortal. Although he might not be a match for Sun Tianyu, the gap between them shouldn't be too big. Therefore, in my opinion, it's unrealistic for Sun Tianyu to defeat that young master of the human race with his pressure. At this moment, another cultivator spoke up. This cultivator's words also gained the approval of many people. At this moment, the powerful pressure emanating from Sun Tianyu's body suppressed Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng seemed to be fine. After seeing this scene, some of the cultivators who thought highly of Lin Feng immediately said, "This young master of the human race is indeed extraordinary. He's completely fine." The cultivators who thought that Sun Tianyu could defeat Lin Feng with his powerful pressure were shocked. They realized that they seemed to have underestimated Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng, who possessed such terrifying strength at such a young age, be a simple character? Presumably, he must have many extraordinary methods. Of course, even if Lin Feng had many extraordinary methods, in their opinion, it would still be extremely difficult for him to fight against Sun Tianyu. However, these people didn't continue to speak. They were all silently observing the development of the situation. Ignorant fool! Yi Futian sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently. What did you say? Sun Tianyu thought that he had heard wrong. The cultivators who were watching the show were also stunned. Because of those words. It was really too humiliating. And Lin Feng was humiliating a powerful existence like Sun Tianyu. This was completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. Sun Tianyu had just said that he would cripple one of Lin Feng's arms. But now, it wouldn't be as simple as crippling one of Lin Feng's arms. It was very likely that he would crush Lin Feng's bones and scatter his ashes. Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng looked at Sun Tianyu mockingly. Qin Mubai, who was at the side, had a bitter smile on his face. Lin Feng really didn't put Sun Tianyu in his eyes. But Sun Tianyu was so powerful. Was it really okay to not put Sun Tianyu in his eyes? An arrogant army was defeated. Qin Mubai's heart couldn't help but feel very uneasy. Preposterous. I've seen many. But this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you, but this is the first I've seen such an arrogant person's is. This is the first ATS. Sun Tianyu looked at Lin Feng indifferently and walked towards him step by step. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Are you king idiot? You're about to cripple one of my arms. Do you think I should kneel down and lick your boots? I don't know if your brain has been kicked by a donkey, but you can still say such ignorant, shameless, and stupid words. Brat, go to hell." Sun Tianyu was enraged by Lin Feng's words, and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. Everyone wanted to see how Lin Feng would deal with Sun Tianyu's attack. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, like an afterimage, he instantly arrived beside Sun Tianyu. Even Sun Tianyu's palm strike was unable to touch Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng slapped Sun Tianyu. Pa! The sound of a loud slap was heard. Lin Feng's slap ruthlessly landed on Sun Tianyu's face. Sun Tianyu's face. Instantly, it swelled up. Sun Tianyu's eyes couldn't help but turn blood red. He, a dignified true immortal expert, was actually slapped in the face in front of so many people. This was to him. Naturally, it was a great humiliation. The rest of the people's eyes couldn't help but widen. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Sun Tianyu. He was actually slapped by that young human cultivator. That young human cultivator's speed was simply too fast. So, everybody didn't even know how Lin Feng had attacked. "I'm going to kill you." Sun Tianyu roared in anger. He punched towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was one step ahead. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Lin Feng's punch ruthlessly landed on Sun Tianyu's abdomen. That tyrannical punch directly sent Sun Tianyu flying. Sun Tianyu's entire body was sent flying. Wah! In mid-air, Sun Tianyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as a sheet. Plop! Sun Tianyu fell directly to the ground. He tried his best to get up, but then he fell to the ground and fainted. He knocked Sun Tianyu out with a single punch. "Isn't that too savage?" Exclamations of shock rang out. Everyone was shocked. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed could be described as heaven-defying. No matter who it was, they would feel as if they were in a dream. When Sun Yunqiang and the rest saw this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. It was only now that they realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. Right now, the group of people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a demon. "Brother Lin, you. Qin Mubai also became incoherent. Lin Feng's strength deeply shocked his heart, so much so that Qin Mubai's mind went blank. Lin Feng said, "Brother Qin, let's go." Qin Mubai hurriedly nodded and rushed out with Lin Feng. The surrounding area had long been surrounded by people that not even a drop of water could trickle through. But when they saw Lin Feng and Qin Mubai walking over, they hurriedly opened a path for them. They didn't dare to stop Lin Feng and Qin Mubai. After they walked out of the crowd, Qin Mubai said, "The Sun family has a golden immortal expert overseeing it. Let's leave together." Lin Feng said, "It's fine. Even a golden immortal can't do anything to me." Qin Mubai couldn't help but sigh. The current Lin Feng was too strong, wasn't he? Now, he believed whatever Lin Feng said. Lin Feng said, "Do you plan to leave by yourself, or do you plan to take that woman with you?" Qin Mubai said, "I'll take her with me." Qin Mubai's choice made Lin Feng feel rather gratified. Before leaving, Qin Mubai wanted to take that ordinary woman with him. This was enough to show that Qin Mubai's character was quite good. Chapter 5149. Lin Feng followed Qin Mubai to the leisure gathering house. Lin Feng was waiting for Qin Mubai outside. Qin Mubai went in to talk to the woman about this matter. Lin Feng did not know how the cultivators of the Shui family, the Sun family, and the other forces would deal with this matter. But no matter how they dealt with it, Lin Feng had his own countermeasures. Why would he be afraid of them? Not long after, Qin Mubai and the woman walked out together. The restaurant itself was rented and operated. The property that did not belong to Qin Mubai and the others would be due in a few months. So, he did not want the rent for those few months either. Lin Feng brought them out of Tianshui City. Go to Sin Realm and say that you are my friend. I will take good care of you there. Lin Feng said as he looked at Qin Mubai. Sin Realm. You are really that person from Sin Realm? Qin Mubai looked at Lin Feng in shock. Who didn't know the name of the Sinner's Blood Emperor? The weight of this name was immeasurable. The reason why this name was so important was because, it was not only because the Sinner's Blood Emperor was powerful. There were many powerful young geniuses. But no one's reputation could be compared to the Sinner's Blood Emperor. Why was that? Because, the Sinner's Blood Emperor was the leader of all the Sinner's Blood Emperors. There were many experts under the Sinner's Blood Emperor, and those experts had joined forces because of the Sinner's Blood Emperor, forming a powerful force that even the Heavenly Court did not dare to underestimate. This was the deterrence and cohesion of the Sinner's Blood Emperor. And now, when Qin Mubai found out that his old friend was actually the famous Sinner's Blood Emperor, his heart was naturally filled with shock. Lin Feng said, even if I am that person, we are still friends. Take her and leave quickly. Qin Mubai nodded heavily. To have a friend like Lin Feng, it was truly something to be proud of. Qin Mubai even wanted to shout out loud. However, he restrained the impulse in his heart. Qin Mubai said, you have to be careful too. I will. Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai and the woman left together. Lin Feng watched them leave and then went back to Celestial Water City. Lin Feng found a rather high-end inn in Tianshui City and rented a courtyard. Then, he lay on the bed to rest. While drinking with Qin Mubai, Lin Feng had already learned about the auction from Qin Mubai. There was still half a month before the auction. Therefore, he still needed to wait here for a while. Lin Feng's mind was now filled with the crescent moon grass, snow dragon grass, and the shadow of the pure clean water. He hoped that everything would go smoothly, and then quickly wake up Lung Zishi, this big beauty. That night, Lin Feng slept exceptionally soundly, and no one came to disturb him. However, in the morning, some cultivators came to Lin Feng's courtyard one after another. They were all cultivators from the major forces of Sky Water City. The arrival of these cultivators attracted the attention of many people. Many cultivators were watching from afar. They were puzzled. They didn't know what was going on for so many cultivators from great powers to come. Not long after, 3 cultivators came together. These 3 cultivators were all white-haired old men. Their auras were deep and powerful. With a single glance, one could tell that they were extremely terrifying cultivators. It's the patriarchs of the Shui clan, Sun clan, and Wu clan. Someone recognized the identity of the 3 cultivators. The 3 of them came from 3 top forces. They were all experts with a strong foundation. However, no one knew exactly what they were called. Generally speaking, these ancestor-level experts would not easily interfere in the affairs of the outside world. Now that the 3 great ancestor-level powerhouses had come together, it was quite a rare thing. What exactly happened? The cultivators from the great powers of Tianshui City have all arrived, and there are even 3 ancestor-level experts. Some of the cultivators who were watching the show said in confusion. The situation in front of him, it was indeed very shocking. It also filled people's hearts with doubt. I'm not sure, many cultivators shook their heads. They didn't know what was going on either. Today's matter was indeed very strange. Those cultivators. He decided to wait and see. Very soon, the 3 ancestor-level experts arrived outside Lin Feng's courtyard. Greetings, Ancestor. The cultivators from the great powers all bowed to the three ancestor-level experts. The three ancestor-level experts nodded. The cultivators then stood up. The three ancestor-level experts whispered to each other for a while. Then, the Shui clan's ancestor said, "Fellow Daoist, I took the liberty to come here. I wonder if we can talk face to face." Seeing the Shui clan's ancestor being so courteous, the cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Originally, everyone thought that so many people had come. They definitely didn't come with good intentions. But the reality was, it didn't seem to be the case. "I know who the person living inside is. I saw him enter the courtyard to rest yesterday." At this time, a cultivator said, "Who lives inside?" Then, someone asked impatiently, "Did you hear about what happened last night?" The cultivator didn't answer, but asked instead, "Sir, are you talking about the incident where those geniuses were taught a lesson last night?" Even Sun Tianyu, who tried to suppress that young cultivator, was taught a lesson? Someone asked with a look of uncertainty. The cultivator nodded and said, "The person living inside is the young master who attacked last night." "What? It's him? Heavens, he actually didn't leave after getting into such a big mess?" One of the cultivators said in disbelief. Logically speaking, Lin Feng, who had gotten into such a big mess, should have left. That was human nature. But not only did Lin Feng not leave, he even stayed in Tianshui City. It was truly puzzling. Who knows what this guy is thinking? Maybe it's because he has enough confidence in himself. Someone then said. But some of the top powers in Tianshui City have golden immortals overseeing them. This person is indeed powerful, but can he really defeat a golden immortal? Someone voiced out the doubts in their hearts. "I don't know. I wonder what the three patriarchs will do next." But judging from their attitude, it doesn't seem like they're here to cause trouble. It's truly puzzling. Those great powers suffered such a big loss, yet they're here to negotiate. A cultivator said, feeling puzzled. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the door to the courtyard opened by itself. Next, Lin Feng's voice rang out from the courtyard. "Come in." Chapter 5150. Lin Feng was waiting for them in the living room. When the three of them entered the living room and saw Lin Feng, they couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Feng was really too young. They had a feeling that they couldn't put into words. They were once as young as Lin Feng, but things had changed with the passage of time. Now, they were old and weak. Although they were all experts with a strong foundation, if they didn't have a great opportunity, it would be impossible for them to change their fate. It was also very difficult to defy the heavens and change one's fate. This was something they were very clear about. Therefore, when they saw that Lin Feng was so young and so strong, they couldn't help but feel jealous. However, they didn't express their feelings. They were all sly old foxes, so they knew how to maintain their reputation. "Please, have a seat," Lin Feng said. "Thank you." The three of them cupped their fists and said. They then sat down. Lin Feng said, "Why are you three here today?" "We are here because of yesterday's matter. Yesterday's disciples offended you in any way, please forgive us," the ancestor of the Shui clan said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This was different from what he had imagined. Lin Feng had always thought that these people wouldn't let the matter rest, but now, they were actually so humble. This really surprised Lin Feng. There was definitely something fishy going on. Lin Feng naturally understood this logic. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that this matter wasn't simple, and there might be something fishy going on. Of course, Lin Feng didn't expose them. He wanted to see what they were up to. Lin Feng said, "I didn't take yesterday's matter to heart. Thank you for your magnanimity, young master. This is a small token from us, please accept it." The ancestor of the Shui clan stood up and handed a storage ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the ring, and he found that there were 1,000,000,000 immortal stones inside. 1,000,000,000 immortal stones was nothing to Lin Feng. But when it came to actual numbers, 1,000,000,000 immortal stones. To any other force, this was a considerable amount of wealth. These powers had taken out 1,000,000,000 immortal stones to apologize to him, and they seemed to be rather sincere. Lin Feng accepted the 1 billion immortal stones. He then said, "What happened before is over, you don't need to take it to heart. However, in the future, when you educate the disciples of the clan, you should restrain their behavior so that they don't get into trouble. It wouldn't be good if the power behind them was involved." "You're right, sir. Once we return, we'll definitely restrain our disciples," the three ancestors said in unison. Lin Feng looked at the patriarch in the lead. Needless to say, Lin Feng also knew that this person was the patriarch of the Shui clan. This was because the Shui clan was the biggest power in the Skywater City. The leader of the group. Naturally, it was the old ancestor of the Shui clan. Lin Feng asked, "I've heard that the Shui clan has a long history and is good at collecting treasures. Does the Shui clan have any news about snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass?" Snow dragon grass and crescent moon grass are both extremely rare heavenly treasures. They can only survive under extremely harsh conditions, so they are extremely rare. However, I remember that there is a snow dragon grass in the ancestral lands of the Shui clan. I don't have any impression of the crescent moon grass. If young master isn't in a hurry to leave, I can send someone to the ancestral lands to retrieve the snow dragon grass. At the same time, I can help young master inquire about the crescent moon grass. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. If he could obtain the snow dragon grass from the Shui clan, then the only thing left to collect was the crescent moon grass. Perhaps the Shui clan could help him find the crescent moon grass? Lin Feng said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist. You're too polite, sir." The old ancestor of the Shui clan laughed. However, this smile of his seemed to contain a deeper meaning. An hour later, the three ancestors left. "You may leave," the old ancestor of the Shui clan said. The cultivators from the large factions and those who had come to watch the show didn't dare to linger and quickly left. However, many people were still talking about the fact that the three great ancestors had come together. In a short period of time, this matter became a hot topic of discussion. The three ancestors returned to the Shui clan. In the main hall, the old ancestor of the Sun clan said, "We've temporarily stabilized Lin Feng. Once Crown Prince Di Wudao arrives, we'll have done a great service." Ha 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 ha. Indeed, the Crown Prince, Di Wudao, after capturing that little boy, he'll force Lin Batian to come out. Once Lin Batian comes out, he'll kill him and we'll all benefit from it. The old ancestor of the Wu clan couldn't help but laugh. These people had already found out Lin Feng's identity and had even informed Di Wudao. During this time, Di Wudao had indeed been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Some time ago, Di Wudao had passed by Tianshui City because of some matters. It was said that the Mirror of Future seemed to have seen some scenes of the future. The Mirror of Future told Di Wudao, one day in the future, Lin Feng would appear in Tianshui City. And that day shouldn't be too far away from now. After hearing the Mirror of Future's words, Di Wudao roped in several of the top factions in Tianshui City. When Lin Feng had appeared, he had told him to come. Now that the three ancestors had found out Lin Feng's identity, they immediately informed Di Wudao and tried to stabilize Lin Feng. Except for Di Wudao, the three ancestors also sent the news back to the ancestral land. The three of them were all high-level Dao immortals. Although they were strong, they weren't eternal immortals. Their strength hadn't reached the level where they could pierce through heaven and earth. This time, they sent the news back to the ancestral land in the hope that the golden immortals in the ancestral land would come. If Di Wudao hadn't come and Lin Feng wanted to leave, they could ask the golden immortals to deal with Lin Feng. If Di Wudao hadn't come, if Lin Feng hadn't left, then their golden immortals wouldn't have to do anything. Although they had joined Di Wudao, if they didn't have to personally deal with the Sinner's Blood Emperor, they would try their best not to personally deal with the Sinner's Blood Emperor. After all, the power behind the Sinner's Blood Emperor Lin Feng was extremely terrifying. They were worried that the power behind Lin Feng would take revenge. What we need to do now is try to stabilize Lin Feng. We can't let him leave Tianshui City no matter what. When the Golden Immortals or the Crown Prince arrive, we can completely relax. When that time comes, Lin Feng won't be able to leave Tianshui City even if he wants to. Wonderful, wonderful. The Sun and Wu ancestors couldn't help but praise. It was as though they could see Lin Feng becoming Di Wudao's prisoner. The two ancestors couldn't help but smile coldly. Chapter 51-51. Inside the room, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged, silently adjusting his breathing. Great Immortal Sacred Martin said, "I think we should leave. The other party clearly has another goal. You have to understand the principle of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Cultivators in the world of cultivators must know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Otherwise, you'll probably die a miserable death." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you say something nice? Are you cursing me?" Sacred Martin immediately said, "I'm not cursing you, I'm just reminding you. I hope you can understand this principle and don't be too stubborn. Sometimes, you have to learn to be flexible." Lin Feng was speechless. Sacred Martin was too cautious, so it would immediately run away when it sensed that something was wrong. Lin Feng could sense that the three ancestors were up to no good, so Sacred Martin could naturally sense it as well, so it couldn't sit still. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, everything is under my control." Sacred Martin said, "I know that you have a lot of 9 heavenly lightning source pearls now, and you think that you can rely on them to be fearless. However, there are many people in this world who are difficult to predict, and their methods are extremely terrifying. Thus, you have to be careful of them. You can't be careless, especially the cultivators from these great powers. You can't underestimate them." Lin Feng said, "My confidence doesn't come from the 9 heavenly lightning source pearls, but from my own strength. Don't interfere with my business in the future, or I'll smash you to pieces." When the great sage Martin heard Lin Feng's threat, he shrank back in fear. Lin Feng's threat was very effective, so the Martin shut up. Lin Feng spent the next half a month in seclusion. He was waiting for the auction to begin. Lin Feng's goal was the pure clean aqua. As for the other items, Lin Feng didn't care. Of course, if he saw something useful to him, Lin Feng would also bid for it. The promotion of the auction was very effective. Many cultivators came for this auction. Lin Feng also came to the auction. The huge auction that could accommodate 300,000 cultivators was simply packed to the brim. Everyone was excitedly discussing the auction. Not long after, the cultivator in charge of the auction walked out. There were 2 cultivators presiding over the auction. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a beautiful woman. The 2 introduced themselves. The middle-aged man was called Zhongsun Wuhan. The beautiful woman was called Sikong Qingwan. Under their auspices, the auction items were brought out one by one. Among them, there was no lack of extremely precious items. There were even some top-grade immortal artifacts, bronze artifacts, stone artifacts, and other supreme treasures. So many supreme treasures were naturally very attractive to cultivators. Therefore, the competition in the auction was very fierce. In order to compete for some treasures, many people raised the price of the treasures to an extremely high level. Lin Feng had not participated in the competition. He did not lack all kinds of treasures here, but there were basically no treasures that could really interest Lin Feng. After about 100 auction items were auctioned, a servant came up with a tray. On the tray was a porcelain bottle. The beauty said, "Everyone, the supreme treasure in this porcelain bottle is the legendary dustless clean aqua. I believe everyone has heard of dustless clean aqua. It comes from the heavenly realm and can cleanse a cultivator's body and even their soul. In addition, dustless clean aqua is the main material for refining many top-grade immortal pills. The preciousness of dustless clean aqua is not only because of its powerful effect, but also because of its rarity. Because dustless clean aqua is too rare, dustless clean aqua has always been a priceless item. Now, this bottle of dustless clean aqua has a base price of 30 million immortal stones. Each bid must not be lower than 1 million immortal stones." After the beautiful woman's voice faded away, there was a brief silence in the auction. The base price of 30 million was indeed an extremely high price. One had to know that the price of an ordinary immortal artifact was only about 30 million. However, the base price of dustless clean aqua had already reached 30 million. Who knew how high the final price would be? Of course. This kind of item was a luxury item for countless people. Naturally, they could not afford it. However, for cultivators who needed it, it was worth it no matter how high the price was. 100 million. After a brief silence, someone called out a price. The other party was obviously not short of money. He raised the price to 100 million. This made many people feel very amazed. 120 million. Then, someone quoted a new price. 130 million. Someone called out a new price. 140 million, 170 million. More and more people joined in the bidding. It seemed that there were many cultivators who were interested in dustless clean aqua. These cultivators were basically cultivators from top-grade factions. Rogue cultivators. It was very difficult to have such powerful financial resources. However, those cultivators from top-grade factions were different. There was a powerful force behind them. They could mobilize large amounts of money. When competing for these treasures, they were full of confidence. The price of dustless clean aqua soared, and it did not take long for it to exceed 1 billion. It had already increased by more than 30 times. According to the previous auctions, the final price would increase by more than 30 times. However, dustless clean aqua was different. Firstly, it was because dustless clean aqua came from the heavenly realm. It was rare and extremely precious. Secondly, dustless clean aqua was useful for many cultivators, especially for cleansing the body and soul. It was highly valued by many top-grade experts of the major factions. Therefore, those cultivators from the major factions were still constantly raising the price of dustless clean aqua. The price of dustless clean aqua was still soaring. It did not take long for it to reach an astonishing 2 billion. Although this price had already scared off many people. However, there were still some people who continued to compete for dustless clean aqua. 10 billion. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the auction. Someone actually raised the price to 10 billion. After hearing this price, the corners of the cultivators who were still bidding could not help but twitch slightly. Chapter 51-52. Everyone looked at the cultivator who made the bid. Then, they realized that it was a young cultivator. Who is this person? Many people were puzzled. How could such a young cultivator take out 10 billion immortal stones? Was this a joke? It's him. However, some cultivators recognized Lin Feng. They were present when Lin Feng taught the group of geniuses and Sun Tianyu a lesson. Later, they heard that even the ancestors of the Shui clan, Sun clan, and Wu clan went to negotiate with the young cultivator. This matter caused a huge uproar. Many people guessed Lin Feng's identity. He's the young master who had a conflict with the Shui clan, Sun clan, and the others. A cultivator said. What? He's that person? Many people were shocked. Although they didn't know Lin Feng's true identity, they had heard a lot about Lin Feng. Therefore, when they found out that the person who made the bid was Lin Feng, who had a conflict with the Shui clan, Sun clan, and the others, many people felt relieved. Such a person. Being able to take out 10 billion immortal stones was naturally not too surprising. It was obvious. Everyone knew that this young master of the human race was determined to get the dustless clean water. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bid such a high price. I originally estimated that the highest price of the dustless clean water would be around 4 to 5 billion, but I didn't expect this young master to raise the price to 10 billion. In this case, I think the other factions will be scared away. The price of the dustless clean water should be fixed at 10 billion. At this time, a cultivator said. I think that's about the price, another cultivator said. There was no dispute about this price. This young master has bid 10 billion. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? The beautiful woman asked excitedly. With such a high price, her commission was also high. Naturally, she was overjoyed. This kind of joy. It was completely displayed on her face. The crowd was filled with people complaining. However, no one continued to bid. Even the factions who had been eyeing the dustless clean water covetously did not continue to bid. Although they also had the financial resources to compete with Lin Feng. However, it was clear that if they were to fight for it, when the time comes, the price was definitely far more than 1 million. This was far beyond their budget. Once the cost of pure clean water was too high. As for their other targets, they might not be able to capture them. Although pure clean water was rare, it was not a necessity. Therefore, those powers. In the end, he gave up. 10 billion going once. 10 billion going twice. 10 billion going thrice. Deal. After the beautiful woman's voice faded away, the dustless clean water was won by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Pure clean water, snow dragon grass, and crescent moon grass. The three heavenly treasures that could cure Lung Zix's poison. Lin Feng had already collected the first type. On the other hand, Lin Feng already had news of the snow dragon grass. He wondered if the Shui clan had already brought the snow dragon grass from the ancestral land. Should he go to the Shui clan and ask? Lin Feng was no longer interested in the rest of the auction. He directly left the auction. Someone brought Lin Feng to the VIP lounge. Not long after, the head of the auction house came to the VIP box. This person was a quasi-true immortal ranker, and his strength was not ordinary. Furthermore, he was a cultivator from the Shui clan. Young master, this is the pure clean water. Please check it carefully. If there are no problems, we can proceed with the transaction. The head of the auction house said. Lin Feng nodded. He opened the porcelain bottle and checked it. There was no problem with the pure clean water. Generally speaking, there were basically no problems with the items that were auctioned off at the various auction houses. If they dared to play tricks behind the scenes, the reputation of the auction house was completely ruined. Even the reputation of the family behind them and the power behind them was completely ruined. These great powers valued their reputation extremely, so they naturally wouldn't do such a thing as lifting a rock and smashing it on their own feet. No problem. Lin Feng said. With a wave of his hand, a ball of energy flew out. Within that ball of energy, there were many rivers of immortal stones sealed. There were a total of 100 rivers of immortal stones. Each river of immortal stones was formed by 100 million immortal stones. The 100 rivers of immortal stones added together were 10 billion immortal stones. The head of the auction house kept the immortal stones. Lin Feng kept the pure clean water. Then, Lin Feng left the auction house. Lin Feng didn't return to his residence directly. Instead, he headed in the direction of the Shui clan's residence. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the Shui clan's residence. The Shui clan's residence was naturally heavily guarded. Lin Feng was stopped outside. I'm looking for the Shui clan's ancestor. Lin Feng said. F***CK. Who the F***CK are you? Do you know where this place is? A guard said coldly. The guard commander recognized Lin Feng's identity and was instantly shocked. The guard commander kicked the guard, causing him to fall to the ground. F***CK, you don't even recognize Lin Gongzi? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyes out? The guard commander cursed loudly. This guard commander had seen Lin Feng when he was fighting with the group of geniuses earlier. However, he was hiding in the crowd. He didn't dare to come out. Now that he saw Lin Feng, this killing god, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. The guard was so scared that his entire body trembled. His face was pale as he kowtowed to Lin Feng to apologize. Spare him. Lin Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. Please follow me, young master. The guard commander hurriedly said. He led the way in front. The other guard ran in to deliver the letter in advance. The guard commander brought Lin Feng to a drawing room where a servant girl served tea. Lin Feng waited quietly. Not long after, the patriarch of the Shui clan arrived at the drawing room. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled. The old ancestor of the Shui family smiled and said, I'm sorry for making you wait. Lin Feng replied, there's no need to be so courteous. Both the host and the guest were seated. Lin Feng went straight to the point. It's like this. Have the cultivators who went to the ancestral grounds returned? The patriarch replied, they haven't returned yet. However, from the information we received, they should be back in a few days. So, young master, please wait patiently for a few more days. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right, when they come back, please inform me as soon as possible. No problem. The patriarch nodded. Then I'll take my leave. Lin Feng stood up. I'll send you off, young master, said the ancestor of the Shui clan, sending Lin Feng off. He looked at Lin Feng's departing figure and revealed a sinister expression. Kid, I'll let you live freely for a few more days. Soon, you'll become a pitiful prisoner. Chapter 51-53. Lin Feng returned to his residence. The demon lord said, looks like we'll have to be more careful in the next few days. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. There were many things that he could see clearly, but Lin Feng didn't say much. He just didn't want to talk about it. The next few days were very important for Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to come up with some countermeasures. Countermeasures to deal with all kinds of dangers. 7 days later. Someone from the Shui clan informed Lin Feng that the cultivators from the Shui clan who were heading to the ancestral land had arrived in Tianshui City. Furthermore, they brought the snow dragon grass that Lin Feng needed. Now, Lin Feng could head to the Shui clan. After receiving the news, Lin Feng didn't stay any longer and headed straight to the Shui clan. When Lin Feng arrived at the Shui clan, he felt a special atmosphere. This atmosphere was completely different from the last time he came to the Shui clan. This time, the atmosphere was different. It seemed to carry a kind of austere aura. Perhaps something was about to happen. Lin Feng remained expressionless. The guard commander still brought Lin Feng to the hall from before. Lin Feng waited in the hall for a while before the Shui clan's ancestor arrived. Together with the Shui clan ancestor was a middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator had a medium build and a square face. He looked righteous, but Lin Feng could feel a cold intent from him. Golden Immortal. This middle-aged man was actually a Golden Immortal expert. It seemed like he was a Golden Immortal expert from the Shui clan. However, the Shui clan's ancestor didn't introduce this middle-aged man to Lin Feng. He smiled and said, I'm really sorry for making you wait. Lin Feng said, Dao friend, please don't be so polite. Did you bring the snow dragon grass? The Shui clan's ancestor said, the snow dragon grass has been brought and is currently in the treasury. However, it's placed in a special treasure. Only by opening the treasure's restrictions can the snow dragon grass be taken out. How about this, you can stay in the Shui clan for a while. Once the restrictions are opened, we'll immediately take out the snow dragon grass and give it to you. After hearing the Shui clan's ancestor's words, Lin Feng sneered in his heart. At the beginning, Lin Feng did believe that the snow dragon grass was in the Shui clan's ancestral land. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was something fishy about this matter. He felt that the Shui clan's ancestor was stalling for time and wanted him to stay in Tianshui City. Lin Feng was only guessing before, but now that he saw the Golden Immortal expert beside the Shui clan's ancestor, he was sure that the Shui clan's ancestor was just stalling for time. In fact, the snow dragon grass was placed in the Shui clan's treasury and not in their ancestral land. What puzzled Lin Feng was that since the Shui clan's Golden Immortal expert had already arrived, why hadn't the Shui clan's people made a move yet? Lin Feng couldn't understand why the Shui clan's ancestor was stalling for time. However, since the Shui clan's ancestor was doing this, he must have his own reasons. Lin Feng didn't plan on wasting time here. He had already thought of a way to deal with the Shui clan's Golden Immortal expert. If they were to fight head-on, even 10 of Lin Feng wouldn't be a match for a Golden Immortal expert. However, Lin Feng had many 9 heaven godly source pearls. These pearls could play a crucial role. Of course, Lin Feng didn't show his inner emotions on his face. These old foxes were good at hiding their true thoughts. Lin Feng had been in the world for many years and had experienced countless schemes. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Feng also knew how to hide his emotions and thoughts. Lin Feng said, no problem, I'll stay here then. Alright, I'll send someone to arrange young master's residence. The Shui clan's ancestor smiled. In his heart, he actually looked down on Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was very strong, and he was also a sinner's blood emperor, he was still an emperor. The old ancestor of the Shui clan was naturally pleased with himself. He looked at the Golden Immortal expert. Although the old ancestor of the Shui clan was much older than the Golden Immortal expert, His strength and status in the clan were far inferior to the Golden Immortal Expert. The Golden Immortal Expert's lips curled into a smile, as though he was using this method to praise the Shui clan's ancestor. Lin Feng stood up and said, "There's no need to find someone else to bring me to my residence. Why don't I let Dao Friend's follower bring me there?" Hearing how Lin Feng addressed the Golden Immortal Expert, the Shui clan's ancestor's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. He couldn't help but cough dryly. He didn't dare to order this Golden Immortal Expert. The world of cultivators was a world where the strong were respected, not a world where age was respected. Only the strong ordered the weak to do things, and not the old ordered the young to do things. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man said, "All right, I'll bring Lin Gongzi to rest." "All right." The Shui clan's ancestor said. "Lin Gongzi, this way please." The middle-aged man said. "Thank you for leading the way," Lin Feng said with a meaningful smile. "Lin Gongzi, you're welcome." The middle-aged man said with a smile. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked on the way. "Shui Ziwen." The middle-aged man said. "That's a rather elegant name, it matches your temperament." Lin Feng said. "You flatter me, sir. I'm just a boor, I don't deserve such praise." The middle-aged man said. "Of course. I feel that you're not an ordinary person. Could you be a direct descendant of the Shui clan's ancestor?" Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged man shook his head, "Of course not. Our bloodline with the ancestor is already quite thin. The Shui clan's ancestor seems to be a cultivator from a side branch, right? Could it be that you're a direct descendant?" Lin Feng continued asking. The middle-aged man said with a faint smile, "Cultivators from the side branches live in Tianshui City, while those from the direct bloodline live in the ancestral land. I'm currently living in Tianshui City, so do you think I'm a side branch or a direct descendant?" Lin Feng said, "So there's such a thing. I wasn't clear about it before. The big clans have always been clear about this." The middle-aged man said. Lin Feng nodded and sighed. Yes, the big clans are indeed more meticulous in many aspects. Just like that, Lin Feng kept chatting with the middle-aged man along the way. His main goal was to lower the middle-aged man's vigilance through conversation. After all, it was extremely difficult to deal with a golden immortal. Therefore, Lin Feng had to be fully prepared and try his best to make every detail perfect. Chapter 51-54. Not long after, the middle-aged man brought Lin Feng to Lin Feng's residence. It was surrounded by lush green lawns. There were also ponds, rockery, stone bridges, and other things scattered around. The environment of this place was really quite good. This was Lin Feng's residence. Go in and see if you're satisfied. If you're not satisfied, I'll take you to other places to take a look. The middle-aged man said. Lin Feng nodded. He then entered the courtyard. There was also a hot spring pool in the courtyard. The hot spring in the pool was bubbling. There was a layer of mist lingering above the hot spring. It was like immortal mist, beautiful and magnificent. There were also some strange flowers and herbs planted in the courtyard, and the entire courtyard emitted a strange fragrance. It smelled. It was very comfortable. His mind seemed to have become much clearer. The fragrance here can actually refresh one's mind. Lin Feng said in surprise. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "There's a kind of spirit grass called the spirit-gathering grass. It can refresh one's mind and is also good for cultivation." Lin Feng sighed in admiration. No wonder they're from a big clan. I've never seen or heard of such things. Lin Feng looked like Granny Liu had walked into a big manor. He looked very ignorant. Country bumpkin. The middle-aged man couldn't help but despise Lin Feng in his heart. Although Lin Feng's identity was extraordinary and his strength was not ordinary. However, in the middle-aged man's opinion, Lin Feng was just a cultivator from the secular world. Such a cultivator naturally didn't have much experience, and Lin Feng's performance was basically as he had guessed. So, the middle-aged man was full of contempt for Lin Feng. Although he despised Lin Feng in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Actually, these are all ordinary things. Young master's cultivation is powerful, so whatever you want, it's easy to get." Lin Feng said, Let's forget about it. Luxuries can easily make people indulge in enjoyment. If that's the case, the heart of cultivation will be mixed with other things. Perhaps I won't be able to fully focus on cultivation anymore. The middle-aged man said, Sir, you're quite insightful. No wonder your cultivation is so powerful at such a young age. There aren't many people with such insight, especially at your age. You should be enjoying life, but you've chosen to cultivate like an ascetic monk. Lin Feng replied, It's far from the path of an ascetic monk. When it's time to relax, I'll relax as well. The middle-aged man asked, Young master, how do you relax? Lin Feng replied, Women. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged cultivator laughed and said, This is indeed a good way to relax. Which man doesn't love beautiful women? When I was young, I liked beautiful women. Even though I'm no longer young, whenever I see a beautiful woman, I always want to take her for myself. When he heard the middle-aged cultivator's words, Lin Feng immediately cursed him in his heart. He hadn't expected that he would be able to trick this guy into revealing his dirty thoughts. This guy was indeed a sanctimonious person. Lin Feng said, Why don't we arrange something for tonight? The middle-aged cultivator looked down on Lin Feng in his heart. However, he still smiled and said, Of course, that's not a problem. May I know what kind of women you like? I like all kinds of women. Sir, you know what I mean, right? Lin Feng said. The middle-aged cultivator was speechless. In truth, the Shui clan had nurtured many beautiful female cultivators who could win people's hearts. Most large clans would nurture such beautiful female cultivators. However, Lin Feng had actually brought up a request like all kinds of women. He was really greedy. However, the middle-aged cultivator still nodded and said, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Lin Feng said, Thank you, brother. Ha 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 ha, you're really a good person. Now, bring me inside to have a look. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and led the way into the room. Lin Feng followed behind him. The middle-aged cultivator was still looking down on Lin Feng. At the same time, he was also wondering if this guy was really the sinner's blood emperor, Lin Feng. He didn't look like someone who could accomplish great things. It could be said that the middle-aged cultivator was currently at his lowest state of vigilance. Lin Feng's lips curled into a sneer as he took out 300 heavenly lightning source pearls. The moment he took out the heavenly lightning source pearls, Lin Feng immediately retreated. When the middle-aged cultivator sensed the heavenly lightning source pearls that Lin Feng had taken out, he was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression suddenly changed. He had already regained his senses. It turned out that Lin Feng had been talking to him for so long. He had actually been trying to distract him. Moreover, he had actually been tricked by Lin Feng. This caused the middle-aged cultivator to be incomparably furious. A powerful figure like him had actually been tricked by Lin Feng. It was simply too infuriating. Of course, the middle-aged cultivator was powerful enough. After all, he was a golden immortal realm expert. To himself, naturally, he was incomparably confident. So, even if he had been tricked by Lin Feng, he was still confident that he could neutralize Lin Feng's attack. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly took out a huge light shield. The defensive power of that defensive light shield was extremely tyrannical. That defensive light shield completely enveloped the middle-aged cultivator. Boom. Then, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The 300 heavenly lightning source pearls that Lin Feng had taken out all exploded. The explosion of the 300 heavenly lightning source pearls produced a destructive force. The entire courtyard was instantly destroyed. And the middle-aged cultivator was completely submerged by the destructive force produced by the explosion of the 300 heavenly lightning source pearls. Lin Feng stood in the air, looking down at the completely destroyed courtyard. I wonder if the 300 heavenly lightning source pearls would be able to kill this golden immortal realm expert. In Lin Feng's heart. Actually, he wasn't sure. What happened? The Shui clan members in the distance were also alarmed. Just now, the earth shook. They wanted to not be alarmed. It was impossible. The Shui clan members quickly rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Ah! An angry and painful roar came from the center of the explosion. Then, the middle-aged cultivator rushed out from inside. His left arm and right leg had been blown away. Half of his body had been blown apart. Some intestines. They were even flowing out. But even so, he still didn't die. A golden immortal realm expert wouldn't die so easily. Heavens, how could this be? When the Shui clan cultivators who were rushing over saw that the Shui clan's golden immortal realm expert was actually injured so heavily, their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. "Little bastard, I'll take your dog life." The Shui clan's golden immortal realm expert roared in anger, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Chapter 51-55. The attack of a golden immortal. Naturally, it was extremely terrifying. Even though the golden immortal who attacked was already severely injured, no one dared to underestimate this golden immortal. If they dared to underestimate this golden immortal, they would be courting death. Now, this golden immortal had displayed an extremely heaven-defying combat strength. The power of that palm strike was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This guy was so severely injured, how could his attack still be so powerful? Fortunately, Lin Feng had been very cautious from the beginning to the end, so he had enough time to deal with the attack of the Shui clan golden immortal. Lin Feng had taken out the ruler's armor. Naturally, he had to be careful when fighting against a golden immortal. Therefore, Lin Feng took out this defensive magic treasure to protect himself. In this way, the ruler's armor could reduce about 60% of the opponent's attack power. Lin Feng could use some of his powerful techniques to neutralize the remaining attack power. After Lin Feng took out the ruler's armor, he connected with the magic lotus, the ruler's armor, his external avatar, the sage bone, and the golden dwarf. Suddenly, Lin Feng's strength began to soar rapidly. As his strength soared, so did his combat strength. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to feel that his every move seemed to have the power to turn the world upside down. Such a terrifying combat strength was naturally extremely shocking. Lin Feng directly condensed the shadow of the door of everlasting life and suppressed it towards the Shui clan golden immortal. Bang! Following the violent collision, the shadow of the door of everlasting life that Lin Feng condensed collided with the palm strike of the Shui clan golden immortal. After the tyrannical collision, all the Shui clan members who were rushing over couldn't help but be shocked and moved. Therefore, they saw that Lin Feng was actually evenly matched with their Shui clan golden immortal. The Shui clan cultivators naturally didn't think that their golden immortal was injured by Lin Feng. They didn't believe that Lin Feng had such combat strength. They felt that Lin Feng must have used some despicable method to sneak attack their golden immortal. When their golden immortal attacked, wouldn't it be easy to kill Lin Feng? However, the reality wasn't like that. The Shui clan golden immortal couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Although the Shui clan golden immortal's combat strength had greatly decreased due to his injuries, it shouldn't be something that a young cultivator could contend against. However, Lin Feng blocked the attack of the Shui clan golden immortal. After thinking about Lin Feng's combat strength, many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng was so terrifying at such a young age. How terrifying would he be in the future? Now that they had offended Lin Feng, many people felt a chill down their backs. If they couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would definitely bring disaster to their clan in the future. No one doubted this at all. Now, they couldn't help but panic in their hearts. "You're no longer capable. Your time has passed," said Lin Feng indifferently. After blocking the attack of the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator, he quickly moved towards him. Lin Feng arrived next to the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator and released 6 times the strength of his draconic elephant arm. He attacked the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator. "Brat, it's too early to talk big. Today, I'll let you know how powerful this seat is." The golden celestial cultivator of the Shui clan looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was a golden celestial cultivator, his physical body was indestructible. How could he be afraid of fighting against Lin Feng? Therefore, when facing Lin Feng's physical attack, the Shui clan's golden celestial wasn't afraid at all. He threw a punch which tore through the air. The strength of a golden celestial's punch was incredible. Golden celestial's physical strength was naturally different from ordinary cultivators. Bang! Two stars collided violently. Lin Feng and the golden celestial cultivator of the Shui clan collided. Their physical bodies collided. Lin Feng and the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator collided. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but the Shui clan golden immortal was like a kite with a broken string. His arm was broken. The broken bone pierced through his skin. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, the Shui clan cultivators couldn't believe their eyes. A golden immortal's physical body could break through the void. How strong was his physical body? Physical body. It could be said to be one of the trump cards of a golden immortal. Compared to other cultivators, a golden immortal's physical body had a huge advantage. Besides being a golden immortal, the bloodline of the Shui clan golden immortal also flowed in their veins. Therefore, their physical body was naturally strong. Under the support of these two factors, the strength of the Shui clan golden immortal's physical body was imaginable. But even so, when the Shui clan golden immortal clashed with Lin Feng's physical body, he was actually defeated. This was what the Shui clan cultivators couldn't accept. Lin Feng was indeed strong, but as a human, Lin Feng's biggest weakness was his physical body. However, the situation wasn't like that. Lin Feng's physical body wasn't his weakness. On the contrary, Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong. It was so strong that it made the Shui clan cultivators pale in shock. His Fa Li was strong, his sacred art was powerful, and his physical body was terrifying. In the eyes of many, Lin Feng didn't have any weaknesses. This is impossible. How can a human's physical body be so strong? The golden immortal from the Shui clan also let out a roar of disbelief. He couldn't accept this. No matter what happens to a human cultivator, it's not surprising. Because humans are a race that can create miracles. Lin Feng looked at the golden celestial immortal of the Shui clan indifferently. He quickly moved towards the golden celestial immortal of the Shui clan. He wanted to kill him as soon as possible. The Shui clan golden immortal's face turned extremely ugly. He knew that he had lost the upper hand. Therefore, he turned around and fled. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly gave chase and punched towards the Shui clan golden immortal. The Shui clan golden immortal hurriedly blocked Lin Feng's attack, but he was still sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. His injuries worsened. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He leaped out and turned into a ray of sword chi. Lin Feng used the sacred art man from the outer heavens. One sword can kill immortals. A poochie sound was heard. Fresh blood spurted out. Lin Feng turned into sword chi and cut off the head of the Shui clan's golden celestial cultivator. Chapter 51-56. The golden immortal lost. How is that possible? The golden immortal is an invincible existence. How could he lose? And he was defeated by a young cultivator. But the golden immortal was defeated, and it was a terrible defeat. What should we do next? He won't start a massacre on our Shui clan, right? Let's run away now. The cultivators of the Shui clan started discussing. Everyone had a terrified expression on their faces. Their clan's golden immortal had been beheaded by Lin Feng. That was a huge shock to them. Even the Dao immortal ancestor of the Shui clan, who had received Lin Feng before, paled. Go, go, go. The Dao immortal old ancestor was scared out of his wits by Lin Feng and didn't dare to stay any longer. He was worried that he would die miserably if he stayed any longer, so he turned and ran outside. Seeing the Dao immortal old ancestor running away, the rest of the cultivators didn't dare to stay any longer. The rest of the cultivators also ran away. Lin Feng didn't care about the cultivators who were running away, they were just small fries. He smashed the golden immortal old ancestor's body into pieces, leaving only a ball of source energy in the void. Lin Feng kept it. This was the golden immortal's source energy. If he refined it, he should be able to reach the earth immortal realm, right? Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. If he could break through to the earth immortal layer, that would be amazing. Even though there was only one level between the human immortal layer and the earth immortal layer, the difference between the two levels was huge, just like the difference between the Tao immortal layer and the golden immortal layer. Tao immortals were like ants in front of golden immortals, they weren't even on the same level. This was a huge gap. Human immortals were the same in front of Tao immortals. After all, the number of cultivators who could challenge those of a higher realm was very small. After collecting the golden immortal's source energy, Lin Feng grabbed the golden immortal's head. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The head began to beg for mercy. Just now, when Lin Feng had beheaded him, he had deliberately held back his strength. Therefore, his soul hadn't been destroyed. "Where is the snow dragon grass?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "If you don't kill me, I'll tell you where the snow dragon grass is." The golden immortal from the Shui clan bargained. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me now? You must be daydreaming." After saying that, Lin Feng directly captured the soul that was hiding in the skull. Lin Feng then threw the head to the ground. He summoned the heavenly flame. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. As the heavenly fire burned, the golden immortal's soul let out an incomparably shrill scream. The heavenly fire was extremely harmful to the soul. However, as long as he controlled it well, the other party's soul wouldn't be destroyed. There would only be unbearable pain. It was as if he was being burned by the flames of hell. Living was worse than death. Very few people could withstand such pain. "Kill me. Hurry up and kill me." The golden immortal begged loudly. He couldn't bear it. Living. It was more painful than death. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Where is it?" "In the treasury. The treasury is in the depths of the courtyard." The golden immortal's soul hurriedly said. Lin Feng didn't stop. He directly soared into the sky. Soon, he arrived at the deepest part of the courtyard. Originally, this place was heavily guarded, but now, there was no one. The people here. They had all run away. The treasury's gate was built magnificently. There was a picture of a giant dragon on it. That giant dragon was lifelike. It was as if it could fly out of the gate at any time and then become a real dragon. Around the gate, there was a terrifying killing intent that couldn't be concealed. This place was densely covered with restrictions. Once a restriction was triggered, one would be attacked by the restriction. "How do I open the gate?" Lin Feng said. The eyes of the golden immortal's soul turned. He was about to speak. Lin Feng sneered and said, "No one here is a fool. Whether you want to tell the truth or not, you should think carefully. I don't need to say more." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the golden immortal's soul knew that Lin Feng had seen through his trick. He didn't dare to lie anymore and told the truth. The left gate, the left dragon eye is the first switch, the dragon's reverse scale is the second switch, and the dragon claw below is the third switch. These three switches need to be touched at the same time to open the gate. The first switch needs to be twisted half a turn to the left, the second switch needs to be twisted to the right, and the third switch needs to be gently kicked. That's all. After hearing the golden immortal's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was actually so troublesome to set up the switches. If someone who didn't know tried to open the gate, they would definitely be attacked by the restriction. Lin Feng couldn't verify whether this guy was telling the truth or not, so Lin Feng didn't do it himself. He took out a humanoid puppet that he had refined before and let it try. The humanoid puppet went to the gate and tried according to the golden immortal's words. A loud rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the gate moved to the side. After the gate opened, Lin Feng entered the secret room. The secret room had its own space. The space inside was very big, and there were countless treasures piled up. These treasures were the treasures that the Shui clan of Tianshui City had accumulated over countless years. In addition to the treasures that the Shui clan of Tianshui City had accumulated, there were also some treasures taken out from the ancestral land that the Shui clan of Tianshui City had helped to auction and sell. Therefore, there were too many treasures here. Lin Feng summoned over 100 humanoid puppets. He let these puppets store these treasures in time and space. The puppets began to get busy, and a large number of treasures were stored in time and space. Lin Feng looked at the golden immortal's soul and asked, "Where is the snow dragon grass?" On a metal shelf in the depths, there is a white jade box emitting a terrifying cold chi. It contains the snow dragon grass. The golden immortal's soul said. Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew towards the depths. He saw that there were many metal shelves in the depths, but Lin Feng still found the white jade box at a glance because it was emitting a terrifying cold chi. Lin Feng flew over and opened the white jade box. Sure enough, there was a snow-white immortal grass inside. This was the snow dragon grass. Lin Feng put the white jade box away. The puppets were very fast. As soon as Lin Feng put the white jade box away, the puppets also took the treasures around Lin Feng into time and space. After that, the treasures in the treasury were quickly emptied. Lin Feng didn't stop. After putting the puppets away, he quickly flew outside. "You're finally out." When Lin Feng came out of the treasury, he heard a voice. Lin Feng looked over and saw a handsome cultivator. When he saw this person, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Di Wu Dao. It was actually Di Wu Dao. Lin Feng had seen a portrait of Di Wu Dao before, so he recognized him at a glance. Chapter 51-57. Di Wu Dao's strength didn't need to be mentioned. He was a super genius who could challenge people several realms higher than him. Lin Feng had heard some rumors about Di Wu Dao. For example, Di Wu Dao wasn't the son of the Celestial Emperor. He was actually the son of the Celestial Emperor and Di Wu Dao's mother. If that was the case, then Di Wu Dao's talent was much more terrifying than one could imagine. The Celestial Emperor couldn't be compared to the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor was only the ruler of the undying world in a half-higher plane, while the Celestial Emperor was the ruler of a higher plane. The difference between the two couldn't be calculated. Of course, no one knew if these rumors were true. But no matter whether the news was true or not, one thing was for sure. Since he had become a true celestial being, Di Wu Dao's cultivation level had reached an unfathomable level. Nobody knew how strong he was. Lin Feng didn't know either, but he had the impression that Di Wu Dao couldn't compete with him. When he faced Di Wu Dao, Lin Feng sensed an oppressive pressure he had never sensed before. It was even more oppressive than when he was facing a golden celestial cultivator. Di Wu Dao was really strong. "When did you arrive?" Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked. "When you opened the door and didn't enter, I was already here," Di Wu Dao said casually. Di Wu Dao looked like he had everything under his control. The current Di Wu Dao was truly terrifying. He had everything under his control, everything was beneath his eyes. Maybe only someone with such a personality would be able to become a supreme expert, right? "Why didn't you stop me from entering?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Di Wu Dao smiled and said, "Don't you think that making someone fall from heaven to hell is something to be happy about?" When Lin Feng heard Di Wu Dao, he pulled a long face. He knew that Di Wu Dao was talking about the treasures he had obtained in the treasury. When he had entered the treasury, he had been extremely happy. It had been like going to heaven, hadn't it? But when he came out and met Di Wu Dao, wasn't it like falling into hell? Lin Feng said. "You're too arrogant," Di Wu Dao said indifferently. "Arrogant? I don't think so. I'm from the same era as your father. Although you've grown fast, how could you know my methods? Hehe, you think you're from the same era as my father? Don't forget that back then, you were just a dog by my father's side. Unfortunately, my father didn't see your true face. Otherwise, everything wouldn't have happened," Lin Feng said mockingly. "Haha. You don't even know what happened back then, yet you're spouting nonsense here. How laughable." Di Wu Dao sneered. "What happened?" Lin Feng asked. Di Wu Dao's expression was indifferent. "In the beginning, I truly followed your father wholeheartedly. However, as time passed, my heart changed. Do you know why I changed? It's all because of your father. Why is it that both of us have outstanding talent, but your father has so many great opportunities, and even awakened his own fate bloodline? Why is it that so many good things happen to your father, and I can only watch as they happen to me? I can't accept it, so I want to destroy him," Lin Feng sneered. "Back then, My father had so many followers. Why didn't they act like you? To put it bluntly, you're just a selfish person. You're just trying to hide your despicable and shameless nature. Besides, didn't my father help you back then? I've heard Uncle Dugu Ya talk about some of the things that happened in the past. You've all received the blessings of fate by my father's side. You've all received great benefits, and my father has never forgotten about you. My father even changed your destinies for you. He did everything he could, but how did you repay him? You're evil and despicable, so don't try to find excuses. I thought you were a despicable person, but now it seems that calling you a despicable person is an insult to the word despicable. You're a despicable person who doesn't know how to be grateful. You don't deserve to be called a human, said Di Wudao, smiling coldly. Do you think you can change the fate of your father, your mother, and your father's followers? What's done can't be undone. Back then, I killed your uncle, and in the future, I'll kill your father. But don't worry, I won't kill you now. I can't bear to kill you. I'll capture you and use you to force your father to show himself. I want him to kneel in front of me and beg me to spare your life. I think that scene will be very exciting. At this point, Di Wudao's face revealed a hint of madness. You're a psychopath, said Lin Feng gloomily. Hee, whatever you say. All I know is that I'm the winner, said Di Wudao, smiling. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. I've heard a lot about you. I heard that your cultivation level has increased very quickly. I'm very curious. How's your cultivation level now? Let me see how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Wudao gently pressed down across the void. In an instant, a gigantic energy hand appeared above Di Wudao. That gigantic energy hand seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It moved directly towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng sensed that gigantic energy hand, his face turned pale with fright. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Di Wudao's casual attack. How could it be so terrifying? How terrifying. How terrifying. Lin Feng had heard that Di Wudao had been able to break through to the true immortal realm for a long time, but he hadn't been able to break through to the true immortal realm. Di Wudao had been accumulating more and more energy. As he accumulated more and more energy, breaking through to the true immortal realm became more and more difficult. But if he succeeded, his fighting strength would increase by an unimaginable amount. Now that Di Wudao had broken through, his fighting strength had reached a level that made people despair. Chapter 51-58. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same person as before. Therefore, in the face of Di Wudao's attack, Lin Feng was not completely defenseless. Lin Feng channeled his dharmic powers. He immediately unleashed the powerful divine ability, Eon Nullification. This was the supreme technique of the human tribe of the last era. Now that Lin Feng had unleashed it, it immediately displayed an extremely powerful force. An ancient world appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was as if the ancient spacetime had been integrated into this ancient world. Under Lin Feng's control, Eon Nullification directly met Di Wudao's divine ability head-on. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, the divine abilities of both sides collided violently. Then, something terrifying happened. Di Wudao's condensed energy palm directly broke Lin Feng's divine ability. Di Wudao. He did not use any divine ability at all. He merely condensed an energy palm. It was a very casual attack, but it was so powerful. This was completely out of Lin Feng's expectations. Therefore, Lin Feng could not help but reveal an expression of disbelief. In the face of Di Wudao's overbearing attack, Lin Feng's heart was extremely unsettled. After breaking Lin Feng's divine ability, Di Wudao's condensed energy palm continued to move toward Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng dodged Di Wudao's attack one step ahead. Di Wudao's attack landed in the air and then dissipated. Lin Feng could not help but feel a lingering fear. If he had been hit by Di Wudao's attack just now, it would have been quite troublesome. Lin Feng despised Di Wudao's character, but he had to admit that Di Wudao was indeed powerful. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, Di Wudao was no longer immortal. He was a true immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal allowed Di Wudao to undergo a major transformation. He was originally a monster like Lin Feng. Now that he had reached the true immortal realm, Lin Feng naturally did not find it strange that he had such combat strength. "Haha, you're really pitifully weak," Di Wudao said mockingly. Lin Feng replied with a cold smile, "How many years have you cultivated? How many years have I cultivated? You can't even defeat me in an instant at your level, and you have the nerve to say that I'm pitifully weak. What a joke. Are you comforting yourself? If I were at the same level as you, do you believe that I could crush you as easily as crushing an ant?" Hearing Lin Feng's mockery, Di Wudao was not angry. This guy's ability to endure was really strong. Di Wudao said, "You didn't inherit your father's modesty at all. I don't need to be exactly like my father. I am me," Lin Feng said with a cold smile. "You're a man with your own thoughts, but so what? Your fate was already sealed when you met me. Today, no one in the world can save your life." "Flowing light phantom," Di Wudao sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a phantom. This was an extremely terrifying divine ability. Once the flowing light phantom was used, it could lock onto the target's position. Then, the cultivator who used this divine ability would appear in front of the targeted cultivator at the fastest speed possible. Then, he would launch a powerful attack on the targeted cultivator. Many people didn't even know what was going on before they were defeated by the opponent. Di Wudao's control of this divine ability had obviously reached an extremely high level. When he used this divine ability, he turned into a phantom. The phantom was so fast that it was almost impossible for people to react. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to react in time and would have been attacked by Di Wudao. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's speed was unparalleled in the world, and his reaction speed was also unbelievably fast. Therefore, when Di Wudao came to his side, Lin Feng quickly retreated and put some distance between him and Di Wudao. Di Wudao's lips curled into a cold smile. He quickly chased after Lin Feng. The power of the flowing light phantom was displayed at this moment. Since Lin Feng was locked onto by Di Wudao was able to catch up to Lin Feng immediately and attack Lin Feng with a palm. After sensing Di Wudao's terrifying attack, Lin Feng's face darkened. He activated the Supreme Reincarnation Fist and attacked Di Wudao. Lin Feng activated the thousands of divine abilities that he had cultivated, continuously increasing the power of his punch. Lin Feng's punch instantly reached the peak of its power. Bang! The two sides collided again. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that an earth-shattering strength was penetrating into his body. That power instantly broke Lin Feng's divine ability. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist. It was Lin Feng's most powerful divine ability. However, it took on Di Wudao's terrifying attack. It was broken instantly. Lin Feng was in disbelief. Di Wudao was too powerful, wasn't he? That earth-shattering power crashed into Lin Feng's body and instantly sent Lin Feng flying. The Sovereign's armor dissipated a large portion of the power. The remaining power was neutralized by Lin Feng's magical immunity and strong physical body. Even so, Lin Feng still felt like his insides were burning. Cough cough. Lin Feng couldn't help but cough violently. "Interesting, but you're still too weak. Take another hit from me." Di Wudao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He struck out another palm at Lin Feng. After Di Wudao struck out with his palm, the power of heaven and earth. It quickly gathered. The energy turned into a giant energy palm. That energy palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Di Wudao. He seemed to be getting serious. That destructive giant energy palm rushed towards Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to use his divine ability to counter the attack of the giant energy palm. However, when the giant energy palm approached him, Lin Feng completely gave up on that idea. That was because the giant energy palm was too powerful. There was no way to counter it. Lin Feng quickly used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. When the gigantic hand was about to crash onto Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's expression changed. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng immediately disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. He was panting slightly. The expression on his face was unprecedentedly serious. Chapter 51-59. Before Di Wudao's arrival, the battle between Lin Feng and the Golden Immortal from the Shui clan had already attracted the attention of many cultivators. After Di Wudao's arrival, the area was completely surrounded. Even the Shui clan's Golden Immortal was killed by that human cultivator. But now, that human cultivator is being suppressed. Who is that human cultivator fighting against that human cultivator? How is he so strong? Asked a cultivator doubtfully. The cultivator who spoke clearly didn't know Di Wudao. In fact, there weren't many people who knew Di Wudao. Many people shook their heads. They also wanted to know who was fighting with Lin Feng. "He's the crown prince, Di Wudao," said a cultivator at that moment. "What? He's the crown prince, Di Wudao?" Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. Many people were shocked to hear the news. They didn't expect that person to be Di Wudao. In the Undying Realm, there were too many rumors about Di Wudao. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, Di Wudao would probably leave the Undying Realm after the Heavenly Emperor broke through to the Saint Realm. At that time, Di Wudao would inherit the position of Heavenly Emperor and become the 10th Heavenly Emperor. Then, he would take control of the Heavenly Court and become the ruler of the Undying Realm. Therefore, when people learned that the person fighting was Di Wudao, they naturally couldn't calm down. "Who's the young human cultivator fighting with Di Wudao?" asked someone else. There were even fewer cultivators who knew Lin Feng, but that didn't mean that everyone didn't know Lin Feng. There were still some who knew Lin Feng, but they didn't say much. They didn't reveal Lin Feng's true identity. However, not all cultivators didn't reveal Lin Feng's identity. Someone said, "He's the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng." The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard one after another. The Sinner's Blood Emperor. Lin Baitian's son. He was fighting with Di Wudao. Naturally, everyone had heard of the relationship between Di Wudao and Lin Baitian. Back then, Di Wudao wasn't known to everyone. Among the Celestial Emperor's children, Di Wudao was the least known. Everyone knew that the Sky Emperor had such a son, but very few people knew his name or what he looked like. Furthermore, it had always been widely rumored that this son was born after the Sky Emperor was cuckolded by the Lord of the Heaven Realm. Therefore, many people felt that the Celestial Emperor did not know his son well on purpose. There are some things in this world that are very strange. For example, many people liked to believe some rumors. Many cultivators believed that Di Wudao was born because the Heaven Realm's Heaven Lord had cuckolded the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor did not care about the Heavenly Master of the Heaven Realm, he would have killed his son long ago, right? Instead of killing his son, he hid everything about him. That was already the most benevolent thing he could do. Many people knew the story that followed. Di Wudao, who had been frustrated by his lack of success, decided to take Lin Baitian as his master by chance. At that time, Lin Baitian had no conflict with the Heavenly Court or the Heavenly Monarch. The hatred was only born later. Di Wudao only truly rose to prominence after following Lin Baitian. However, for the sake of benefits, Di Wudao later joined the mastermind behind the scenes in that unspeakable world. Lin Baitian and the others, on the other hand, ended up in a rather tragic state. Therefore, Lin Feng and Di Wudao naturally had an irreconcilable relationship. Lin Baitian's son hasn't been in the Undying Realm for long, right? He has actually grown to such an extent that he can even kill a Golden Immortal. This is truly unbelievable. A cultivator sighed. Don't think too highly of him. If he didn't use some special methods to severely injure the Shui clan's Golden Immortal, how could he be a match for a Golden Immortal with his battle strength? Someone curled his lips and said, "Although the Shui clan's Golden Immortal's battle strength has dropped after being injured, it is still extremely terrifying. Lin Feng has only cultivated for about 360 years, and he is already so powerful. What will happen in the future? Those who dare to underestimate Lin Feng will definitely not have a good ending." Therefore, when looking at things and problems, we can't just look at the surface, we have to look at the long term. A cultivator immediately retorted. Someone said, if Lin Feng is given time, he will definitely become an incomparably terrifying existence. However, what Lin Feng lacks right now is time. Since Di Wudao has already appeared, he will definitely not give Lin Feng another chance. Yeah, Lin Feng is definitely finished this time. Many people nodded and agreed with the words of the cultivator just now. Heaven-mending art. This sacred art is quite interesting. As expected of Lin Baitian's son, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. However, it doesn't matter how many tricks you have. Now, it's time to end this. Di Wudao looked indifferently at Lin Feng. All-directional nirvana. Di Wudao said. His hands formed a seal. Clearly, Di Wudao was about to use a sacred art. Di Wudao didn't use a sacred art at all when he attacked just now. Even the energy palm attack was formed casually. It couldn't be considered a sacred art. Even so, it was still very powerful. Now that Di Wudao had used a sacred art, its power had reached an unfathomable level. Lin Feng felt that things were getting troublesome after Di Wudao's sacred art was formed. The sacred art's aura was too terrifying. It was an aura that made one's soul tremble. There was no way to fight against it. Lin Feng wanted to teleport away, but he found that the space around him had been sealed. He couldn't do that. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Then, he took out the remaining 909 heavenly lightning source pearls. Then, the 9 heavenly lightning source pearls were ignited. Boom, with an earth-shattering explosion, all 909 heavenly lightning source pearls exploded, instantly destroying Di Wudao's sacred art. Then, the destructive power engulfed Di Wudao. Such terrifying energy directly shattered the void. What is that? How can the explosion be so terrifying? Even a golden immortal would be killed by it, right? Back then, was the explosion of the gold immortal from the Shui family the one that injured him? Can Di Wudao withstand the power of those pearls? Many cultivators cried out in alarm. 900 heavenly thunder essence pearls were extremely powerful. They were much more powerful than the 300 heavenly thunder essence pearls Lin Feng had used before. Therefore, when they saw the destructive energy of the 909 heavenly thunder source pearls surging towards Wudao Di, they felt uncertain. They didn't know if Wudao Di could withstand the attack of the 909 heavenly thunder source pearls. Chapter 5160. Sun and Moon Infinite Light Dome. Di Wudao was about to be engulfed by the destructive energy. However, at this moment, Di Wudao made his move. With a wave of his hand, a huge energy shield appeared in front of him. The energy shield contained a strong defensive power, as if it could block all attacks. When the majestic destructive power blasted towards him, it was all blocked by the energy shield. Lin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. The power of 909 heavenly thunder source pearls was indescribable. Lin Feng couldn't find any words to describe it. How could such a terrifying attack be blocked? Was Di Wudao really that strong? If that couldn't kill Di Wudao, what else could? At the very least, Lin Feng couldn't think of a way to kill Di Wudao. Di Wudao was an invincible existence. There was no way to kill him. Let's go. Lin Feng released empty space Dao. He wanted to leave, but Di Wudao smiled coldly. It's useless. I've already sealed the space around you. You can't leave. I told you, when you met me, your fate was sealed. Don't try to struggle anymore, said Di Wudao. Di Wudao blocked the 909 heavenly thunder source pearls and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. His body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. He was preparing a powerful attack to completely suppress Lin Feng. He didn't want to give Lin Feng any more chances because he was worried that Lin Feng had other tricks up his sleeve. He wanted to suppress Lin Feng once and for all. Di Wudao is getting serious. The battle is about to end, said a cultivator. Many people nodded. Many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, the battle was about to end. If Di Wudao became serious, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to resist his attacks. Even Lin Feng had a serious expression on his face. He was in trouble. Di Wudao was so strong that he didn't know what to do. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. It was a very frustrating feeling. Lin Feng was furious, but there were some things that he had to face. Di Wudao was someone from his father's generation and had been by his father's side for a long time. It would be strange if he was easy to deal with. However, Lin Feng had to think about how to deal with this dangerous situation. Lin Feng took out the Epoch War Spear. Perhaps he had to fight Di Wudao. Hopefully, he would be able to find a way to escape during the battle. That was the only way Lin Feng could think of. Lin Feng couldn't think of anything else for now. At this critical moment, a huge vortex appeared in the sky and swallowed Di Wudao. Di Wudao hadn't expected such a vortex to appear. Even Lin Feng was stunned. That vortex wasn't created by him, so he didn't know what was going on. However, Lin Feng could sense that the vortex was strange. It was a vortex formed by an extremely strong curse power. What were cultivators most afraid of? What they were most afraid of was curses. That was because the curse was simply too bizarre. The saying that the unknown was the scariest was very true. Therefore, even someone as strong as Di Wudao couldn't help but feel a little gloomy when he sensed the curse vortex. If it were any other power, he could have easily destroyed the vortex. However, since the vortex was formed by curse power, Di Wudao had to be cautious. He quickly formed a shield of magic power to protect his body, preventing the curse power from invading his body. The curse vortex flew quickly towards Di Wudao. Di Wudao wanted to teleport away to avoid being swallowed by the vortex. However, Di Wudao couldn't do it. The curse vortex was very strange. After locking onto Di Wudao, it followed him like a shadow. There was no way for him to avoid it. Therefore, Di Wudao was swallowed by the vortex. After Di Wudao was swallowed by the vortex, a cursed door appeared in the sky. The cursed doll flew out of the cursed door. He looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." Lin Feng was excited when he saw the cursed doll. He hadn't expected the cursed doll to be in a place like this. Moreover, the cursed doll had lent him a helping hand at a critical moment. It seemed like the cursed doll wasn't bad at all. Although it could be a little tricky at times, it was still a trustworthy companion. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the cursed doll. He entered the cursed door with the cursed doll. Then, the cursed door disappeared. At that moment, the curse vortex shattered. Di Wudao rushed out of the vortex. Damn it! Even with Di Wudao's mentality, he couldn't help but roar when he saw Lin Feng escape. He had been so close to capturing Lin Feng. He had already planned everything after capturing Lin Feng. However, it had all been for naught. It would be strange if Di Wudao was in a good mood. "Lin Feng, you won't be able to escape from me next time," Di Wudao said with a dark expression. Then, Di Wudao turned invisible and quickly left the place. Shua. In the forest, light flashed and Lin Feng and the cursed doll flew out from the void. "Damn! You're amazing. You can't even defeat Di Wudao after exchanging so many moves with him. Even the old lady who tried to scam others is impressed by you," the cursed doll shouted. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Don't mention it. I'm embarrassed. Di Wudao was too careless. Otherwise, he would have captured me long ago. I knew that Di Wudao would be very strong after breaking through to the true immortal stage, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. It's unbelievable. I really don't know how he cultivates. Is his talent even greater than mine?" This was what puzzled Lin Feng. In terms of talent, he felt that he was even more talented than his father, Lin Feng, let alone Di Wudao. However, Di Wudao's combat power was clearly above that of a golden immortal. This was what puzzled Lin Feng the most. Lin Feng felt that with his talent, having Di Wudao's combat power after breaking through to the true immortal stage was already quite good. Di Wudao's current combat power had truly shocked Lin Feng. Logically speaking, Di Wudao shouldn't be this strong, but the truth was that Di Wudao was indeed so strong that Lin Feng couldn't believe it. In terms of talent, Di Wudao is much weaker than you. However, there's one thing that you can't compare to him. This is also the reason why he's so strong. Oh, what's so outstanding about Di Wudao? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll doubtfully. Chapter 5161. You must have heard about Di Wudao's mother, right? The cursed doll didn't answer Lin Feng's question directly. Instead, it asked Lin Feng a question. Lin Feng nodded. Of course I've heard a lot about his mother, but I don't know what you're talking about. The cursed doll smirked and said, I'm talking about Di Wudao's mother and the mysterious master of the Heavenly Master. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Are you trying to say that Di Wudao's mother really had an affair with his master? Di Wudao isn't the son of the Celestial Emperor? He's actually the son of the Celestial Emperor? The cursed doll said, I didn't say that. Only the people involved would know. How could people like us know? That's why I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that Di Wudao's strength is related to the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor is Di Wudao's ancestor. Lin Feng nodded. Their relationship was similar to his relationship with Wang Mingchuan. Wang Mingchuan was his mother's master, so according to seniority, he should call Wang Mingchuan ancestor. Said the cursed doll. As a celestial master, his means are naturally terrifying, and he has countless treasures. I heard that the celestial master once killed a saint, and that saint had cultivated a holy embryo. When Di Wudao was born, the celestial master gave him the holy embryo. The reason why Di Wudao is so strong is closely related to the holy embryo. Damn, this guy is really lucky. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He was a little envious of Di Wudao. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Princess Shui Yao. She also had a holy embryo. He wondered if Princess Shui Yao had already grasped the holy embryo's power. Hehe, there's no need for you to be envious of him. You're already very strong. When you were Di Wudao's age, I dare say that you could easily crush him. Take your time. Time waits for no man. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. There was a sense of urgency in his heart. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, it was naturally a terrible thing for them to not be able to fully increase their strength. This time, he was able to escape successfully because of the cursed doll's help. But what about next time? You can't expect someone to help you every time, right? Therefore, Lin Feng really wanted to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. Go, Lin Feng said. Where to? Cursed doll asked. Go into seclusion and refine the golden immortal's origin, Lin Feng said. Hehe, looks like you're going to break through again. The cursed doll grinned. Lin Feng and the cursed doll entered the depths of the mountain forest. Then, Lin Feng found a secluded place and opened up a cave. After sealing the cave with a restriction, he began to cultivate in seclusion. With the cursed doll guarding him, Lin Feng did not have to worry about being disturbed. Lin Feng took out the golden immortal's origin and began to refine it. The golden immortal's origin emitted an astonishing energy fluctuation. When he felt the aura of the golden immortal's origin, Lin Feng even felt the magic power in his body begin to stir. The magic power in his body seemed to want to complete a transformation. In fact, some of the top Tao immortal's origin could also increase Lin Feng's cultivation. However, this kind of increase was limited to a small realm. If he wanted to break through to the Earth Immortal realm, it was impossible to do so just by using the Tao Immortal's origin. Breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm required the Golden Immortal's origin. As the Golden Immortal's origin was refined by Lin Feng, the magic power in Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's origin, Lin Feng's soul, Lin Feng's body and so on all began to transform. This kind of transformation, it allowed Lin Feng to become stronger and stronger. The fluctuations coming from Lin Feng's body also became more and more terrifying. The cursed doll glanced at Lin Feng from time to time with a shocked expression in his eyes. He could feel a terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas from Lin Feng's body. Logically speaking, breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm shouldn't be so powerful, but Lin Feng was so powerful. It was really unbelievable. No matter what happened, as long as it happened to Lin Feng, it seemed to be understandable. It wasn't the first day that the cursed doll knew Lin Feng, so he could naturally understand all of this. Lin Feng's life level had reached the edge of transformation. In fact, Many people would choose to break through to the half-step Earth Immortal realm to break through. However, Lin Feng didn't want to overdo it in this realm. He wanted to break through to the Earth Immortal realm directly. In time and space, the immortal mountains piled up by the high-grade immortal stones burned directly. After the high-grade immortal stones burned, they produced a large amount of energy. The energy continuously poured into Lin Feng's body. A cultivator's breakthrough wasn't something that could be achieved just because he wanted to. Being a cultivator was a profession that drank money the most. Without money, there was no need to talk about breaking through. What were immortal stones? For cultivators, immortal stones were money. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more immortal stones one needed to break through. So why was it so difficult for a top expert to appear among the rogue cultivators? It was mainly because rogue cultivators couldn't get enough cultivation resources. For example, a rogue cultivator had accumulated enough and was about to break through. He needed 100 million immortal stones to break through. If he had 100 million immortal stones, he might not be able to break through successfully. However, it could also greatly increase the success rate of this rogue cultivator. If he didn't have 100 million immortal stones, that would be terrible. If he wanted to break through, he would think about it in his next life. If it was a cultivator from a big sect, it would be different. They basically wouldn't need to worry about the cultivation resources they needed to break through. If they were talented, they would be heavily nurtured by their sect. All these years. Everything about Lin Feng. He had worked hard on his own. Although Lin Feng had established many forces, to be honest, Lin Feng would often take out a lot of cultivation resources to maintain the operation of these forces. He had never drawn wealth from these forces. In essence, this was the case. Lin Feng was still a rogue cultivator. It was indeed not easy for him to be able to fight his way to where he was now. At this moment, the light of tribulation flickered between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Lin Feng was about to transcend the tribulation. The real tribulation had yet to begin. The most dangerous time was when he was transcending the tribulation. When he was transcending the tribulation, he would need more immortal stones. Of course, Lin Feng didn't lack immortal stones. Even 1 trillion immortal stones were nothing to Lin Feng. The cursed doll flew out. After seeing the rolling lightning sea outside, he couldn't help but gasp. This was because he had seen many thunder gods in the thunder ocean. For example, the war god, mighty miracle god, and other gods condensed from lightning. Damn, the lightning tribulation hasn't started yet and there are already so many gods in the lightning sea. What kind of tribulation is this guy going to transcend? Could it be the end of the gods? The cursed doll thought of a legendary tribulation. But when he thought of that tribulation, the cursed doll quickly shook his head. He didn't dare to believe that Lin Feng would transcend such a tribulation. The end of the gods. It was the tribulation when one broke through to the saint realm. Moreover, among the cultivators who broke through to the saint realm, those who transcended the end of the gods were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Any cultivator who transcended such a tribulation. Basically, they died in the tribulation. Lin Feng had only broken through to the earth immortal realm. How could he transcend a tribulation like the end of the gods? However, as time passed, more and more gods condensed in the lightning sea and the gods condensed became stronger. He increasingly felt that this tribulation was really the end of the gods in the legends. At this moment, Lin Feng walked out of the cave and quickly flew into the sky. Lin Feng was ready to transcend the tribulation. Chapter 5162. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy because it had personally witnessed how Lin Feng had transcended the tribulation. The cursed doll was certain that the tribulation was the legendary doomsday of the gods. However, it was still resolved by Lin Feng. Many people would definitely die when facing such a tribulation. How did Lin Feng, a human immortal, successfully transcend the doomsday of the gods? Even now, the cursed doll still didn't understand why he had successfully transcended the tribulation. After breaking through to the earth immortal realm, Lin Feng seemed to have changed a little, but the cursed doll couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. However, The cursed doll was certain that Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. The Earth Immortal Realm wasn't something a human Immortal Realm cultivator could compare to. As for strength, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Lin Feng said weakly, "Find a place, I need to recover properly." Lin Feng looked quite miserable right now. His body was covered in wounds. If it wasn't for his undying bloodline, he would have died countless times during the tribulation. Luckily, he had passed the Kalpa test of the God's tribulation. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation level was at the first Earth celestial layer. Lin Feng's soul was at the top of the Tao celestial layer. Lin Feng's physical body had broken through to the golden celestial immortal layer. Lin Feng's physical strength was comparable to that of a golden celestial cultivator. Lin Feng's physical strength was comparable to that of a golden celestial cultivator. Lin Feng's physical strength was comparable to that of a golden celestial cultivator. The current Lin Feng. His battle strength had increased many times compared to before his breakthrough. Lin Feng and the cursed doll left together and found a secluded place. Lin Feng went into seclusion to recuperate. After about 5 days, Lin Feng's body had fully recovered. After recovering, Lin Feng's face was full of joy. The feeling of breaking through to the Earth Immortal Realm was too good. Of course, Lin Feng didn't feel proud because he had broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm. So what if he was in the Earth Immortal Realm? He still had a long way to go. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he would only be able to relax after breaking through to the true Immortal Realm. Lin Feng believed that once he broke through to the true Immortal Realm, killing Di Wudao wouldn't be much of a problem. Lin Feng was still confident about this. As for now, he would try his best to avoid conflict with Di Wudao. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after he broke through. Di Wudao still had the 9 stone swords. Lin Feng had always wanted to kill Di Wudao and snatch his 9 stone swords. Perhaps that day would come very soon. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng left with the cursed doll. On the way, Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" The cursed doll replied, "I've already dealt with some matters, so I don't know what to do now." "What do you plan to do?" Lin Feng replied, "There are many things I need to do. I need to find the crescent moon grass, the emperor brush, the stone sutra, and so on." Crescent moon grass? You want to find crescent moon grass? I know where to find crescent moon grass. The cursed doll replied. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The cursed doll actually knew where to find crescent moon grass. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. Lin Feng was in a hurry to find crescent moon grass to cure Lung Zish's poison. Now that he had the dustless technique and the snow dragon grass, he only needed crescent moon grass. As long as he could find crescent moon grass, Lung Zishi would be able to wake up. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, "Where can I find crescent moon grass?" "There's a place in the outer seas called the Immortal Moon Valley. The Immortal Moon Valley has crescent moon grass there, but it's extremely dangerous. It's a famous place in the outer seas, so very few people dare to enter." The cursed doll explained. "It's fine. Let's go take a look." "May I know which sea region you're talking about?" Lin Feng asked. "The Western Sea." The cursed doll replied. Lin Feng said, "Then we're not too far from the Western Sea." Lin Feng and the cursed doll headed to the Western Sea together. Lin Feng still remembered that he had agreed to go to the place where ancestor Samsara had fallen with Daoist Qing Shan and the other 3 experts. The 4 experts had already gone out to sea to search for the place where ancestor Samsara had fallen. They would inform him once they found the place. However, he had yet to receive any news from them. The 4 experts had also gone to the Western Sea. He didn't know if he would be able to meet the 4 experts there. It would be even better if he could meet them. Then, he could enter the place where ancestor Samsara had fallen. It was said that there was an entrance to the reincarnation passage there. Lin Feng was very worried about Feng Yaoguang's safety. Therefore, he wanted to enter the reincarnation passage to find Feng Yaoguang. However, entering the reincarnation passage was easier said than done. Entering the place where ancestor Samsara had fallen? There was one way. According to the 4 experts, The news that there was an entrance to the reincarnation passage was much more reliable than the news that there was an entrance to the heaven-devouring secret realm. 3 months later, the ancient ship, Shenyuan, jumped through space-time and arrived at the overseas world. In order to save time, Lin Feng had been burning immortal stones to supply the ancient ship with a steady stream of immortal stones. This way, the ancient ship could continue to jump through space-time without stopping. The amount of immortal stones consumed each day was more than 1 million. The number of immortal stones consumed in 3 months was about 100 million. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear such an expenditure, but for Lin Feng, this amount of immortal stones was nothing. In the overseas world, blue waves rippled as far as the eye could see. The ancient ship, Shenyuan, was flying at high speed. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked, "You came to the overseas world before this?" "Yes." The cursed doll nodded. "What's the matter?" Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll replied, "I'm not telling you." Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "Is there a need to be so secretive?" At that moment, a violent fluctuation came from ahead. After sensing it, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The fluctuation was too powerful. Lin Feng felt that it was definitely caused by a battle between 2 peerless experts. Otherwise, the fluctuation wouldn't be so terrifying. Chapter 5163. Lin Feng was naturally very curious. Therefore, he issued an order to the humanoid puppet controlling the ancient starship Shenyuan. The humanoid puppet sped up. It rushed forward quickly. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the periphery of the battle. A sun appeared in the void. The sun was extremely hot. At this moment, 5 cultivators were besieging the sun. One of the cultivators was a middle-aged man with wings on his back. The middle-aged man was surrounded by terrifying lightning power. The middle-aged man was a cultivator of the Thunder God clan. Among the 9 generations of Thunder Gods, the first Thunder God seemed to be a cultivator with wings on his back. Therefore, the other party should be a descendant of the first Thunder God. The second cultivator was a cultivator of the Dragon clan. He looked quite young, but in fact, he had been cultivating for a very long time. He just looked young. He had transformed into a human form, but there were dragon horns on his head. He looked very handsome and his combat strength was unusually tyrannical. The third cultivator was a demon Dao expert. In the Undying Realm, although Lin Feng didn't see many demon experts, Lin Feng did come into contact with some demon experts. Lin Feng didn't know the demon expert in front of him. He was about 2 meters tall and burly, and wore a loose demon robe. The aura on his body was terrifying. This person was definitely a powerful existence. The fourth cultivator was a demon expert. He wore a grey robe and a bamboo hat. That bamboo hat was not an ordinary bamboo hat. Ordinary bamboo hats couldn't resist the detection of a cultivator's divine sense, so there was basically no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. However, the bamboo hat worn by this cultivator was obviously different. The bamboo hat worn by this cultivator could block the detection of other cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know what this person looked like. As for the 5th cultivator, she was a female cultivator with her face covered. Her figure was really hot and sexy. Since he couldn't see her face, he didn't know whether she was a beauty or not. However, judging from her hot figure, she should be a top-notch beauty. As for the sun that was being besieged, naturally, it wasn't the real sun. What was it exactly? Lin Feng didn't know either, but that thing really did look like a miniature sun. The cultivation of the 5 experts was very strong. They displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. However, when their attacks hit the sun, they seemed to be swallowed and absorbed by the sun. That sun. It was truly extraordinary. What do you think is inside that sun? Lin Feng asked the cursed doll. The cursed doll shook its head and said, "It's hard to say. The light has blocked the probing of my divine sense, so I don't know what's inside." Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. Although he didn't know what was inside the sun, Lin Feng could feel that it was extraordinary. That thing, could it be a powerful magic treasure? At this time, the sun began its counterattack. The sun shone with a dazzling light. Each beam of light could pierce through the void. It was so powerful. It was truly frightening. Beams of light shone on the 5 experts who were besieging the sun. The 5 experts tried to resist. Unexpectedly, he was also forced into a fluster by the beams of light. What a powerful attack. That sun is really extraordinary. Lin Feng was shocked. However, the cultivation of the 5 experts was also very strong. Therefore, although they were in a sorry state, they weren't injured. Although the sun's attack was very powerful, it obviously couldn't last for long. Since it couldn't last for long, then they had to end the battle quickly. However, the sun obviously couldn't end the battle in a short time. It wouldn't be easy to injure the 5 experts, so the sun didn't intend to continue fighting. After the sun broke through the encirclement, it quickly rushed outside. Chase, one of the experts said coldly and took the lead to chase after the sun. Then, the other 4 experts quickly chased after the sun. As for the ancient starship Shenyuan, it was directly ignored by the 5 experts. As long as it didn't hinder them. They couldn't care less about the origins of the ancient starship Shenyuan. The sun and the 5 experts left one after the other. The cursed doll said, "Why don't we chase after them and take a look?" Lin Feng said, "Forget it. Those 5 experts are very strong, and their origins are probably extraordinary. We still have things to deal with, so there's no need to get into a dispute with them." The cursed doll thought about it and agreed. Therefore, it didn't mention this matter again. "How much longer do we need to reach the immortal moonstream you mentioned?" Lin Feng asked. The immortal moonstream is in the central region of the West Sea, and we're currently in the outer region of the West Sea. If we're fast, we'll need a month. If we're slow, we'll need even longer. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. For the rest of the journey, the ancient starship Shenyuan continued to travel at full speed. After a month, they were very close to the immortal moonstream. The ancient starship Shenyuan stopped on an island that was only 300 kilometers away from the immortal moonstream. Lin Feng had originally planned to go directly to the immortal moonstream, but the cursed doll wanted to rest on the island for a day. They had spent 4 months traveling without stopping, so it was indeed very tiring. Lin Feng agreed. This island was called the Immortal Moon Island. The Immortal Moon Island was very large, and it was the closest gathering place for cultivators to the immortal moonstream. Although the immortal moonstream was a dangerous place, there were many precious resources in the surrounding 300 kilometers. Therefore, this place attracted a large number of cultivators. Many cultivators took the risk to dive into the sea to find all kinds of precious treasures and sell them. On the immortal Moon Island, there were many shops that bought all kinds of rare treasures. In addition to the shops, there were also many large merchant guilds. The large merchant guilds had a lot of materials and were also collecting all kinds of rare treasures. Many large merchant guilds bought things here and then transported them to inland areas. Price, usually, they could earn several times the price. They made a lot of money. After Lin Feng and the cursed doll landed on the immortal Moon Island, they went to find a place to rest. Lin Feng, the overseas world is where you'll be buried. Lin Feng didn't notice that a cold gaze was secretly staring at him. The existence uttered an eerie and venomous voice. Chapter 5164. Lin Feng naturally didn't notice that someone was secretly watching him. As Lin Feng walked down the main street, he could feel all sorts of worldly auras assaulting his senses. The sounds of hawking could be heard everywhere, and it didn't seem like the world of cultivators at all. Instead, it seemed like the world of mortals. The world of cultivators was usually quieter, and there wasn't much noise like this. Only the world of mortals would be like this. It was like a huge market. There are many rare treasures here. If there's anything you like, you can sell it, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng said, I've taken a look, and there are indeed many strange things here. However, I'm not interested in those things. Once we find a place to stay, I'll take you to the precious treasure pavilion. Perhaps you'll find something you like there, the cursed doll said. You might find something there, the cursed doll said. Precious treasure pavilion? What's that place? Lin Feng asked in surprise. The cursed doll said, it's a chamber of commerce set up by the West Sea Dragon Palace. There are many precious treasures there. The West Sea Dragon Palace controls the West Sea world, and many treasures that cultivators can't mine can be mined by the people of the West Sea Dragon Palace. That's why there are many things in the precious treasure pavilion that can't be found outside. Lin Feng said, "Do you remember that dragon expert we saw before? I wonder if he's from the West Sea Dragon Palace." The cursed doll naturally remembered that dragon expert. Previously, when the 5 great experts had attacked the sun, one of them had been a dragon expert. The cursed doll said, "That's indeed possible. After all, most of the dragon cultivators who are active in the West Sea world are dragon cultivators from the West Sea Dragon Palace. Of course, there are also dragon cultivators from outside." Lin Feng nodded and asked, "What kind of power is the West Sea Dragon Palace?" The cursed doll said, "We're currently in the central region of the West Sea world, and the Dragon Clan controls a large portion of the inner region. The central region and outer regions are also controlled by the Dragon Clan. Even though there are many factions in the West Sea world, the Dragon Clan is definitely the most powerful faction. It's a faction that no one dares to offend. The Dragon King of the West Sea was an expert from ancient times, and it's said that the Dragon King of the West Sea has many different battle forms. Each battle form has a terrifying power, so the Dragon King of the West Sea is a terrifying existence." Different battle states? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. He did not know what the cursed doll meant. What were the different battle states? Lin Feng, on the other hand, was very curious about this. Although the Immortal Moon Island was huge, there were too many cultivators going in and out of the Immortal Moon Island. There were more cultivators in the West Sea world to begin with, and the Immortal Moonstream was rich in resources, attracting a large number of cultivators. Naturally, everyone would rest on the Immortal Moon Island. Thus, the inns on the Immortal Moon Island were almost full. Even after searching through many inns, they were still unable to find an empty room. In the end, however, they managed to find a place to stay. This time, it was not an individual courtyard, as the individual courtyard was already full. This time, the inn was a guest room, and there was only one room. Lin Feng, on the other hand, did not mind. He was a person who could enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. He was also someone who could live a happy life. Not to mention, the current environment was quite good. It was not something that could be compared to spending the night in the forest. After resting for a while, at night, the cursed doll called Lin Feng to the precious treasure pavilion. "Do you know about the clam girl?" The cursed doll asked Lin Feng with a smile. "I've heard of her." Lin Feng nodded. The maidservants in the precious treasure pavilion are all clam girls. Those clam girls have hot bodies and gentle personalities. They are the most suitable candidates to be wives. Maybe you can buy a clam girl to be your personal maidservant. She will serve you wholeheartedly," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. What kind of person did the cursed doll think he was? The precious treasure pavilion was located in the busiest city center. There were many large chambers of commerce there. People came and went, and it was very lively. However, the precious treasure pavilion was like a crane in a flock of chickens. The other chambers of commerce only had 7 floors at most, but the precious treasure pavilion had 16 floors. At that moment, a large number of cultivators came and went. The first floor of the precious treasure pavilion is the exhibition hall and the consultation hall. The second to fourth floors of the precious treasure pavilion are ordinary treasures. The 5th to 7th floors are precious treasures. The 8th to 10th floors are rare treasures. The 11th to 13th floors are treasures from the bottom of the sea. The things on the 14th floor are even more precious. Ordinary people can't go to the 14th floor. The 15th floor is where the trade fairs and auctions are held. There's a special passage that leads to the 15th floor. You can't go up by stairs. The 16th floor is where the higher-ups of the precious treasure pavilion rest. After hearing the cursed doll's explanation, Lin Feng had a better understanding of the precious treasure pavilion. He could not help but nod. Lin Feng was also very interested in the precious treasure pavilion. He wondered if he could find some good things in the precious treasure pavilion. After a short while, Lin Feng and the cursed doll arrived at the precious treasure pavilion. A clam girl walked towards the two of them with light steps. This clam girl had a tall and voluptuous figure. She was wearing a long white dress. Her face looked gentle and beautiful. Her pair of big watery eyes looked very beautiful and pitiful. She had a pair of huge clamshells on her back. The clam girl came to Lin Feng and the cursed doll's side and bowed to them. She then stood up and asked, "Young masters, are you here to sell something? Or are you here to buy something?" Cultivators were usually very busy. Therefore, they usually went to the big chamber of commerce with a purpose. There were also people like this who had nothing better to do, but there were not many of them. Therefore, cultivators were very straightforward when they spoke. The cursed doll said, "Of course we're here to buy something. This young master beside me is lacking in everything except immortal stones. He has no problem emptying your precious treasure pavilion." The cursed doll had just arrived and was already bragging. "You're bragging, aren't you? Brother, you should control your bragging. Don't brag too much. When it comes to bragging, I admire you." Some of the cultivators around them heard the cursed doll's words and started talking. They naturally did not think that the cursed doll was telling the truth. They all thought that the cursed doll was bragging. The clam girl who received Lin Feng and the cursed doll was all smiles. She did not show any disdain for the cursed doll. Her attitude was very professional. Chapter 5165. Go away, what does this have to do with you? You're all poor, so you're very different from us. The cursed doll curled its lips. Damn it, we're indeed different from you. We're not as good at bragging as you are, someone said sarcastically. The cursed doll rolled its eyes. Then, it couldn't be bothered with them anymore. Lin Feng didn't have the mood to deal with those cultivators either. He looked at the clam girl who had received them and said, "Bring us around." "Young masters, please follow this servant," the clam girl said respectfully. The clam girl said respectfully before leading the way. Lin Feng and the cursed doll followed. The clam girl followed behind. The cursed doll was born with a gossipy heart. It smiled and asked, "What's your name?" The clam girl said, "We're not famous here, so this number is my name." The clam girl pointed at a name tag on her waist, which had the word 8 written on it. This meant that the clam girl was 8. The cursed doll immediately said, "Damn it, the precious treasure pavilion is so inhumane. They don't even let you call them by their names. This kind of behavior is really intolerable. If I see the pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion, I'll definitely report this to him." The clam girl said, "The pavilion master wants us to work hard wholeheartedly. That's why we're doing this." Lin Feng asked, "Are you training in the precious treasure pavilion?" The clam girl nodded and said, "Yes, we'll be training in the precious treasure pavilion for 100 years. When the training is over, we'll receive different rewards according to our performance." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. This was similar to what he had imagined. The cursed doll said, "Training is good. If you're training, you'll be free. You're so good looking. Do you have a man?" After hearing the cursed doll's words, Lin Feng was speechless. This guy, how vulgar. How could he ask someone like that? She was a girl, sure enough. The clam girl blushed slightly, but she still shook her head and said, "I'm focused on training, so I've never thought about that." The cursed doll said, "That's not right. You have to be prepared for the future." "That's good. Let me introduce you to this young master beside me. He has a good character, is handsome, and has a lot of money at a young age. His character is excellent, and his future is limitless. Now, he can't even be called a potential stock anymore. He's now an overlord. Why don't you go with him? Tonight, when the rice is cooked, you'll be rich." The clam girl stole a glance at Lin Feng when she heard what the cursed doll said. The young master in front of him was indeed very handsome. However, did this young master have a great background? The clam girl's face turned even redder. Lin Feng glared at the cursed doll and said, "If you dare to spout nonsense here again, I will tear your mouth apart." "Hehe, I was just joking to liven things up." The cursed doll grinned. However, he did not continue on this topic. With the clam girl leading the way, Lin Feng and the cursed doll headed up. When they reached the second floor, Lin Feng looked around but did not see any treasures. He and the cursed doll did not stop and continued to head up. On the 5th floor, Lin Feng saw a special crystal. It was a kind of azure crystal, which looked very beautiful. The clam girl introduced, "Young master, this is the deep-sea Shen crystal. This kind of deep-sea Shen crystal is quite special. It can store magic power and even some divine abilities." "Oh, it has such a miraculous effect." Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. If it was really as the clam girl said, then the deep-sea Shen crystal was really a good thing. "Yes." The clam girl nodded and said, "Deep-sea Shen crystals are very difficult to mine, so they are quite expensive. One deep-sea Shen crystal costs 100,000 immortal stones. It's not expensive, only 100,000. We can afford it even if it's 1,000,000. The cursed doll seemed to be very rich. Lin Feng was indeed interested in the deep-sea Shen crystal. Because Lin Feng had many women, Lin Feng was not by their side most of the time, so he was naturally worried about their safety. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to make some deep-sea Shen crystals. He wanted to use them to seal some powerful spells and spells inside them. Then, he would give them to his women. If they were in danger, they could activate the deep-sea Shen crystals and release the sealed divine abilities. In this way, it would be equivalent to a full-force attack. Even if it could not kill the opponent, it should be able to buy time for them to escape. Lin Feng asked, "How many of these deep-sea Shen crystals do you have?" The clam girl said, "Not many. Including the deep-sea Shen crystals in the storage, we have about 100. That's quite a small number." Lin Feng could not help but sigh. One deep-sea Shen crystal could probably only seal one divine ability, so Lin Feng naturally wanted to get more deep-sea Shen crystals. He would only be able to rest assured if he gave 8 or 10 deep-sea Shen crystals to a woman. Unfortunately, the other party did not have many deep-sea Shen crystals. "Take out all the deep-sea Shen crystals in the storage. I want them all," Lin Feng said. Hearing this, the clam girl was delighted. Including the 100 or so deep-sea Shen crystals in the storage, one deep-sea Shen crystal cost 300,000 immortal stones, so 100 deep-sea Shen crystals would be 30 million immortal stones. Normally, the clam girl would not necessarily have 30 million immortal stones in sales in a month. But today, a customer had brought her a 30 million immortal stones order. The clam girl was naturally happy. This was extremely important for her performance evaluation. "Young master, please wait for a moment. I will go to the storage and get these deep-sea Shen crystals," the clam girl said. "All right, go ahead," Lin Feng said. After the clam girl left, Lin Feng and the cursed doll waited there. Not long after, the clam girl returned. She was accompanied by an old man. This old man was also a cultivator from the Dragon Palace. He was transformed from a deep-sea dragon turtle. In the storage room. When taking things from the storage room, if the amount was not too large, the dragon turtle elder would not come out personally. Instead, he would send a deacon out to check. However, the transaction today had reached 30 million immortal stones. This was already a huge fortune. Therefore, the dragon turtle elder came out personally. "Young masters. This is the dragon turtle elder in charge of the precious treasure pavilion storage room." The clam girl introduced the dragon turtle elder to Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The dragon turtle elder had a smile on his face the whole time. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Young masters, the items are here. There are a total of 103 deep-sea Shen crystals. Young master, you only need to pay 30 million immortal stones." The dragon turtle elder was a smart person. He took the initiative to give Lin Feng a discount of 900,000 immortal stones. Although Lin Feng did not lack the 900,000 immortal stones, since the dragon turtle elder was being nice, Lin Feng naturally could not refuse the dragon turtle patriarch's kindness. Therefore, he accepted it with a clear conscience. Lin Feng waved his hand and a ball of magic power surged out. A river of immortal stones was sealed by Lin Feng. That river of immortal stones was exactly 30 million immortal stones. Chapter 5166. There are a total of 30 million immortal stones here. Elder Dragon Turtle, please take a look. Lin Feng flicked his finger. The ball of light containing 30 million immortal stones flew towards Elder Dragon Turtle. Elder Dragon Turtle checked and found that there were indeed 30 million immortal stones. A smile appeared on his face. He put away the 30 million immortal stones and said, "How about I accompany you for a walk?" The cursed doll curled its lips and thought, "With a beauty accompanying us, who wants an old man like you to accompany us?" Of course, it did not say this out loud. Otherwise, it would really offend Elder Dragon Turtle. The cursed doll was not stupid. It knew that it was better to keep a low profile in someone else's territory. If it offended its master, wouldn't it be asking for trouble? Lin Feng said, "Of course. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Dragon Turtle." "You're welcome, young master," Elder Dragon Turtle said with a smile. He did not ask about Lin Feng's identity because some people hated being asked about their identity. Elder Dragon Turtle was very clear about this. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Elder Dragon Turtle would not ask about the identity of the customer. It could make the customer happy. This way, he could sell more things. If the overall performance was good, Elder Dragon Turtle would get a lot of commission. His commission was much higher than the clam girls or the deacons. Cultivators were more focused on profits. The reason for this was that there was no other way. In the world of cultivators, not everyone was like Lin Feng, who treated money like dirt. It was mainly because Lin Feng was too rich, so he was not particularly obsessed with cultivation resources and immortal stones. As for the other cultivators, usually, when they cultivated and broke through, they would need to consume a lot of immortal stones. Therefore, they were very obsessed with immortal stones. Immortal stones were hard to earn. Elder Dragon Turtle and the clam girls brought Lin Feng and the cursed doll to walk around. Who are those two guys? Even Elder Dragon Turtle personally came out to accompany them. How can they be so important? A cultivator whispered. I don't know them. They're probably young masters from some big family. Someone said. Many cultivators were discussing this matter. Elder Dragon Turtle rarely accompanied people to walk around the treasure pavilion. Therefore, when he saw the Dragon Turtle accompanying Lin Feng and the cursed doll to the treasure pavilion, they guessed that Lin Feng and the cursed doll's identities were not ordinary. The cursed doll said, "Does your precious treasure pavilion have any special or rare treasures? The rarer and more precious the item, the better. We lack everything, but we don't lack immortal stones." The Dragon Turtle ancestor smiled. "Then let's go directly to the 14th floor. The things there are all precious treasures." "Alright, let's go to the 14th floor to take a look," Lin Feng said. The clam girl led the way. Everyone came to the elevator and took it to the 14th floor. Very soon, the four of them arrived at the 14th floor. The 14th floor was very large, but it seemed very empty. Every treasure was sealed in a crystal container. As for the crystal vessel, it was protected by a powerful restriction. This was to prevent the treasure from being stolen. He was a thief. There were a lot of them. There weren't many customers on the 14th floor either. The customers who could come here were obviously people of extraordinary status. The Dragon Turtle Elder smiled and said, "Young masters, the treasures here are all treasures among treasures. The prices are extraordinary." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he walked inside. Lin Feng looked at the nearest treasure and realized that it was a blood coral. The Dragon Turtle Elder said, "This blood coral is different from ordinary blood corals. Firstly, this blood coral has been growing for 1.73 million years, which is extremely rare. Secondly, this blood coral has been absorbing the cold energy of the deep sea for a long time. This cold energy can change a woman's body and make her more beautiful. Furthermore, the blood coral can greatly replenish one's qi and blood, so it's suitable for refining pills for women. It's very beneficial to their bodies." The cursed doll said, "This thing can be used to refine the face-preserving pill and the beauty pill. The effect should be good, right?" "Of course." The Dragon Turtle Elder nodded. Actually, the so-called face-preserving pill was not really able to preserve one's youth forever. It could only slow down one's aging. How could there be a pill that could preserve one's youth forever in this world? The aging of the human body was a natural phenomenon. It was irreversible. However, the effects of the face-preserving pill were different depending on the materials used. It was mainly reflected in the time it took to slow down one's aging. Some face-preserving pills might only have an effect of 1,000 years. Some face-preserving pills could have an effect of 10,000 years. Some face-preserving pills could have an effect of 1,000,000 years. The difference between the two was obvious. In addition, top-grade face-preserving pills had a nourishing effect on a woman's body. This was a positive change. The higher the grade of the face-preserving pill, the greater the effect it had on a woman's body. Low-grade face-preserving pills not only had no benefits for the body, but they would also cause damage to the body, in order to preserve one's youthful appearance for a period of time. However, using this kind of pill would harm the body. Naturally, the gains did not make up for the losses. However, many female cultivators could not afford high-grade face-preserving pills for the sake of beauty. They would not hesitate to harm their bodies to buy low-grade face-preserving pills. Everyone has a love for beauty, especially for women. Having a hot and charming body and a beautiful face was definitely very important. Lin Feng felt that he could buy this blood coral and then refine some face-preserving pills and beauty pills for his women. When the time came, they would definitely be extremely happy, right? Lin Feng felt that perhaps this would make them happier than giving them some precious Dharma treasures. "I want this blood coral," Lin Feng said. Many customers and salespeople could not help but click their tongues when they heard Lin Feng say that he wanted to buy the blood coral without even asking for the price. The things here were all extremely expensive. Many of the things here were extremely expensive. Lin Feng didn't even ask, he wanted to buy it. How rich and overbearing. "Young master, this blood coral is worth 18 million immortal stones," Elder Dragon Turtle said. "All right." Lin Feng nodded and then took out 18 million immortal stones and handed it to Elder Dragon Turtle. Elder Dragon Turtle revealed a look of joy. It seemed that he had met an unprecedentedly big customer today. Perhaps he could sell even more things to this young master. Thinking of this, Elder Dragon Turtle could not help but be overjoyed. He did not dare hesitate and quickly took out the blood coral and handed it to Lin Feng. Chapter 5167. Lin Feng kept the blood coral and continued to stroll around. There were many dazzling treasures here, but there weren't many treasures that could pique Lin Feng's interest. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't any. For example, Lin Feng saw an item that piqued his interest. There was a glassware in front of him, and there was a porcelain bottle in the middle of the glassware. He could vaguely see that there was some liquid in the porcelain bottle. The reason why he could see it was because the liquid was special. It made the porcelain bottle transparent. "What's inside the bottle?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The Dragon Turtle Elder said, "It's spirit deity liquid, an extremely rare spirit deity liquid. This spirit deity liquid can greatly shorten the lifespan of many vegetable-type treasures. A single drop of this spirit deity liquid can make those vegetable-type treasures grow for 10 years. "Oh, it's that magical?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Lin Feng had obtained a sky-purple lightning bamboo sapling before. It was a type of plant with the purest yang energy in the world. Lin Feng planned to use it to forge his third natal treasure. However, the sky-purple lightning bamboo's growth period was very long. Although it could be shortened by 10 times in time, Lin Feng didn't know when the sky-purple lightning bamboo would mature. However, if he used the spirit deity liquid to nurture the grand sky-purple lightning bamboo sapling, it would greatly shorten its growth time. In this way, he would be able to successfully nurture the grand sky-purple lightning bamboo's sapling in an extremely short period of time. After that, he would be able to forge his third life-bound magic weapon. Lin Feng had 2 natal treasures. The first was the primal chaos ancient lamp, which protected Lin Feng's soul. It had saved Lin Feng's life from danger several times. The second treasure was the primal chaos immortal stone. It was quite powerful and was a supreme treasure for both offense and defense. However, Lin Feng still lacked a purest yang energy treasure. This type of treasure could nourish and warm the body. If a cultivator were to carry this type of natal magic treasure with them, it would bring great benefits to their body. Of course, this was not the most important aspect. The most important aspect was that a magic treasure with the highest yang attribute could ward off evil spirits. It had a relatively high lethality towards yin and evil spirits. Although Lin Feng had some treasures that could restrain yin and evil spirits, such as the monastic robe, ancient Buddhist bones, and other treasures, these treasures weren't purest yang energy treasures. The best thing to restrain yin and evil spirits was the purest yang energy treasures. Therefore, Lin Feng hoped that he could quickly cultivate the sky-purple lightning bamboo sapling. "I want this bottle of spiritual deity liquid," Lin Feng said. The dragon turtle elder took out the item and gave it to Lin Feng. "This bottle of spiritual deity liquid is worth 8 million immortal stones." Lin Feng nodded and took out 8 million immortal stones and gave it to the dragon turtle elder. Lin Feng continued looking at other treasures. Not long after, Lin Feng saw another treasure. It was a precious pearl. There seemed to be liquid flowing inside the pearl. Lin Feng could feel the power of water from the pearl. The pearl was similar to the water avoidance pearl, but Lin Feng could clearly feel that the pearl was many times more precious than the water avoidance pearl. "What's this pearl?" Lin Feng asked. "This is the frozen water pearl. It's a supreme treasure of the deep sea. It's extremely rare. The frozen water pearl can freeze all kinds of waves, tsunamis, and storms in the deep sea. It can even freeze water-attributed attacks," the dragon turtle elder said. "Oh, it's that powerful?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng had the hurricane pearl. With the hurricane pearl, he could ignore all kinds of storms. No matter how strong the storm was, it wouldn't be able to hurt Lin Feng. However, the price of the frozen water pearl was even more shocking. It could freeze all kinds of tsunamis, waves, storms, and even water-attributed attacks. This kind of ability was too abnormal. Lin Feng felt that it was inconceivable. However, this was the powerful effect of the frozen water pearl. Although it sounded inconceivable, the frozen water pearl was that powerful. Lin Feng said, "I want the frozen water pearl too." The dragon turtle patriarch took out the frozen water pearl for Lin Feng and gave it to Lin Feng. Then, the dragon turtle patriarch said with a smile, "The original price of the frozen water pearl was 54 million, but I'll give you a discount. 50 million will do." Hearing this, Lin Feng took out 50 million immortal stones and gave them to the dragon turtle patriarch. When the surrounding cultivators saw Lin Feng buy one item after another, they couldn't help but look at Lin Feng enviously. He was really rich and overbearing. "Lin Feng, I've also taken a fancy to something. Can you give it to me?" the cursed doll said. Previously, the cursed doll had saved Lin Feng. Not to mention a single item. The cursed doll wanted 100 items. Lin Feng wouldn't hesitate to buy it. Lin Feng said, "Of course, no problem. Take whatever you like. I want this." The cursed doll pointed at an item. Lin Feng looked over. It was a palm-sized piece of wood. It was on top of the wood. There were also some mysterious runes on it. Lin Feng didn't know what the wood was, but since it was placed here, it was definitely not simple. The dragon turtle patriarch didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out the piece of wood and handed it over to the cursed doll. The cursed doll repeatedly flipped through the piece of wood. The more it looked at it, the more it liked it. Obviously. That piece of wood. It was definitely a treasure that could play an important role in the cursed doll. So, when it saw the piece of wood, the cursed doll was so happy. "This item costs 3 million immortal stones," the dragon turtle patriarch said. This item wasn't particularly expensive. Of course, this was relative to other items. The price was indeed not particularly high. After all, there were many items here that cost tens of millions. However, if it was taken out alone, the value of this item was quite high. 3 million immortal stones. Just like in the real world, wasn't 3 million RMB a lot of money? Lin Feng continued to shop. The dragon turtle elder introduced many precious items to Lin Feng. But Lin Feng wasn't interested. Lin Feng had been searching for something that could help him. No matter how precious or rare something was, it wouldn't be of any help to him. At most, Lin Feng would only take a few glances at it and wouldn't buy it. After all, although Lin Feng was rich, that money didn't come from nowhere. Naturally, he had to use this money where it was needed most. That's. Lin Feng looked at an item in shock. When he saw that item, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Chapter 5168. One of the things that Lin Feng had his eyes on was a part of a broken arrow. The broken arrow was not too long, only a dozen centimeters long, and the tip of the arrow was still there. After a short moment of shock, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. Because he recognized the origin of the broken arrow. That broken arrow. It was actually the sunshot arrow. Back then, when Hu Yi forged the Hu Yi bow, he forged 9 sunshot arrows at the same time. Lin Feng now had one. The Hu Yi bow combined with the sunshot arrow. It was simply an invincible killing weapon. Lin Feng wanted to find the other sunshot arrow. But unfortunately, there had been no clues. Now, he actually saw a broken arrow here. The sunshot arrow was so powerful. It was actually broken. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. Back then, who exactly broke this sunshot arrow? A cultivator who could break the sunshot arrow. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. However, what happened back then was destined to be buried by history. Perhaps future generations would never know the truth behind why this sunshot arrow was broken. "I'll take the broken arrow," Lin Feng said. Elder Dragon Turtle took out the sunshot arrow and handed it to Lin Feng. Then, he said, "This is the broken arrow of the sunshot arrow. It was originally a priceless treasure, but now that it has been broken, its value has been greatly reduced. However, the price is still not cheap, as high as 60 million. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and took out 60 million immortal stones. He carefully observed the sunshot arrow in his hand. He immediately discovered. Although the sun-slaying divine arrow was broken, the runes on it were not destroyed. As long as the runes were not destroyed, there was still a possibility of repairing the sunshot arrow. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that repairing the sunshot arrow would not be easy. First, he needed to find raw materials that could match the sunshot arrow. This kind of material was extremely difficult to find. Secondly, he needed to set up runes at the broken location. This kind of rune needed to be perfectly compatible with the runes on the broken arrow. Only then could the broken arrow be repaired. Only when these 2 points were perfect could the broken arrow be repaired successfully. If even one point was not perfect, the repair plan would fail. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. He needed to find a top-level refining grandmaster to complete this matter. An ordinary weapon refiner would not be able to complete it. "We've bought enough things, let's go." Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll. "All right," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng left with the cursed doll. Elder Dragon Turtle and the Clam Girl only returned after sending off Lin Feng and the cursed doll. After leaving the precious treasure pavilion, Lin Feng and the cursed doll did not stay outside. Lin Feng planned to go back and study the runes that matched the location of the broken arrow. Because Lin Feng still had a complete sunshot god arrow, Lin Feng guessed that the runes on the 2 sunshot god arrows should be the same. When the time came, he should be able to draw the runes according to the complete sunshot god arrow. Of course, drawing runes was easy in theory, but it was very difficult to do. After all kinds of runes were unpredictable. Drawing them was naturally an extremely difficult task. However, no matter how difficult it was, Lin Feng had to draw the complete runes. When the time came, he could give the complete runes to the weapon refiner who could repair the broken arrow. He could not expect to give the broken arrow and the complete sunshot god arrow to the weapon refiner. Let the weapon refiner study what the complete runes looked like. Even if he could really do that, Lin Feng was also worried. What if the weapon refiner ran away with his sunshot god arrow? The cursed doll had obtained that special piece of wood previously, so he was now in a hurry to go back and study it. Of course, it was also possible that she had gone to refine that piece of wood. That piece of wood was obviously very useful to him. Lin Feng hoped that the cursed doll could use that special piece of wood to improve his cultivation. However, whether he could do it or not was not something Lin Feng could control. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng took out the broken arrow and the complete sunshot god arrow. Then he began to compare the runes on them. After a comparison, Lin Feng found that the runes on them were exactly the same. This made Lin Feng very happy. The most frightening thing was that the runes on them were not the same. When the time came to repair the broken arrow, it would be too difficult. Now that he could confirm that the runes were exactly the same, it would be much easier to repair the broken arrow. Lin Feng took out a talisman pen and talisman paper. Then he studied the structure of the runes on them while drawing the runes that he had studied. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to stay here for a day, but it took him 3 days to study the runes on the Sunshot God arrow. After finishing, Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. As for the materials to repair the broken arrow, Lin Feng planned to look for them in his storage of treasures. Lin Feng had so many treasures in his storage, including all kinds of immortal iron and divine stone. Perhaps he could find a suitable material. Demon Lord, what kind of material do you think I should choose to repair the broken arrow? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. Ordinary materials obviously won't do. You should find extremely precious meteorites from outer space. The density of meteorites from outer space is usually higher, and they are more suitable for forging top-notch magic treasures than other materials of the same type. Moreover, the Sunshot God arrow itself was forged from meteorites from outer space. The Demon Lord thought for a moment, then said, I have collected a lot of meteorites from outer space, but I don't know if there are any that can match the broken arrow. Let me see. Lin Feng said. The so-called match here mainly looked at 2 aspects. First, was the density of the meteorite similar to the density of the material used to forge the Sunshot God arrow? Second, could the meteorite form a fit with the broken arrow? This was a very important point. Different materials were divided into 3 attributes: fit, reject, and not affect each other. Even if they couldn't form a fit. But they couldn't form rejection. If they rejected each other and tried to repair the broken arrow, the arrow might even be damaged. Lin Feng searched carefully and found about 30 top-notch meteorites. Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, do you think any of these meteorites are suitable? The Demon Lord looked at them and compared them, then said, I think that purple meteorite is suitable. Lin Feng nodded. He felt that the purple meteorite was the most suitable for the broken arrow. He asked the Demon Lord mainly to confirm and see if the Demon Lord had the same thoughts as him. After asking, Lin Feng was able to confirm that the Demon Lord had the same thoughts as him. Next, he just needed to find a top-notch blacksmith to try to repair the broken arrow. Chapter 5169. Lin Feng didn't feel at ease finding a blacksmith outside, so he decided to find someone to repair the Sunshot Sun God arrow when he returned to Sin Realm. There were many blacksmiths in Sin City, and they were all talents that Lin Feng had recruited. These people were trustworthy. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the cursed doll didn't. It was still cultivating. After waiting for 2 days, the cursed doll finally came out. After coming out of seclusion, the cursed doll couldn't hide its excitement and happiness. It seemed that this fellow had gained quite a lot. However, the cursed doll was a special life form. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't very sure what the cursed doll's cultivation level was. Lin Feng and the cursed doll didn't stay there any longer. After paying the rent, they left the island and flew toward the immortal moonstream. They were about 150 kilometers away from the immortal moonstream, so Lin Feng and the cursed doll could reach the immortal moonstream in about half an hour. On the way, Lin Feng saw many ships. They were all docked at sea. The cursed doll said, because the bottom of the sea is more dangerous, the cultivators who go out to sea gather together. That way, they'll be safer. They'll use the ship above as the center and circle around it to search for resources in the underwater world. If they encounter any danger in the underwater world, they'll immediately think of a way to send a message back. Once the people on the ship receive the message, they'll immediately go down to rescue them. Lin Feng said, it seems that this place has formed a relatively complete industrial chain. The cursed doll nodded and said, that's indeed the case. That's why this place produces many good things every year. Actually, I heard that this place produces a special kind of thing. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. Underwater godstones, the cursed doll said. Underwater godstones? Are they similar to the stones outside? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The cursed doll nodded and said, "It's very similar, but there are some differences. Because life originated from the sea, the history of the seabed godstones is much older than the stones on the land. Some things from the last era can even be mined from the seabed godstones. Therefore, the seabed godstones can often be mined from the seabed godstones. However, the seabed godstones are very rare. For those cultivators, a seabed godstone is a great opportunity." Yes. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Those cultivators risked entering the seabed to search for treasures for the sake of immortal stones. Therefore, finding a piece of seabed divine stone was indeed a very important matter for them. If they sold the seabed divine stone, the immortal stones they exchanged for could very likely satisfy their needs for many years. Lin Feng and the cursed doll chatted as they flew towards the immortal moonstream. When they arrived near the immortal moonstream, the number of cultivators there had decreased. This was because the closer they got to the immortal moonstream, the more dangerous it was. Many cultivators didn't dare to take the risk to enter this area. In fact, a large number of cultivators died in this area every year. This was something that they had to be cautious about. The cultivators who were active in this area all year round naturally knew this very well. Therefore, they basically wouldn't take the risk. They preferred a safe way to deal with the search for treasures at the bottom of the sea. It didn't take long for Lin Feng and the cursed doll to arrive at the immortal moonstream. The immortal moonstream was a huge mountain range on the sea. However, this mountain range was special. Many places had been submerged by the sea. Only a small part of the mountain range was above the sea. In fact, this place was originally an island with a mountain range on it. However, for some unknown reason, the island sank to the bottom of the sea. Ever since the island sank to the bottom of the sea and formed the immortal moonstream, some special changes occurred. The immortal moonstream had undergone some special changes. This place had formed many powerful restrictive spells, and those restrictive spells were quite dangerous. As time passed, the power of the restrictive spells became more and more powerful. In addition, the rules of heaven and earth had even changed the topography of the seabed around the immortal moonstream. With the immortal moonstream as the center, everything within the 300 nautical miles around it had undergone subtle changes. Later, many people discovered that the immortal moonstream had become an extremely dangerous place, and it was not easy to set foot in it. Many precious seabed resources had appeared in the seabed around the immortal moonstream. Lin Feng understood the formation of the immortal moonstream and the uniqueness of the sea around it from the cursed doll. He couldn't help but touch his chin. Even with his years of experience, he couldn't help but feel extremely surprised because this place was really extraordinary. It made people exclaim in admiration and wonder. Lin Feng and the cursed doll floated above the sea outside the immortal moonstream and looked at it. There were many cultivators watching the immortal moonstream. Some of them were eager to enter the immortal moonstream to find their fortune. In fact, every year, there would be some courageous cultivators who would enter the immortal moon crevice in search of opportunities. Most of them would die in the immortal moon crevice. However, there were some who would successfully find some opportunities in the immortal moon crevice and escape unscathed. I've seen the introduction of the immortal moonstream in a Daoist scripture. It is said that the reason why this place changed so much was because many experts died here. After those experts died and were buried here, their magnetic fields were too powerful. They affected and fused with each other, causing the laws of heaven and earth around the immortal moonstream to change. In the end, the island sank to the bottom of the sea. In fact, in recent years, some cultivators did find the burial grounds of experts in the immortal moonstream and successfully brought out some top-level inheritances. At this time, a cultivator not far from Lin Feng said to his companion, "More than 10 years ago, the immortal moonstream had a violent change. At that time, the demonic energy in the immortal moonstream was surging and the pressure it emitted was extremely terrifying. I don't know what happened, but I heard that all the cultivators who went to check it out died. No one came out alive." At this time, another cultivator said, "That's indeed the case. The celestial moon stream has appeared for a very long time and it has always been relatively peaceful. But 10 years ago, there was an unforeseen event which created a huge commotion. However, the specific reason for that is still an unsolved mystery. The third cultivator also talked about this matter. Chapter 5170. The conversation of a few cultivators attracted Lin Feng's attention. He came to the Undying Realm more than 10 years ago, and there was a huge change in the immortal moon crevice more than 10 years ago. Was there any connection between the two? Soon, Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Perhaps he was too sensitive. There was no difference between him coming to the Undying Realm and an ordinary cultivator coming to the Undying Realm. How could it be related to the change in the immortal moon crevice? It was just a coincidence. Where is the crescent moon grass in the immortal moon crevice? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and asked. Although most of the immortal moon crevice had been submerged by the sea, there were still some exposed areas. In fact, there were still many. In addition, the interior of the immortal moon crevice was very dangerous, so it was naturally very difficult to explore the immortal moon crevice. If he knew where the crescent moon grass was, when the time came, enter the immortal moon crevice. Go straight to the destination. He would be able to get the crescent moon grass as quickly as possible. We will only know at night, the cursed doll said. Wait until night. Why do we have to wait until night to know? Lin Feng asked in confusion. The cursed doll said, because, to determine the location of the crescent moon grass, we need to rely on the moonlight. When the moonlight shines down at midnight, the place where the moonlight shines is where the crescent moon grass grows, so we need to wait. All right, then let's wait, Lin Feng said. He summoned the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Then, he and the cursed doll boarded the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship to rest. He did not know if he would encounter any terrifying dangers in the immortal moon crevice this time. So, Lin Feng and the cursed doll needed to adjust their state. It would be best if they could adjust their state to the best. This way, they would be able to better face the dangers that might appear. If they entered the immortal moon crevice in a bad state, they might encounter a disaster inside. Lin Feng would not underestimate such a dangerous place. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, night came. At night, the immortal moon crevice seemed a little eerie and terrifying. Waves of cold aura surged out from the crevice. So, when night fell, most of the cultivators lingering around the immortal moonstream had already left. They did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid of encountering danger. However, there was also a portion of cultivators who didn't leave. They wanted to see what the immortal moonstream looked like at night. Midnight. The yin qi in the immortal moonstream was at its densest. The moonlight moved. The moonlight shone on a mountain peak inside the immortal moonstream. It's the 7th mountain from the outside. Lin Feng's face lit up. Then, he entered the immortal moonstream with the cursed doll. Damn, is he tired of living? He actually dares to enter the immortal moonstream, a cultivator exclaimed when he saw Lin Feng and the cursed doll entering the immortal moonstream. Another cultivator said, there will always be people who take risks for opportunities, only to end up losing their lives in the end. These words resonated with many people. The cultivators outside felt that Lin Feng and the cursed doll had taken the risk to enter the immortal moonstream and would most likely never return. After entering the immortal moonstream, Lin Feng indeed felt a ghastly and terrifying aura enveloping his body. This place was very dangerous. The void was filled with powerful seals. One had to be very careful when dealing with those seals. If one was hit by those seals, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng was proficient in great arrays, so he successfully dodged many of the seals in the immortal moonstream with the cursed doll. They kept getting closer to the mountain peak where the crescent moon grass grew. However, not long after, the cursed doll said, something's wrong. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. I feel like we're being watched by something. The cursed doll said. It can't be, right? Lin Feng's expression became uncertain. This was not a small matter. Instead, it was an extremely serious matter. Was he really being targeted by something? If that was the case, then the thing that was watching them would definitely be unimaginably terrifying. Because, Lin Feng's sudden inspiration ability. He couldn't sense that thing. This was the most terrifying part. This feeling is very weak. If I wasn't a special life form, perhaps even I wouldn't have been able to sense it. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become serious. The cursed doll didn't seem like it was joking. In that case, there really was something terrifying that was watching the two of them. What exactly was it? Lin Feng didn't know. The cursed doll. He didn't know either. Lin Feng tried to use his spiritual will to search. However, he found nothing. It was hidden so deeply. The other party had hidden so deeply that even if Lin Feng wanted to investigate, he had no way to do so. It seemed that they had really encountered something troublesome. Lin Feng said, "Just be careful. As long as it doesn't come out to attack us, we don't have to pay attention to it. Once we get the crescent moon grass, we will immediately leave this place." Yes. The cursed doll nodded. This was the only way. Lin Feng and the cursed doll increased their speed. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that his head was a little dizzy. This caused his expression to become extremely ugly. For no reason. Why was his head dizzy? "I feel very dizzy. I don't know what's affecting me," Lin Feng said with an ugly expression. The cursed doll smiled bitterly and said, "I also feel very dizzy. I don't know if that thing in the dark is affecting us." Actually, even if the existence in the dark was very powerful, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were not necessarily afraid of it. If they couldn't beat the other party, they could still run. However, the existence in the dark would hide and not come out. It would use some dirty tricks behind their backs. This was the most terrifying thing. For example, now, Lin Feng and the cursed doll did not know what attack they had suffered, but they felt dizzy. This was an extremely bad sign. If they fainted here, wouldn't they be dead? Hoo. Lin Feng felt that his breathing had become rapid. The cursed doll was the same. "We're in trouble." Lin Feng and the cursed doll looked at each other. They both knew that they had encountered some trouble. "Let's retreat first," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. If they continued to stay here, they did not know what terrible things would happen. Lin Feng and the cursed doll rushed outside. However, they had just rushed out a distance of more than 10 meters. Their expressions abruptly changed. Because, in the forest in front of them, a little boy actually walked out. Lin Feng and the cursed doll obviously did not believe that the little boy was really a little boy. This place was so dangerous. How could there be a little boy? Chapter 5171. I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything, we didn't see anything. The cursed doll was hypnotizing itself. This guy. It turned around and wanted to run away, but it was caught by Lin Feng. F***ck, why did you catch me? Hurry up and leave. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng angrily. It wanted Kevin to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Lin Feng said, "Since he has already locked onto us, do you think we can still leave?" The cursed doll sighed. Although it didn't want to admit it, it seemed that it had to admit it. Some things still had to be faced. For example, that little boy. Lin Feng looked at the little boy. He originally thought that the little boy would attack him and the cursed doll, but unexpectedly, the little boy didn't attack him and the cursed doll. The little boy just stood not far away and looked at the two of them. He wanted to come over. But he seemed to be hesitating. When Lin Feng saw that something was wrong, the cursed doll also saw that something was wrong. The little boy. He didn't seem to have any hostility towards them. In other words, the dizziness from before wasn't caused by the little boy. However, what was going on with the little boy? In the beginning, Lin Feng and the cursed doll didn't think that he was a real little boy. But now, they didn't think so anymore. Now, Lin Feng felt that the other party seemed to be a little boy. He was very young. His origin was mysterious. "Little brother, why are you here?" Lin Feng tried to ask. The little boy said, "I ran in here by myself." F***ck? You ran in here by yourself? The cursed doll couldn't help but roll its eyes. This place was so dangerous, but nothing happened to him when he ran in. This was too strange, wasn't it? Could it be because he was lucky? How lucky did he have to be able to avoid all the attacks? Although he doesn't have any hostility towards us, this little guy is still a little strange, the cursed doll said. Of course, Lin Feng knew about this point. This little guy was indeed a little strange. Otherwise, how could he run into the immortal moonstream alone and not encounter any danger? This was one of the more bizarre aspects. Lin Feng replied, "Don't be afraid. Let's go." The cursed doll thought for a moment and nodded. He walked towards the little boy with Lin Feng. However, the little boy chose to retreat. Lin Feng and the cursed doll could not help but frown. Since the little boy chose to retreat, in that case, they did not want to continue. Clearly, the boy was afraid and did not dare let Lin Feng and the cursed doll get close to him. Lin Feng replied, "We have no ill intentions towards you." The little boy looked at Lin Feng and the cursed doll with his big round eyes. He didn't say anything, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" The little boy remained silent. He didn't answer Lin Feng. "Where are the adults in your family?" Lin Feng continued to ask. The little boy shook his head. Then, he said pitifully, "I'm the only one left." "Then why don't you stay by our side? Big brother will take care of you." Lin Feng looked at the little boy and said. A conflicted expression appeared on the little boy's face. He was hesitating. Lin Feng did not say anything else. Whether he chose to stay by their side or not was up to the little boy. Therefore, Lin Feng would not interfere with the little boy's decision. In the end, the little boy seemed to have mustered up his courage and walked towards Lin Feng. However, when the little boy was halfway there, a black aura suddenly surged out from the ground. That ball of darkness was about to devour the little boy. Not good. Lin Feng and the cursed doll's expressions suddenly changed. That ball of darkness. It was very terrifying. It seemed to be able to devour life. It was unknown if it was some kind of special life form. One had to know. The more dangerous the area was, the more likely it was for that kind of special life form to appear. That kind of existence. They were all very terrifying. Lin Feng and the cursed doll rushed towards the little boy. They wanted to save the little boy. However, it was too late. Just as the darkness was about to devour the little boy, a sun rose from the little boy's dantian. That sun. It protected the little boy within it. When the darkness came into contact with the sun, there was a violent burning sound. Son of the sun, a terrified cry came from the distorted darkness. That ball of darkness had suffered extremely serious damage. However, that ball of darkness was also very extraordinary. Although it was injured, it was not completely destroyed. In the end, that ball of darkness drilled into the ground and escaped. And that sun also disappeared. Damn, isn't that the sun we saw before? The cursed doll could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. This was indeed the sun they had seen before. At that time, Lin Feng and the cursed doll saw the 5 experts besieging the sun. However, that sun was very terrifying. In the end, they managed to escape. After that, Lin Feng and the cursed doll never saw that sun again. But who would have thought that there would be such a little boy in that sun? Lin Feng said, the voice that came from the darkness seemed to be saying that this little guy is the son of the sun. Is he the son of the sun? I don't think so. Could he be the son of the ancient sun god or the ancient sun emperor? The cursed doll said. The ancient sun god and the ancient sun emperor were 2 different kinds of titled gods. Whether it was the ancient sun god or the ancient sun emperor, in the past, he was definitely an extremely terrifying existence that had intimidated many great eras. Of course, titled gods. There was usually more than one. Inherited titled gods. There were strong and weak existences. However, generally speaking, they were all the strongest of the first generation. Because the first generation belonged to the creator of this kind of titled god. Characters. For example, when we talk about the ancient sun emperor, we usually refer to the first generation ancient sun emperor. As for the other ancient sun emperors, We would refer to them as the Generation Ancient Sun Emperor. At that moment, the little boy came to Lin Feng and the cursed doll's side. The cursed doll looked at the little boy and asked, "Kid, who is your father?" "My father is the Ancient Sun Emperor," the little boy said. Lin Feng and the cursed doll could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This little guy, he was actually the son of the Ancient Sun Emperor. The Ancient Sun Emperor was a character from countless years ago. He had been dead for who knew how many years. Logically speaking, his son should have died a long time ago. However, his son looked only a few years old. This meant, back then, for unknown reasons, the Ancient Sun Emperor sealed his son in a divine stone. Until recently. Chapter 5172. Since you are the son of the Ancient Sun Emperor, you can't be called little son, right? The cursed doll looked at the little boy and asked. The little boy nodded and said, "Yes, he is really called Little Sunday, although this little guy looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. However, he was very smart. The most important thing was, his logic was relatively complete. As expected of the Ancient Sun Emperor's son, he was much smarter than his peers. Let's leave this damned place now and come back tomorrow," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng did not have any objections to this. Perhaps it would be safer during the day than at night. If that was the case, the chances of obtaining the crescent moon grass would greatly increase. Little Sun asked, "Are you here to find something?" Lin Feng said, "We're looking for the crescent moon grass on that mountain peak over there." Lin Feng pointed to Little Sunday. Little Sun asked, "Then why are you leaving?" Lin Feng said, "Because we feel very dizzy, as if something is secretly attacking us." Little Sun said, "I know what it is. I saw that thing." "What? You can see that thing? You're awesome," as expected of the Ancient Sun Emperor's son. "Hurry up and tell me where that thing is. I'm going to kill it," the cursed doll said angrily. He still felt an intense pain in his head. He did not know what was behind it previously. Therefore, the cursed doll had no way of taking revenge. Now, he knew what was behind it. The cursed doll planned to take revenge. A vengeance would not change one's character. The sun shines upon the earth. At this moment, Little Sun spoke. He waved his small hand. Sunlight surged out. It shone in all directions. Under the illumination of the sun, a shadowy existence appeared. It was a shadow-like existence. It had a pair of blood-red eyes. A dark body. Blood-red eyes. They were combined together. It was really strange. It made one's hair stand on end. It's an essence soul demon. There's actually an essence soul demon in this place. What an unlucky place. After seeing the terrifying existence, the cursed doll could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Next, he directly unleashed the power of the curse towards the terrifying existence. Keikakik. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he frowned. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This guy seemed to have nothing to fear. Sure enough, the soul essence demon dodged the curse power of the cursed doll. However, the soul essence demon did not continue to stay here. After all, he had already exposed himself. He continued to stay. He wondered if there would be any danger. The soul essence demon quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Soul essence demons are really strange. The cursed doll could not help but frown. Lin Feng asked, "What the hell is a soul essence demon?" The cursed doll said, "It's a kind of spiritual demon. This kind of spiritual demon is relatively special. It's the spiritual energy of a powerful cultivator after his death. The most terrifying thing about a soul essence demon is actually not its ability to harm a cultivator's soul. It's because it's immortal. It's very difficult to kill a soul source demon. When one of the two sides is difficult to kill, it's an extremely bad thing. Of course, soul source demons also have things they're afraid of. For example, the body of the little sun is its nemesis. In addition, there are also some weapons of extreme yang, which are also its nemesis. If it weren't for the little sun, that guy wouldn't have left so easily. I think it would have been waiting for an opportunity to attack us. Lin Feng nodded. Then he thought of the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo seedling that he was cultivating. When the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo seedling matured, he would forge the third lifebound magic treasure. This was an item of extreme yang. It was just right to restrain a terrifying existence like the soul essence demon. Now that Lin Feng had the spiritual deity liquid, cultivating the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo should be a matter of course. Of course, this would have to wait until Lin Feng was free to do this. Now that the threat of the soul essence demon had been dealt with, Lin Feng planned to quickly head to the 7th mountain peak and take the crescent moon grass. He told the cursed doll his plan, and the cursed doll agreed. They were currently on the 6th mountain peak. They were very close to the 7th mountain peak. So it was better to pick the crescent moon grass now. Of course, he could also go out now and come back tomorrow during the day. However, who could guarantee that they wouldn't encounter the most terrifying danger during the day? All of these were possible. Therefore, it was better to take advantage of this opportunity to pick the crescent moon grass. After reaching an agreement, Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the little son quickly headed towards the 7th mountain peak. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Not long after, Lin Feng found the crescent moon grass at the top of a cliff. Crescent moon grass. It had a silver-white color. This color. It was quite similar to the color of moonlight. Lin Feng quickly flew over and picked the crescent moon grass. His face lit up. He had finally found the 3 types of detoxification treasures. This time, there was hope for Leng Zishi to detoxify the poison. Next, he only needed to fuse the crescent moon grass and the snow dragon grass into the dustless clean water according to a certain ratio. Let the 3 things fully fuse and react for a period of time. Then, he could feed it to Leng Zishi. After Lin Feng kept the crescent moon grass, he quickly gathered together with the cursed doll and the little son. They didn't stop and directly rushed outside. However, they hadn't left the range of the 7th mountain peak yet. Suddenly, the restrictions in the entire immortal moon crevice violently fluctuated. Not good, something seems to be happening in the immortal moon crevice. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The 3 of them didn't dare to stay and quickly headed outside. It was just that the immortal moon crevice was densely packed with restrictions, so sometimes they couldn't go fast even if they wanted to. This was because cultivators could be attacked by restrictions at any time. And this time, there seemed to be something wrong with the restrictions in the immortal moon crevice. A large number of restrictions awakened, and then those restrictions released an earth-shattering attack. All of the attacks were aimed at Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and the son's child. There is some terrifying existence secretly controlling these restrictions to attack us. Everyone, be careful. Lin Feng's face suddenly darkened. Damn, what bad luck. The cursed doll couldn't help but curse in a low voice. There were simply too many restrictions. Lin Feng brought the cursed doll and the little son and shuttled through the restrictions. Although he had avoided a large number of restrictions. However, Chapter 5173. Lin Feng created a large defensive light shield that enveloped the cursed doll and little Sunday. The cursed doll helped Lin Feng block the attacks of the restrictions while little son watched from the side. His body was rather special. Although he could release the sun-like thing to protect his body, he could not control the power of his body. However, he was unable to control this power in his body. The appearance of the small sun was more of an active release in times of danger. It was equivalent to a form of protection for his body. Bang! 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 All kinds of restrictions bombarded. Those restrictions fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's defensive light shield. Suddenly, there was a violent collision sound. Fortunately, Lin Feng's defensive light shield was relatively strong. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to block the attacks released by so many restrictions. Lin Feng knew that he had to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. In such a place, danger was everywhere. If he was not careful, he could die miserably. The key was that there was a terrifying existence hidden in the dark. However, Lin Feng did not know who the existence hidden in the dark was. Could it be a top creature in the immortal moon stream? Perhaps there was such a possibility. Lin Feng displayed his spirit array technique to the extreme. When Lin Feng's spirit array technique was displayed to the extreme, the countless restrictions attacks were successfully dodged by Lin Feng. Lin Feng brought the cursed doll and little son to shuttle through all kinds of attacks. Of course, even if Lin Feng displayed his spirit array technique to the extreme, there were still some attacks that would kill them. However, Lin Feng did not care about those attacks. The cursed doll and Lin Feng had a clear division of labor. Lin Feng was responsible for bringing them away, while the cursed doll was responsible for blocking the attacks that Lin Feng did not dodge. Only in this way could Lin Feng's mind be completely focused on displaying his spirit array technique. Only in this way could Lin Feng freely shuttle through the countless restrictions attacks. In fact, when he fully displayed his spirit array technique, Lin Feng was extremely tired, mainly because of the mental fatigue. However, at this time, he had to go all out. Otherwise, he might really die in the immortal moonstream. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed to the third mountain with the cursed doll and little Sunday. They had already seen the hope of getting out. At this moment, an unparalleled cold light slashed towards Lin Feng. The unparalleled cold light was extremely terrifying. It directly tore through the void. Its power shocked Lin Feng. Damn, someone is attacking us from the dark. What a powerful attack! The cursed doll shouted loudly. He quickly cast a curse technique to resist the attack. The cursed doll's curse technique was quite powerful. Therefore, when the cursed doll chanted the incantation and cast the curse technique, the cold light that was slashing towards Lin Feng directly shattered in the void. Haha, Lin Feng, you piece of trash. Now, you don't even dare to block my attack yourself. You'll only let others block my attack for you. A mocking voice rang out from the void. Following that, a cultivator holding a war spear stepped out from the void. After seeing this cultivator, Lin Feng could not help but be stunned. This was because the person who appeared before him was actually Di Jui, the crown prince of the Dao Saint Palace. Back then, Lin Feng and Yu Ji had joined forces to defeat Di Jui. After that, Di Jui was swallowed by the space-time storm. Di Jui was indeed a formidable enemy. The combat strength that he displayed back then was extremely heaven-defying. If it was not for Yu Ji's help, it would be extremely difficult to defeat Di Jui. Lin Feng originally thought that Di Jui was already dead. He did not expect him to still be alive. Moreover, the current Di Jui was many times more powerful than when he was in the mortal world. It seemed like Di Jui had also obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. I was wondering who it was. So, it's you, a loser. I don't even bother to attack a loser's attack. Moreover, you're no longer qualified for me to attack. Lin Feng said nonchalantly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Di Jui was so angry that his face turned pale. Di Jui had always been invincible in his life. Until that battle, he had never been defeated. That battle ended with his defeat. Di Jui's defeat. It was as though he was driven mad with hatred. Now that he heard Lin Feng's disdainful words, Di Jui became even more enraged. Old hatred and new enmity were added together. This kind of hatred, it made Di Jui wish that he could eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng, what's there for you to be proud of? The reason I lost to you the last time was because someone helped you. If we were to fight one-on-one, I'd crush you like crushing an ant. Di Jui glared at Lin Feng with hatred. Lin Feng said, you really have a kind of mysterious confidence. Who gave you such confidence? Who gave you such confidence to actually say such words? However, why do I feel like you're just bragging? No wonder the sky is so dark today. It turns out that there's a cow flying in the sky. Why is there a cow flying in the sky? It's because Di Jui is bragging on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. Brother, are you trying to make me die from laughter? The cursed doll could not help but laugh out loud. Even Lil Sun was clapping at the side. The little fellow also felt that Lin Feng's teasing of Di Jui was very funny. However, Di Jui did not think it was funny at all. He was not angered to death by Lin Feng. It was already quite good. Lin Feng, you've said so much, but it doesn't change the fact that you can't defeat me, Di Jui said coldly. He knew that he was definitely not Lin Feng's match when it came to bickering. Therefore, he did not have the intention to continue bickering with Lin Feng. Instead, he wanted to attack Lin Feng with some things that he believed in. However, it was obvious that this fellow's plan was going to fail. He wanted to use words to attack Lin Feng. This idea was simply too whimsical. Lin Feng said, "You're awesome. You're stronger than me. However, you're only stronger than me in your dreams. In reality, you're far weaker than me." Di Jui immediately sneered and said, "If you want to prove who's stronger and who's weaker, that's easy. Let's have a one-on-one battle." Lin Feng said, "Why should I have a one-on-one battle with you? In your dreams. You're really a coward. You don't even have the courage to have a one-on-one battle with me. I really don't know who spread those rumors about you in the outside world." Di Jui said coldly. Lin Feng said, "It's not that I don't dare, but I don't want to. It's because I prefer to fight in groups. The three of us will fight against you, and I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. You like to fight in groups? Haha, I like to fight in groups too." Di Jui sneered and shouted, "Come out, all of you." As soon as Di Jui finished speaking, silhouettes rushed out from the forest one after another. There were more than 10 terrifying existences that flew out. After seeing those existences, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth could not help but twitch violently. Those existences were all yin corpses. Chapter 5174. Ghosts like yin corpses were usually very powerful. Conferred gods. The yin corpses they transformed into were even more powerful. Moreover, it was said that conferred gods. The yin corpses they transformed into were different from ordinary yin corpses. Conferred gods. The yin corpses they transformed into usually possessed some divine powers from their previous lives. There were so many conferred gods. The yin corpses they transformed into were not easy to deal with. Lin Feng, if we're ganging up on you now, it should be us ganging up on the three of you. Di Jui said proudly. The cursed doll wiped its sweat. Today's situation did not seem good. Now that things had developed to this point, the cursed doll could naturally see that the restriction in the celestial moonstream was acting strangely. It was very likely that this fellow was behind it. The cursed doll guessed. Lin Feng naturally guessed it as well. More than 10 years ago, the celestial moonstream had something to do with you? Lin Feng asked as he looked at Di Jui. The reason why Lin Feng said that was because there was a reason. First, at that time, Di Jui was swallowed by the spacetime storm. The celestial moonstream had also acted strangely around that time. The timing was exactly the same. Second, Di Jui seemed to be able to control the celestial moonstream's restriction. This was more terrifying. How did he control the restriction in the celestial moonstream? Third, Di Jui was actually able to command those conferred gods. They were yin corpses after they died. Yin corpses would not listen to other people's orders. Therefore, logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for Di Jui to command yin corpses. However, Di Jui was able to do that. This made people feel a little incredulous. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that after Di Jui was swallowed by the spacetime storm that year, not only did he not die, he even obtained a great opportunity of fortune. Di Jui looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He said, "That's right. The strange movement that time was indeed related to me." Lin Feng said, "It seems like you should thank me. If I hadn't beaten you half to death, you wouldn't have been swallowed by the spacetime storm. If you hadn't been swallowed by the spacetime storm, you wouldn't have obtained so many opportunities. If you didn't have so many opportunities, you wouldn't be as strong as you are now." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a ferocious expression immediately appeared on Di Jui's face. "Thank you. You really have the nerve to say such words. Do you know what happened to me after I was swallowed up by the spacetime storm? Do you know what it means to wish you were dead? After I was devoured by the spacetime storm, the pain I suffered was 10 times worse than death. I even wanted to kill myself so that it wouldn't be so painful. But I can't accept it. I don't want to die like this. If I die, who will avenge me? As for my enemy, he's still living a carefree life." When I thought of this, I couldn't help but feel the hatred of 5,000 crises. This hatred made me unwilling to surrender to fate. This hatred made me stronger. I told myself that I must live on. I must live on. It was this strong belief that allowed me to live on until I saw a spatial node in the spacetime storm. I have to say that my luck was pretty good because the spatial node I saw was the spatial node that led to the core of the celestial moon valley. I used all of my strength to rush to the spatial node and then entered it. It was also at that time that my fate changed. Lin Feng asked, "What benefits did you obtain here?" Di Jui said proudly, "I inherited the title of a titled god here. It was a powerful orthodoxy of a godly king. I swallowed some immortal pills left behind by that godly king. My body and my soul were both transformed by the immortal pills. My innate talent was already very strong. Under the effect of the immortal pills, it became even stronger. My strength also increased by leaps and bounds. So, the current me is no longer the same as before. Of course, this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that I obtained the method to control the seals here. I even obtained the method to command these powerful yin corpses. Previously, I went to look for you and even secretly followed you, but you didn't notice. I've been thinking about the safest way to deal with you. Although you're my enemy and your strength is much weaker than mine, there's one thing I have to say. You're like a loach. If I can't kill you once, it'll be more difficult to kill you again. In order to kill you once, I need to be fully prepared." Di Jui had been belittling Lin Feng when he was praising himself. Although this fellow was arrogant and conceited, he was indeed very capable. Lin Feng had to admit that. Lin Feng did not interrupt Di Jui. He wanted to know what Di Jui wanted to say. At this moment, Di Jui continued to ask, "Didn't you suspect that the woman beside you was poisoned?" Upon hearing Di Jui's words, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He looked at Di Jui with a gloomy expression and asked, "You're the one behind this?" Of course. Di Jui burst out laughing immediately. When he saw that Lin Feng was angry, he felt extremely happy. Di Jui said, "Originally, I wanted to use the poisonous bug to deal with you, but you're too cautious, so I didn't do that. The woman beside you is always loud and loud. To put it nicely, a person like her is innocent, but to put it bluntly, she's just an idiot. Of course, it's much easier to deal with an idiot." Lin Feng said, "You really have the talent to be a bad person because your mouth is really cheap." Di Jui did not mind Lin Feng's mockery and continued to say, "After that woman was poisoned, you would definitely look for a way to cure the poison. Coincidentally, there's a crescent moon grass here in the immortal moon valley. I've long asked around about the crescent moon grass and knew that you wouldn't be able to find it outside. In order to cure that woman's poison, you would definitely come to the immortal moon valley. Originally, I wanted to leak the information about the crescent moon grass to your people, but I didn't expect that the cursed baby beside you would know about this as well. It would save me a lot of trouble. Therefore, I've already planned every step. As for you, you're being led by the nose. Now that you're trapped in the immortal moon valley, do you think you still have any hope of getting out alive?" Di Jui looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. It was as though he was looking at a dead man.